What's going on? Bustin' raps now. I'm flowing on with a song for your mom. Tell her Earth's flat and her ass is the bomb. Tell her Iraq sells crack to Iran. Tell her I'll be back with a smack for her son. Then tell her she's fat like a Renaissance cunt. Tell her she's whack like a 90s pun. Then start a slow clap when the rap's all done. Tell her all that, then tell her one more. Tell her that you were the son of a whore. When she asks Sue and tells you to snitch, tell her her son is a son of a bitch. Anyway, it's me, Yoka Guy, weaponized version 2.3. Here to bring truth to the unwashed masses. Force you to put on your they live glasses. But you see, was I right? The Earth's fucking flat, Holocaust denied. Hitler was cool and not a bad guy. Talmudic Jews, the control of your mind. Masons a tool singing Shalom L'chaim. Jesuits too, they're the Vatican kind. The presidents come from a royal bloodline. Well, the Jews choose which fool's ass is assigned. The government's leading in mafia crime. The word broken down means control of the mind. They probably would kill me for making this rhyme. And when they do that, take the hint as a sign that Dubé was right all along the whole time. Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack, stick to the facts. The whole thing will fall when we give up the fall and prove that the Earth isn't moving at all. So it's time to commit, put an end to this shit. Draw lines in the sand, take sides with the fan with the minds that they can. Show lies from the man, realize that the plan is to take all they can. Educate yourself first, then take a stand so you can demand the truth and command the proof in your hands. When nukes on the damn mails, you can remain calm and say you're all wrong. It's a fact that Earth is flat, bitch. NASA stole trillions and gave UCGI pics. See for yourself, the horizon never drops 20 miles up, still in the same spot. Flat Earth is not as dumb as you thought. I can prove you're not moving, whether you like it or not. See that light called the North Star in the middle of the sky like a bullseye. It's gonna be there the rest of your life. It ain't moving, and neither are you and the rest of the Earth. That would be incongruent with the fact that you'd have to be assuming that North Star just happens to be zooming perfectly with you and me for eternity. That's stupid. Once you go flat, there's no going back. The plan of attack is stick to the facts. The whole thing will fall when we give up the fall and prove that the Earth isn't moving at all. So it's time to commit, put an end to this shit. Draw lines in the sand, take sides with the fan with the minds that begin. Show lies when the man realize that the plan is to take all they can. Educate yourself first, then take a stand so you can demand the truth and command the proof in your hands. When nukes on the damn mails, you can remain calm and say you're all wrong. It's a fact that Earth is flat, bitch. NASA stole trillions and gave UCGI pics. Straight off the dome like Mark Sargent. Not really. From a video game design standpoint, maybe. But you know.
This one's for every soldier out there fighting the fight. Everyone who sacrificed life, live, love, family. All of that shit, you know? Cause there's some things that are more important than us. You gotta stand up for the future. But I know it's hard sometimes. There's so many sheep out there. You just wanna give up cause it seems futile. But fuck it.
I sit back and take a look at this fucked up world around me. What do I see? Nothing but hopeless insanity, tragedy, vanity, seeking zombies, running in circles just to please the queen bee, jumping hurdle to hurdle with the eyes of a blind man and the mouth of a mute, living hearing impaired when it comes to the truth. They just sit there and stare like I'm missing a tooth, like I'm missing a screw, or I got something loose. Man, I'm losing my mind. Maybe I'm the one that's fucked up, stuck out of luck. I should've never woke up. You know I'd hit self-destruct if I could swallow my pride. If I go back to sleep, I'd hang myself with my tie. So I'm gripping this mic and fighting this fight, exposing the darkness just to save my own life. Go on and say what you like, cause I really don't give a fuck. Give a fuck, give a fuck, give a fuck. Now every time I come around, they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around, they wanna see me cry, wanna see me die. die, crucified like Christ. Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me die, crucified like Christ, seeing through sheep's eyes. Every time I step up I'm taking 2 steps back, and in fact I see from gray to the darkest of black. I won't lead you astray, I'll just show you the facts, but they might lead you to stress, death, and heart attacks. So you hate me and curse me, rage and traverse me, ignore every verse and use the chorus against me. With logic perverse, you grow to detest me, test me and drain me till I'm running on empty. My soul drenched in darkness from fighting the heartless. My tactics turn ruthless when engaging the truthless. God damn my fate, becoming everything I hate, everything I hate, everything I hate, everything I hate. Every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me cry, wanna see me die, crucified like Christ. Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me die, crucified like Christ, seeing through sheep's eyes. I'm staying in it to win it, but I know not why. I survived suicide, but I was buried alive. She told me get on my knees when I reached for the sky. She said a mental disease had infected my mind, and my blinder cannot see. Am I a slave or am I free? I'm a soldier of truth, it's just the nature of the beast. So my efforts increase till the day I'm deceased. If I fall to my knees, how will my spirit rest in peace? Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me cry, wanna see me die, crucified like Christ. Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me die, crucified like Christ, seeing through sheep's eyes. Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me cry, wanna see me die, crucified like Christ. Now every time I come around they wanna see me fall, wanna see me crawl on my knees like Saul. And every time I come around they wanna see me die, crucified like Christ, seeing through sheep's eyes.
The world is like a ride at an amusement park, and when you choose to go on it, you think it's real, because that's how powerful our minds are. The ride goes up and down and round and round. It has thrills and chills, and it's very brightly colored, and it's very loud, and it's fun for a while.
Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat.
Who is this? Is this
don't go
one
back,
artist?
got a bunch of globes back at home up in the trash. I'm not even really tripping if I get laughed at, cause everybody here is about to get flat smacked. Earth is flat, jack, flatter than a flapjack. We about to flat smack, globers get your backpack. I'm with my flat pack, globes in the trash sack. Azimuthal equidistant map up on my snapback. Flat smacking everybody at Joe's Crab Shack. Looking at us like what we're saying is so abstract. Lesson 1, no curvature there to be found. How can it be a ball if nothing about it is round? Lesson 2, 3/4 of the ground is covered in flat water. Do you hear the way that sounds? Lesson 3, take a look at the stars that you see at night. Same constellations that you've been seeing for all your life. And never trust NASA, cause nothing they say is right. They're lying right to our face and they mock us in plain sight. You can straight up see the wires in the green screen glitching, the water bubbles floating on the spacewalk missions. It's detestable. I refuse to be another vegetable. Pseudoscience garbage will to me be unacceptable. And anyone with eyes to see don't have to be susceptible. Dispose of your globe in the nearest waste receptacle. We backpacking all across the plane and we flat smacking activism right out in front of the university. Like how is it at night that we can see Venus and Mercury? Shouting out the proof that debunks the globe observably. Absurdities they taught to us as facts since the nursery, courtesy of a sun-worshipping fraternity. Commercially, they perverted people universally, robbing us of truth like the biggest ever burglary. You heard of flat earth but didn't know it was the truth. But we didn't see it either till somebody showed us proof. So if you got a Facebook, we can keep you in the loop. It's official flat earth and globe discussion group, baby. Once you go flat, you don't go back. Got a bunch of globes back at home up in the trash. I'm not even really tripping if I get laughed at, cause everybody here is about to get flat smacked. Earth is no globe, closer to a snow globe. Flat earth proofs, boy, I got a boatload. Gotta keep it flat, that's the FE bro code. Yeah, we coast to coast and we coming to your postcode. Take a good look at the rocket footage in slow mo. So minute at the camera trick, I don't see how they don't know. When will people see that it's distorted like a GoPro? You
might not believe the earth is flat, but me, I know. Concerned to heat up at the meetups. We in the streets and we speak up, and I'm effing from the feet up, trying to see if they can keep up. I know that they sleep, but we need them to leap up. So I'm specializing in waking the sheep up. Earth is a plane, geocentric contained. Open up a King James and it's saying the same. I know it's so easy to go with the grain, and it's strange the alternative sounds so insane. But we came to this thing just to change up the game, cause the lames wanna tell us we came from a bang. A treacherous trickery straight from the flame, and the devil's the one to be blamed. It's a shame. Wake up the matrix, shake up the fake with the truest of truth, and the atheists hate it. Cause we got a movement that blew through the roof. Take it to basics, yeah. To make an improvement, we gotta recoup. If you can debate it, then come to the page. It's official Flat Earth and Globe Discussion Group. Yeah.
Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat. Eat, sleep, debunk the globe, repeat.
People who believe that the Earth is flat cannot possibly be talked into seeing that it's round because they know it's flat. Because can't you see? So what you do is this, you say, let's go and look over the edge. Wouldn't that be fun? That'd be fun.
Baby, I think I got to go away to the city where the people never die. Get in line underground, under paradise and golden stars. Darling, heaven is a place on earth. Said to the chosen one, honey, land is beyond the northern line. Honey, land is beyond the northern line. Honey, land is beyond the northern line. desert island continent. Black sun axis, moondy beyond the pole. Compass point to the north. Mount Olympus, where's all the joy? Holy crater, garden of Eden. Shangri-La, Shambhala, that's the capital of Agatha. Darling, heaven is a place on earth. Darling, heaven is a place on earth. Darling, heaven is a place on earth. Darling, heaven is a place on
Must be the only bad employee in the world who said, fuck it, I'm not going in again today.
Blast off! I'm taking my mind back. I'm taking my life back and I'm waking up slowly. I wanna thank you, Yeshua, for all that you showed me. FBI, we know you lie, and NASA, you do too. Cause in the sky, there's a dome that you cannot get through. You say that you care, but you put fluoride in our water. Shrinking our pineal glands, we're just sheep to the slaughter. Man, we're Jews to the chamber. Our lives are in danger, but sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Our lives are confliction, technology addiction. Take a look around at the world that you live in. Are you spinning? Are you upside down? You really believe the earth is round? Gravity is a theory and is yet to be proven. And so is Big Bang, relativity, and the theory of evolution. A fish became a lizard, then a monkey, then a man. The heliocentric theory is part of their master plan. Are you starting to understand their plan? You're significant, special, and you have a purpose, man. You're significant, special, and have a purpose. What's wrong, little Lucifer? Why you looking so nervous? We were programmed at a young age to sit still and not ask questions. Sit in our assigned seat and force-fed their lessons. We need to raise our hand for permission to use the bathroom. And there's a globe in every classroom. I want it back, I want it back.
You can have it, it's ours.
I want it back, I want it back. You can't have it, it's mine.
You'll never get it back, it's too late.
I want it back, I want it back. You can't have it, it's my mind, it's not yours.
You can have it, it's ours.
I want it back, I want it back. You can't have it, it's my mind, it's not yours, not anymore. Not anymore. Not anymore.
Houston, we've had a problem.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
They ain't never wet, never wet. Nah, they ain't never wet, never wet. Nah, they ain't like you wanna get out of here. Cause the truth is, you ain't never left up out of here. We firm in this firmament, you already heard of it. The moon is a luminary, so you can't land on it. Play the tape.
Why has nobody been to the moon in such a long time?
Because we didn't go there, and that's the way it happened.
Y'all never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went. This deception is impressive, we not dealing with the man. This was designed by fallen angels who fabricated the plan. This ain't conspiracy theories, this conspiracy facts. If you can't go to the moon, that means this earth we own is flat. But what kind of song is that? They take my mind off track. This is the most clear that I ever been, cause the truth is the new black. If we went to the moon in 69, why we never went back? That's because we ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never went, nah, they ain't never. Put your hand on that Bible to the truth, y'all ain't never went.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Earth orbit, that's the farthest that we can go. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually. The moon, Mars, the moon.
Space Force. Space Force. Space Force. Space Force. Space Force. Space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, 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 Space Force. We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Space Force, 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 Space
They say that you can't use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray.
Space Force, 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 Space Force.
I never go back, it's true. And we should hang him for a crime. President Obama said we don't got time. Don't have time, 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 don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. Don't have time, 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 don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. Nobody seen the earth as a ball, they painted it flat and they tricked you all. No man ever walked on the moon and nobody will anytime soon. Take a look at the cold hard facts. Look at the horizon, it's always flat sea level. They don't say sea curve while they're clinging to a ball. You got some nerve. Don't have time, 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 don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. Don't have time, 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 don't have time for a meeting of the flat earth society. Time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind, time to wake up, time to open up your mind.
Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you'll hear this amazing song. They don't have a shred of proof, cause the earth is still and just don't move. Horizons at eye level and flat. Stars show no stellar parallax. Michelson, Morley, Sagdat, and Gale. The famous series experiment failed. The Earth is the center of the universe. Bury the truth and the things get worse. NASA's Neil, he takes the lead. Bill, that science guy, shares his creed. Groaning's left a magic crew. Be sure they're Satan's children too. Jesuits and Masons rule. They push agenda. Tesla's energy was new, then World War I and World War II. And what did Heidelberg do? I took first and then on to Antarctic trees and Nazi troops with the ships and planes and Cascadoos. And what did they find? We don't know. Some say German, some say snow. Some say that they reached the wall of a glass dome that's way too tall. But even though many of us are needy, they blocked us all with the Antarctic Treaty. Back to the project, paperclip, NASA's Nazi scientists, UFOs in Area 51. We're all seeing larger fishbowl. They try to make a great big hole in the firmament that's way up high. Planes and bombs, they try and try. False flags pretend terrorists are actors that just don't exist. And fake Cold Wars and nuclear woes. TV tells us how it goes. Duck and cover, take your little pill. NASA's proven exactly nil. No Russia-US space race. Debunkers make too good of a case. How come I can see way past the curve? Eh? I mean way past. Yeah. Incoming asteroids, could it be Earth? We'd be destroyed. We'd be destroyed. One big sun flare, that's all she wrote. We'd be destroyed. We'd be destroyed. Clinton and Obama, they just both went on Jimmy Kimmel's late night TV show. They mention secret files and make a note. The flat earth changed, aliens explode. Yeah. Now aliens will have to wait. Sphere versus flat debate. The more of us who know the earth isn't round will make this house of cards fall down. Careful what you wish for, friend. The flat earth, the real is not the end. This system, it just has to crash. New world order from the end. The next step of the evil plan is to make you take the mark in your head or your hand. I know that it's a real low blow. They got the money in your mind and now they want your soul. Big Bang, random life everywhere, evolution. Where's God? Where's God? Aristotle, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein, and the rest. Even Aristophanes was wrong. Now you've heard this amazing song.
Doesn't matter who you are, they've been telling you a story, trying to keep you from the Most High and of course all of His glory. They locked you away from the start and told you 1 + 1 is 2. It's true. Then they tell you this globe right here is your home and this young one's what can you do?
Listen to me. In high hopes, they hope that your mind never learns to question their authority. They teach you to fear critical thinking is crazy because it goes against the majority.
So let's cross-examine a few known facts about this thing that we call perspective. And let's be humble and truthful and real and not like politicians during elections. Now the tale of the tape stands me on the shore of this beautiful place called Michigan. And looking to the west 50 miles, we see Chicago. No, I'm not kidding. See, the water is flat, and that is that, and science is telling me that Chicago isn't where it's really at. And that's just a big confusing mess.
So we did our own tests.
8 inches times the mileage squared. That's right, 8 inches times the mileage squared. 8 inches times the mileage squared gives you the curvature of the Earth. Now to find out the curvature in feet, just divide by 12, because, well, that's how it works. Now remember, we were 50 miles away from Chicago going all the way back over the water of Lake Michigan.
Break it down! So we take 50 times 50 times 8 inches, it gives us 20,000 inches. You divide by 12, it gives you 1,667 feet below the horizon that Chicago should be. But it isn't. It isn't a ball. It isn't at all. It isn't at all.
What's
Today I want to read you guys some of the comments that I get from people on my Flat Earth videos after I release them. Every time I put a Flat Earth video out, I get a bunch of really smart people that come over to my channel and they basically correct me, put me in my place, and let me know exactly why I should never think for myself. So let's get started. This should be fun. Are you retarded? How are you still alive? Flat Earthers are so fucking retarded it makes me angry. It blows my mind that these people exist. If I personally knew a person like this, I would ridicule incessantly. Are people really this stupid? It's obvious the Earth is a spinning sphere. If it wasn't, the scientists would tell us. Now go slap your mom for raising such a fucking asshole. I'm going to pray, and I won't stop until my prayers are answered and your fucking sideshow redneck ass is hit by a bus. We need a holocaust for flat earthers. Do you see the genius of these people? I mean, these are the innovative movers and shakers that are gonna create our future. Are you scared yet? I am.
The Earth's not flat, could it? Could it be that? I just don't know. Should I check out all the facts? What if I'm wrong, and that's been the truth right all along? My whole damn world just might turn upside down. Well, we've been lied to, and there's no denying gravity. When I tell them it's just buoyancy and density forces, oh, they get mad at me, denying my facts, ad hominem and personal attacks. Sometimes being awake and aware, I just want to relapse.
The cognitive dissonance is strong with this one. When presented with evidence against his belief, he cannot accept these things because of what he believes is true. He denies all evidence presented to him, and even gets upset, mad, afraid, and even violent.
I'm so pissed off. How could you say such a thing? The Earth's not flat, you fucking moron. Do not have offspring, but I know the truth. Yes, I do. That's why I sing. I'm just trying to wake you up. Flat Earth All-Star 2016. If it didn't have any merit, the movement would not exist. And I know it gets you mad. It's cause you clench your fist, but it's alright. And it's because God made you. Jesus shed his blood in love, and thus you see God gave you a chance at life and to live in life eternal. When it comes to that ball, earth don't matter, but God's word do. God is love and don't really want to hurt you. 2017, let's do it right. Watch heaven and earth move. Watch heaven and earth move. Watch heaven and earth move. But as of right now, the earth's completely still. If I speak of it to move, that's a metaphor. Now let's be real. It's fixed on foundations and there's water above. Let's focus on the truth and build on the foundation of love. We must wake up the rest, no matter how long it'll take. Just be careful soon of the alien invasion they will fake. So be a watch when they launch Project Bluebeam. Just remember that what you see is a cheap illusion they're using. But it's all just a test, and that a test of faith. Just stand fast, love your brother, don't hate. Heaven's about to come, and I just can't wait. Trains are waiting at the station, hop on, don't be late. Some people, they tell me
you're a fucking moron.
Just cause I think the earth is flat, well, I think I'm awesome. I just overcame all the lies of the ball earth agenda. It's not that hard, just use your brain, your God-given senses, and surrender. Just remember, God loves you. And you know that water's always flat, right? Don't ever curve. The only curve you ever see is the one they put in your mind. Through TVs, movies, all the propaganda. No such curve exists, or has ever been measured, ever. Well, in fact, the Bedford level experiment proved the Earth wasn't round. Also, Airy's failure, Michelson-Morley experiment, proved that it doesn't move nor spin. And you can even take a gyroscope, a precision gyroscope, and spin it. And within 12 hours, that gyroscope should have turned, I believe, about 90 degrees. If the Earth was rotating. But in fact, it's been proven and measured that the Earth does not move. It doesn't spin at all. Gyroscopes prove this. also other instruments that would just not work on a ball of Earth are the periscope, the sundial, compass, lighthouses, and the astrolabe as well. It's time to do your homework and wake up to the flat Earth reality. We are designed and made by God, as well as His creation, the Earth. He is making this known now, 2016. Wake up and be blessed.
Shiva, I'm your guy, got room killer in my name. While you spin around, I turn on my plane. And it's time to complain, and it's time for your fate. Show you dark face, show you nice shapes. Life is a circle, cold like winter. Open the gate with the ice and the issue. I tell you secrets on Twitter, but you know tricks, don't call me magicians. I can see future into the marble. Liars, fire, Hubble, trouble. Life is a game, puzzle, bubble. You just a man, can fuck with the dragons. Nada, what up? Shut up. Lada, nada, what up? Shut up. Gravity, gravity, galaxy, galaxy, vanity, vanity, plot twist. Chitty for chicks, some catfish. Fake everything. Borrow me lenses, borrow me eye fish. Oxygen maskers, ready for Starship. Walk it, talk it, frequency, nothing. Rocket to rocket, the server, a couple of skipping and clapping. A trick who wanna be tricked, a ship who wanna be ship. I fool everyone about me, I'm a wolf for the streets, so give me the key. Nada, nada, what up? Shut up. Nada, nada, what up? Shut up. Nada, nada, what up? Shut up. What do you want to do? Nada, nada, what up? Shut up.
Oh, that's interesting.
Did you want the bot shut off?
I mean, it's bound to be better than that, but it's alright. You're under my game.
I mean, if you wanted to come in here and talk to somebody.
No, I just thought a conversation ought to be going on already and just jump in, but that's alright.
Nah, man, I think a lot of people are at work.
Yeah, I figured, yeah.
You better start a conversation after interrupting that legendary tune there.
I guess I'm responsible now.
Live in an illusion. I was about to get down to that one.
Hey, when you're using that bot, do you have to select every song, or is it just a list that plays?
DJ Wav Mix is in control of that. You better ask him. Yeah, it's probably AFK.
I gotta figure out how to use this damn thing.
So, God 01. He fucking left.
What? Wasn't he in here a couple days ago? I swear he was in here a couple days ago. I don't remember much about him. No, I don't even know if I spoke to him. But I swear I recognize that name. Oh, whatever, fuck him.
That's a bit weird, isn't it? Come in, interrupt the whole track list, and then fuck off.
I mean, got nothing else to do. Yeah. I'm just being a lazy shit this week. It's I can I do my own schedule, so I can work my ass off in the beginning of the week, Monday, Tuesday, bust my ass, and take the rest of the week off. If I so wish. Um. So yeah, that's why I'm still here. I could be doing chores or something, some shit around the house, but I'm procrastinating.
Yep. I'm pretending to work. I work from home, so I'm always fucking here.
Well, that's why I decided, not to go in, because I figure if I go in, I'm just gonna be sitting there, kind of pretending to work. Really, I'm just gonna be staring at a monitor, doing nothing but
subject to it is when some variable is changed.
This is the age where things are changing. History is in the making. We stand up, our guns are blazing. No more sleeping, no obeying. They live, and it's time to know that I woke up and I won't go back. Fuck the elite, don't cut them no slack. Get them at the roots and they won't grow back. And I won't miss them. For way too long we've been a victim. Now we're glitches in the system, clawing our way up just to get some. Look at how they treat us. Programmed since you were a fetus. I see reptiles, I see demons sucking on some baby penis. Welcome to the Matrix. This is the base of your enslavement. Most people just don't want to face it. They'd rather be taxed and stay complacent. Not me, not ODD. Wait till the CIA gets a load of me. No Agent Smith controlling me, but for me, that's the way that it's supposed to be. I'm watching. You gotta use your eyes all the time, because the one-eyed man is king in the land of the blind. You could come with me and you will find that you are the master of the construct of your own mind. All the walls within you, never press pause, don't stop, continue. Just look at the mess that we got us into. Now it's time to fix it, otherwise we're mental. We stand our ground, you dive right in. We're natural, against machine, we're factual. You're stuttering, inside of pillars crumbling.
And I will even say this, such an impression is a truth, but at some past time point, a variable was changed, reprogrammed as it were, and that because of this, an alternative world branched off.
Get this out of the way. The Earth is flat, mainly because the Earth's surface is 71% water, bodies of water do not curve. This is me panning from right to left on the x-axis on the Atlantic Ocean. I was just out there about a month ago visiting my daughter, and all we saw was flat water as far as the eye can see.
The world is flat, the government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. They've been lying, God coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. They've been lying, God. They've been lying, God. Where to begin with so much information? First off, I'm FE offensive. True to myself, and God bless me to see this crooked, corrupt world just for what it really is. Time wasted in fake space is clearly over with. Don't you think it's about time you let us in on it? Deception and lies, the secret's all about us, ain't it? Drowning in your own lies, damn they can't contain it. Government in Latin, that means mind control. Read MK Ultra, they trying to take your soul. In our whole damn life, we've been told. We've been living here, spinning on the globe. Now what the hell you think they told us that for? So when the real reveals, they'll think we lost and won't know. Hey look, it's getting old. I'm Baghdad, here to let you know. The world is flat, the government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. They've been lying, God coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. The world is flat, the government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. They've been lying, God coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters. And God made the firmament and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. Genesis 1, 6, and 7.
It's the Jedi Knight on the mic with the master plan. Rocking braids and shades and jumping out of band. He went from walking on a plane with his spirit level to energize awakened spirits to oppose the devil. Jealousy has got you mad because you're not where I'm at. They're trying to say that I'm amazing cause I'm keeping it flat. You see my name and say it's stranger than you ask to see proof. But you know more about me than I know about you. I'm on a mission to go out and wake the masses. Like this is day live and I'm handing out the classes. Like put these on quick and you can see how fake space is. Like I was sitting here to tear down the matrix. I say the earth is flat and you respond with laughter. But you're still walking around here believing NASA. I'm stepping out on faith, believing God's promises and teaching the masses to rely on their common sense. The earth is not spinning, you don't sense motion. You see a flat horizon when you look across the ocean. The earth is flat, come on, you never heard of it. The rainbow shape is light reflecting off the firmament. This awakening is coming as a big surprise. They try to dumb us down and keep us all believing lies. The Most High is with me each and everywhere I go, and now I'm on a mission to let the whole world know.
The world is flat, the government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. They've been lying, God coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. The world is flat, the government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. They Baby, line guy coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. Here to debunk the heliocentric model. With a nation behind me, led by deep marble. One by one, we're waking up, so it double. Showing my people the truth and love, it's no trouble. Come on, take a stroll with me, get some food for your brain. Define Earth stationary, flattening your plane. We so far gone, lost in the Mason's game. We gotta break our peoples down and build a new frame. So break them slave chains, go on ahead, expand your brain. Don't be scared to try new things, fly and see the world, man. Be like me and dig deep through history. Discover more secrecy and share with our community. And with that being said, oops upside the head. Wait until the spread thick like some salad dress. I just want my bless coming from the chest. God bless this crazy world, a damn flat mess. The world is flat. The government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. Baby, line guy coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip. World is flat. The government trying to hide that the world is flat. They don't want to let us know that the world is flat. Baby, line guy coming back, the world is flat. Reveal the truth, they know we gon' trip.
Well, that's more of what we got here. That truth hidden in plain sight. Oh, and one final note. Getting a lot of people coming to me talking about how stars, you know, the Southern Cross or whatever, prove the globe some way or another. When in actuality, I have to ask the question, just in analogy format here, do you ever walk into a room and try to determine the texture of the carpet in the room based on the light fixtures? That's just something to think about, you know? You don't walk into a room and say, oh look, there's a disco ball hanging from the ceiling, so the floor must be curved and sparkly. Nobody does that. Okay? We say the earth is flat, we're talking about there's no curvature. Because bodies of water don't curve. You know that. You're gonna get sick of me saying that, but it's gonna be the truth whether or not you like it. That's all I got for this video. Just wanted to share that with you. As always, be good to each other, take care of yourself, stay flat. See you next time.
No edits, let's just do this. Ain't no. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe Earth is flat, and I done did all the math, and there ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe Earth is flat, and I done did all the math. You know I love the truth, and I hate a lie. You gotta show me proof. I opened up my eyes. No, this ain't a spoof, so please be advised. Cause I see a dome roof sitting in the sky. This ain't a goof. Let me define how the earth's flat so you can realize reality, it won't be televised. So don't be shocked, don't be surprised. But there ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. Them Shriners been lying to you. Can I have a word with you? I see ships in the distance, and I'm losing my grip. Zooming in, bringing it back with my video clip. Coriolis effect has a bogus defect. If the earth had a jet stream, we'd be getting wet. The moon's a hologram, and heaven's so bizarre. And if the earth's a globe, please explain the North Star. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe Earth is flat, and I done did all the math, and there ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe Earth is flat, and I done did all the math. Take any pick of Earth, even NASA admits the composites are fake. That ain't even a flick. And satellites don't exist, I persist, that's a myth. With a little twist, get it right, I insist. Look at the UN logo, it's a flat map, but it's globes wherever they plant their flags at. They got my head spinning, where do I begin? My mama said that they gon' put me in the loony bin. The earth's not a ball and there's no orbit. These science pricks are nitwits, planets, I call them all in orbit. They say the lunar rise pulls on the ocean tide, but the lakes and rivers never move. Could you tell me why? The sun is close, it circuits round, but no one knows. Don't make a sound. My diagnosis, tell the town the earth is flat. It isn't round. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe earth is flat, and I done did all the math, and there ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe earth is flat, and I done did all the math. No GoPro voodoo, devices of the devil. No matter how high, horizons always eye level. They never built the curved track for the railroad. Don't be fooled by mountain ridges and all these curved roads. Common sense is the key. Wouldn't you agree? Anyone could get a PhD for a flat fee. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. Free your mind in the land of liars and burglars. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe earth is flat, and I done did all the math. And there ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. There ain't no curvature. And I done checked all the maps, and I done checked all the graphs, and I believe earth is flat, and I done did all the math.
Going out to all the globe heads out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Where my FE warriors at? The earth is flat. Waking up and realize 500 years of a lie, it's flat. A material plane, you got the balls on the brain, heliocentric insane. No matter how high we rise, even up into the skies, the horizon meets your eyes. They told us it was a globe, just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. Born into a brainwashed society, had you believing in the ball since you were age 3. Scientism, the new religion, put you inside a prison while constantly drilling that you live in a solar system. Space, the final frontier, keep them hooked with Hollywood. New movies every year, we've been hypnotized. All we've been told is lies in a heliocentric haze, says Copernicus staked his claims. They tried to hide the truth. The fake landing on the moon was because they needed proof. So they had Apollo take a picture of the globe outside the window for the television show. Was it a painting or photo? I think math for the intro and Dubé for the info. Yeah, they put me in the know that NASA is just a show. Sayonara to the globe, cause it's flat, I'm gonna go.
By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turn humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident.
The Earth is flat! What you know about that? Waking up and realize 500 years of the lies, it's flat! They mess with our brains, terra firma remains a flat and motionless plane. No matter how high we rise, even up into the skies, the horizon meets your eyes. NASA lies to our face, there's such a big disgrace, never been to outer space. They try to hide the truth with pseudoscience proof to brainwash the youth. They told us it
was a globe, just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. It's flat, the material plane. You got the balls on the brain, heliocentric, insane. Infinite plane or a dome, it may never be known, but the earth is our home. Yeah, well, all my flat earthers out there to sing along. Yeah, come on. The earth is flat. It's flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. It's flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
The biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years.
Whatever I'm called
very close, so listen up, all you haters. Earth is flat, y'all from the dark side, bunch of robotic faders. Y'all overlook the important stuff, wait. I'm getting pumped up thinking about it. The horizon's always the same from city to city, but y'all just too brainwashed, weighing me down like gravity. This isn't that hard, atmosphere's the real problem. Earth isn't spinning, jump up, you already know the outcome. Birth flight for 200 days, you don't even worry about one. Nothing bringing them down, gravity, I really have doubts, son. Year after year, we have the same constellation. I can't believe we spent billions on the Hubble station. We never been to space, it's a fairy tale for an adult. They believe whatever NASA say, it's like a freaking cult. I don't understand this at all. This is so sad to see. I need some answers, y'all. Please come get me. I'm not really having a ball, so don't really get mad at me. So wherever I'm called, I still don't believe in gravity. Spaceman idiot, see you don't wanna be ya. Space is a hoax getting played by the media. Makes me furious, that's why I don't take them serious. They think they're floating into space, haha, they're delirious. Watching NASA's more funny than Chris Rock. Gravity isn't strong, you can rise to the top. When it comes to my verse, my rhymes are top. Beam me out, astronaut better do whatever they're being told. Bunch of freaking clowns that belong to Circus Olay. They're getting away with murder like their name is OJ. The truth is that it is what's keeping me on the ground. Gravity doesn't exist, I wanna get off this merry-go-round. Sick of being played by a bunch of cabals of liars. You wanna be an astronaut, these Freemasons require. We ain't moving, we ain't meant to leave this earth, but I still love this freaking world for whatever it's worth. I don't understand this at all. This is so sad to see. I need some answers, y'all. Please come get at me. I'm not really having a ball, so don't really get mad at me. So wherever I'm called, I still don't believe in gravity. Oh yeah, haha. What up, Scarecrow? Yeah, that's the worst thing I ever did on the mic. I don't sound like a bird, do I? Oh well. Gravity doesn't exist. They fear the atmosphere. For real. That's the truth. They fear the atmosphere. Say it with me. They fear the atmosphere. Say it with me. They fear the atmosphere. Why? Because there's no gravity. No gravity, yeah. There's just no gravity. It just doesn't exist. They fear the atmosphere. They fear the atmosphere. Yeah. Hold up. I'm out. 2016 is the year of no gravity. I don't understand this at all. This is so sad to see. I need some answers, y'all. Please come get me. I'm not really having a ball, so don't really get mad at me. So whatever I'm called, I still don't believe in gravity.
Gravitation is a theory, you are not spinning round on a giant blue ball greater than the speed of sound. They lied about Apollo, just look at the lunar lander. The fake moon rocks giving out, just take a fucking gander. No slander, this is real shit, they lied to the world then. Hollywood got you believing in the completely pretend, a hoax, a joke, at the expense of us all. How many countless trillions go to the cult of the ball? No money for all the problems we got right here on earth, but getting scammed for every single penny they think we're worth. Water seeks its level, and nature abhors a vacuum. Question everything you got taught in the classroom. Who cares if you're laughed at by those who lack awareness. We were all there once, try to be strong and bear it. I swear to God, the single root of human incompetence is to claim as fact another hypothetical preponderance. What do you believe? Where does this life lead? What does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a minute to breathe and tell me, what do you believe? What do you believe? Where does this life lead? And what does it mean to be alive in a dream? And not everything is something you can conceive. Take a moment to breathe and tell me, what do you believe?
Incredulous postulates got you acting obstinate. It's monstrous, the overconfidence you have in flatulence, and blasphemous, the adamance behind your haughty arrogance. Belief is the polar opposite of true cognizance. It's perilous, believing what you want without evidence, and decadent, thinking that your eminence is heaven sent. It's evident for betterment, your time would be better spent pondering possible parallels for parables. Rather than assuming that your ass is an arable, it's terrible. Conversation has become unbearable, and soon your whole thought process will be narrable, cause every word out of your mouth is infallible. From a literal interpretation of the biblical, it's critical, and at the very minimal divisional, claiming that your miracles are anything but mythical and fictional, walking on water's not empirical. It's mystical, talking snakes are meant to be cryptical. You imbecile, it's pitiful, and bordering on criminal, episcopal, rabbinical, pontifical, subliminals, inimical, despicable, while taxing all this typical, dominical domination of the archetypical. You hypocrites know that the book is metaphysical, but still you will claim a staff changes to a snake just as readily as Moses to the pharaoh. Dot's fake. In reality, this fallacy was known before Christ, that the snake is kundalini and the staff is your spine, even though you know damn well oceans can't bend. You believe Jesus walked on them straight to the end. Yeah, I got a big beef with belief, let me tell ya. The lie in the middle of the words, what they tell ya. Believing's what you do when you really don't know. Lying to yourself in order to bestow truth on the things that you really can't show. Stunting your thoughts so your mind can't grow. Believing's what you do when you really don't know.
We can't see curvature anywhere. Can you see? So, Earth is flat. This is true. Go! Go! 배운 대로만 믿고 외운 대로만 말하면 되는 사람에게는 새로운 것은 받아들이기 힘들어. 때론 생각의 전환이 필요해. 그대로 믿는 습관들에서 벗어날 때, 잠에서 깨어날 때, 우리는 날 때부터 선택을 강요받아왔어. 둥근 지구본을 봤어. 우리가 무엇인가를 생각하는 것보다 앞서 이제는 가로막은 거대한 거짓들에 맞서 수평선 너머로 사라졌던 배를 들지 그 예로 지구의 공률에 의해 안 보인다고 그게 말이 돼. 망경줌을 땡겨보니 배가 다시 보이네. 원근법을 모르네. 우리 시력의 한계로 인해 보이지 않는 것이 분졌던 해가 다시 뜬 것도 다시금 볼 수 있어. 절세들은 돌아갈 이유 없어. 플랫 어스의 재단 경로와 일치하는 곳으로 이동하고 있어. 절세들도 주의하고 있어. 사람들은 거짓말을 해도 동물들의 안에 웃기고 있어. Earth is a flat, 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 Earth is a flat. 나사의 지구들 모두 다 컴퓨터 그래픽 더미도 티나는데도 우린 아직도 모르고 학생이 올린 기구도 플랫 얼스에 가까워 피시알렌즈만 바꿔 그럼 어디서도 찾을 수 없는 공률 눈을 닫고 보는 게 아니면 보여 우리 눈앞에 놓여 진치평선 수평선 무시한 채 허리를 굽혀선 볼 수 없어 달에 갔다 왔다면 벌써 그 늪에 가짜만 있어 어서 갖고 와 보시지 빨리 없으니 못 갖고 오겠지 달리 방법이 없으니 계속 가짜를 만들어 우릴 속이고 가짜를 보여줘도 속는 자들은 그들의 먹이고 플랫어서들의 계속된 팩트로 한 방을 먹이고 나서는 나사는 나서 빠진 나사로 가요 내가 사에서 계속 Gravity can be explained by buoyancy and density 이제는 이런 속임수에 속지 않을 때도 됐으니 진실의 칼자루가 게임 사람들에게로 있으니 우리 스스로 결정할 수 있어 우리들의 destiny Ours is the flat 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 그럼에도 무덤에도 가져갈 거짓을 그놈의 돈 이러겠어 꾸며대도 믿는데도 진실들은 점점 드러나는 때도 우리 먼저 이 하루를 살아야 할 걱정 모든 얘기들은 원점 하지만 이 사실들이 지금 삶보다 훨씬 더 많이 중요하다면 수백 년에 걸쳐 속여왔던 것들이 하찮을 것이고 과연 모두 고민해봐 올인할 필요 없고 이놈의 돈에 감옥에서 잠시 벗어나 생각해볼 수는 없을까 만약 지구가 둥글고 정말 일로 계속 돌고 있다면 왜 못 느낄까 정말로 지구가 너무나 거대해서라면 더 빠르게 돌아야 할 텐데 중력이 잡아준대 왜 근데 그러면 더 이상 못 잡아 끄는 것들이 전지야 이 모두를 현대 과거로는 풀지 못해 자연의 신비 가설을 세울 수 있지 하지만 왜 본 적도 없는 둥근 지구를 믿지 세상의 중심이 아닌 우주의 사인 먼지 같은 존재로 마인 컨트롤 당해 우린 여태 지금까지 Ours is the flat 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 Ours is the flat
Looking at the price. If I go too far without looking at the end, I might meet my demise. I sever ties from all of that negative. Try to stay close to people like my relatives. Positive thinkers. On the weekend, we disappear in smoke and become drinkers. But this flat earth theory lets me realize, makes me realize that the whole universe is near me, inside me. Feeling really wavy and vibey. So raise your hands as we take off. Feel the smoothness of the cloth. We break through this issue. Let loose your fears up in the tissue.
We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands. This earth theory falling off horizons. We're too young. We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands. This flat earth theory as it's tumbling off horizons. So, back in the day, far another Saturday, in the 1st century, they believed the world was flat earth. Too foolish. Before they applied sense to musics, we were drifting off in boats, and every last note of farewell took us further away. Every voyage was a murder of souls as the sailor. We adrift, we islands, subject to thunder to lightning. We had superstitions, weren't surprising. Before we even understood the circumference of our hearts, we used used to navigate the planet by the stars, and the stars were painted on the inside of a dome. The only way which could navigate home. No compass, no compass, no light, no compass. We islands. This flat earth theory has us tumbling off the horizon.
We got no sign of the limits of our mind. We know when it's time to get silence and go on. It's unbelievable. That's your mind. And I know I'll never come to the end of your smile. I can see the sound of the rising ground. This is sound of world circumferences yourself on the sound. Oh, it's no surprise. I know it's rising. Oh, it's no surprise. I know where the tide is. Oh, can you hear the sound? Recognize the world is round. People running aground. You can hear them now.
We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands. We adrift, we islands.
Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo when you're spinning on a ball. Critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo when you're spinning on a ball. Critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. The head is Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo. Fantasies of being Captain Kirk, a better Han Solo. Revisionist history and a one-world future. Alien contact and even sentient computers. Your imagination dies, mind of their thoughts instead. Not a single dream outside the evil media's web. That's right where they want you, eyes locked on the lies, inculcating your perspective, contrived line after line. A few generations raised on TV and movies since birth. The simple-minded sheep bleed for all that they are worth. Her mentality produced in pursuit of group truth, looking for superheroes cause they don't know what to do. CGI so pervasive you can't even tell what is true. If you believe everything that you see on the news, dinosaurs, Neanderthals, starlets covered in makeup, kill the Hollywood dreaming. It's beyond time to wake up. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo when you're spinning on the ball. Critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. Watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky. Hollywood dreaming on a universal logo when you're spinning on the ball. Critical thought is a no-show. The silver screen is everything, laced with lie after lie. You watch the stars all your life, but not the stars in the sky.
The onus of proof is the only untruth is you act all aloof and then claim it to spoon. Because if it's a ball you can show it to a wall and not say we're too small except heads on a wall. When water is level there's never a curve and it's in a ball would always observe. A bend to exist no matter the size, a billion times bigger still would apply. A surface of bends can never be level and anyone saying it can is the devil. Like NASA with all of their ludicrous lies, hiding a serpent-tongue logo disguised. Fooling the masses is what they believe. NASA in Hebrew means to deceive. They're hurting the sheep like benevolent shepherds while sharpening all of their slaughterhouse weapons. Yep, you're gonna be beckoned. Your masters have perilous plans for the peasant. They're planning to teach you a valuable lesson and learning it probably won't be too pleasant. The gist of it is that you're dumb as a door, nailed to the wall and through to the floor. Stuck in a rut, unable to move, a frame and a knob with nothing to do. Cause nothing exploded and then became you. An atheist wettest dream come true. Your father's an ape, his dad was a fish that slowly evolved by losing his gills and flopping on land and breathing fresh air. He grew at his legs and added some hair. Fucked your grandmother right out of her chair, gave birth to your uncle the monkey right there.
Be getting life use, do you think, from the car?
Well, I think it looks so ridiculous and impossible. And you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Some people are really fucking stupid.
Y'all say it's a distraction, but look what's happening. Truth is taken to the streets with the plan of action. Why would they fit, but why would we live? Yo, what's the point, man? It is what it is. Well, how you think those captains navigate the sea? It's easy as plain trigonometry. Ask any surveyor or architect if there's a lake of curvature that they can detect. Even civil engineers see we ain't on the sphere. Ask pilots what they see when they up in the air, saying that we're all monkeys on a ball spinning east. As if we don't belong, we're like we're some kind of disease. No, have you ever seen a river running uphill? That's what I thought, and you never will. You want a nail in the coffin? I'm sure you can have it. Take a good look at the single law, thermodynamics. What? You got CGI, we got 200 proofs. You got NASA lies, we got 200 proofs. You got lights in the sky, we got 200 proofs. We got 200 proofs, over 200 proofs. Hey, you got CGI, we got 200 proofs. You got NASA lies, we got 200 proofs. You got lights in the sky, we got 200 proofs. We got 200 proofs, over 200 proofs. Hey!
The earth's flatter than a matador, a fat cat, and this rhyme's tighter than a dry hymen line vagina. Your mind's kinda like a fine china dining item, ready to crack at the first sign of any pressure. So let's test you with the best open-ended questions. Consider first, don't just blurt out your worst suggestion. What shapes the world? Is it twirling around, you reckon? Take a second, you're gonna need a physics lesson. You've been taught that you ought not to feel the spinning, but I've got quite a lot to reveal this evening. It seems you bought an implausible false theory, cause on a ball, there's gradients involved. It's not so simple as one speed for all. 1,000-mile pH rate at the equator, with polar observers sitting softly at nil, and everyone between at different speeds still.
You got CGI, we got 200 proofs. You got NASA lies, we got 200 proofs. You got lights in the sky, we got 200 proofs. We got 200 proofs, over 200 proofs. You got CGI, we got 200 proofs. You got NASA lies, we got 200 proofs. You got lights in the sky, we got 200 proofs. We got 200 proofs, over 200 proofs. Hey, these failures just to play on words. No matter how they try, they can't move the earth. They sit on pillars or balanced on elephants. Questions like that may seem like nonsense unless you're willing to clear your mind of all that propaganda they use to confine your own logic and levels of reasoning. We're always hearing explain the seas and see the sun moves itself on a circuit between the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. You heard of it? How about the spire top of Notre Dame? Ship captain said it's 150 miles away. At the distance, it would be a mile below the curve. Light refraction only accounts for a 12th of that yard. They change into shape to an oblate spheroid. Sounds like the ramblings of a bloated schizoid.
Join discord.gg/flatearth to join in the conversation about our Earth. Remember to get VC verified.
Enemy spotted.
Kirk BX.
Explain to me the picture that you were sending me.
Kirk wants to talk about the black swan.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says.
Is there a 1.2 mile horizon in that black swan picture, Kirk?
Wait, before I don't know, but hang on, Heretic.
Nah.
I want to properly introduce the chap. So is this your first time coming to a server like this, Kirk?
Nah, this was my second time. I've been here before.
You've been here before.
Last time y'all told me about the black swan, and I was like, all right, cool. Trying to do my research, and this is my issue with you guys.
What's your issue?
I feel like y'all should have presented both sides. Y'all didn't tell me about.
Hold on, you cut out, bro. Say again, the first part.
Y'all should have presented both sides because you didn't tell me about atmospheric refraction. Because someone told me, oh, okay, look it up. I'm like, cool. I'm gonna be back with some information. So I looked it up, and in some of the picture or the video, whatever, you can see the rig behind the curve.
Behind the curve. Okay.
Yeah, like you cannot see the bottom. And then the other picture, you can actually see it in front of it. And one of the questions you guys asked was, "Oh, where's the horizon?" And I was like, "Oh, it's behind it." So yeah, okay, then if it's behind it, that couldn't be the curve. But then in the real video picture is mostly behind. So.
All right.
So explain.
So before we get to us saying, well, let me defend my point, I don't need to do that. Here's what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
I'm going to test your knowledge to see if you know if the Earth is a globe or not. Now, based on your knowledge right now, do you think that the Earth is a globe 100% certain that it's a globe through and through?
I mean, I wouldn't say 100% because I haven't been outside.
Okay, so what percentage are we working with, Kurt? Give me a percentage. What are we working with here?
Yeah, 90, I guess. 85.
90%. So you're mostly certain that it's a globe, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's test the metal, shall we? Now then, before we get into Black Swan and all that good stuff, and you have us explain to you, I want you to tell me your knowledge 90% wise of how much you know. So 3 basic questions that I ask everybody that comes in here. Assuredly, with 90% knowledge, you're going to tell me straight out what you know and how you know, specifically. So let's go through it. The first question I have for you, Kirk, is who's measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, as in drop over distance? Now, let me preface it this way, because when we talk about a geometric shape, like a globe or an oblate spheroid, we're talking about the consequent of it being like a ball having drop over distance. So we have a radius, we have a diameter, and a circumference. So in this geometric shape, we know some certain things about it, that it will have drop over distance from point A to point B on any part of the surface of this Earth. So then, the question I have to you, which is the very first one, who's ever measured this curvature anytime in history, the drop over distance that I'm requiring for you to know right now? Who's ever done that, Kirk? Remember, drop over distance is what I'm requiring, not anything else. Now, who's done that?
I don't know. The only name that I associate with it is I forget his name. Aristophanes, whatever his name is.
Okay, did he measure drop over distance?
I'm not. I don't have that information. I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know.
No.
So for the first question, do you know who's measured drop over distance? Or you can answer with, I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Okay, second question. They tell us that the Earth is spinning on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So according to what you read on the internet, they say that the Earth is spinning around on its axis at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour. So the question to you is, who has ever measured the Earth's rotation spinning at the equator at about 1,000 miles per hour any time in history? do you know?
Okay, so before we continue, if you're me knowing, then
Mm-hmm.
it's just a matter of me researching them, and then. But again, it goes back to the same thing you did with the
Just
Black Swan.
quickly, let's swiftly move through it then. If you do not know, say, I don't know to
Yeah,
that
yeah, I
question.
don't know. I
Okay.
don't know. No.
Third question. You might know, so I give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't want to say you don't know right offhand. I want you to do the best with your 90% knowledge. All right, so let's go with the third question. The third question is simple, right? They tell us that we live in a vacuum, or excuse me, let me say it this way. The Earth is a globe, right, spinning in the vacuum of space, but they tell us that we reside in the medium of the vacuum of space. And before I ask the question, let me just preface it. So they tell us that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure air that you and I breathe. Now then, they say that on the surface, we're breathing at about 14 psi. So our lungs breathing in and out this air on the surface is about 14 psi, give or take. So what we're doing is we're trying to figure out if we live in an open system, like they tell us, right? Like the globe is an open system and rockets can leave the Earth and matter and energy can transfer back and forth from the surface of the Earth out into the vacuum of space. So we're trying to figure out if that is the case. How is it possible to have gas pressure without a container? Do you
Because
know?
I don't know I don't know how it works, but I would guess you still need a don't you need a escape velocity or something to leave, and then you have gravity that's pushing everything close to the core of the Earth. So
Okay, so my question to you is, do you know? And if you do know, please follow up with the specifics. If you don't know, say I don't know.
okay, I don't know.
Okay, so let me just wrap this up for you. So the Earth being a globe spinning in the vacuum of space is a blind belief that you have. You do not know that it is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You just believe it to be so. It has not been proven. You don't have any knowledge that could lead you to any understanding that the Earth is actually a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. You blindly believe in it right now, currently. So any objections that you might have or rejections to it, to the Earth being flat, is you just coping with the fact that you have no knowledge that the Earth is an actual globe spinning in the vacuum of space. So then, the inquisition that you have for us is actually now turned around to you, sir. What is it that you
So
know? Well, excuse me, I'm not done. What is it that you know about the globe and you don't know anything about it, actually? 90% went just all the way straight down to zero right now. After these three questions, they're the fundamental pillars of the idea that the Earth is a globe. Not knowing these is a catalyst. Excuse me, not a catalyst. It's a cataclysmic event in your mind because you don't know that it just undermined everything you could ever think of or tell us that you know. So because you don't have any knowledge whatsoever, sir, you're bankrupt. You need to go back and understand that you're blindly believing this religion in the globe and start to figure out why. Why do you blindly believe in it? Because any questions that we had to show you or any evidence that we had to show you was refuted by you, and you coming in here, putting us under the microscope. Really, in essence, what I'm doing right now is showing you that your own mind needs to be under one because you thought you had prior knowledge, 90%, that the earth was a globe. And now you're finding out that there is no knowledge that you have to hold on to that.
can I respond?
So you can go ahead. If there's anything that we're not going to go into the black swan because for the moment, right? For the moment, you have no knowledge that the earth is a globe. So we need
Okay,
to examine that right there. Go
can I
ahead.
respond to you? So the question you first asked me wasn't how much proof I had. It was how sure I was.
Yeah.
And then, but this is my issue. Another issue I have with you guys.
No, I don't care about
Is
your issues. I don't care about your feelings.
all right, then
I
you're not
don't
gonna let
care
me
about
finish.
anything. The only thing I care about, sir, is the truth.
Can I respond?
If you have no truth, I don't want to hear about it. And I'm sorry that it sounds this cold to you, but if
No,
you
it's
don't
fine.
have anything to bring to the table, you need to stop and re-examine what you know. This is the most important part of what your understanding is.
Can I
Maybe
respond to you?
everybody else coddled you. Everybody else coddled you and told you about the black swan. I don't. I want you to know that there is no quarter for you here in this server until you have evidence that the Earth is a globe. You have none right now, sir. None whatsoever. So I don't want to hear about your feelings. And I feel bad because this is my issue with you guys. You need to take that shit onto another server and go tell them about your feelings, because this server is all about you demonstrating the evidence that you have for the Earth being a globe. Do you understand what I'm saying, sir?
Can I respond to you?
If you are going to tell me about your feelings, you will swiftly be muted.
I didn't. When did I talk about my feelings?
I don't care to know this is my issue with you guys. I don't care. Do you understand?
Yeah. So your argument is basically, since I don't have all the facts,
All the facts,
the
or you got nothing.
the Earth
Not
is
all
flat.
the facts. You don't have anything. You have
Kirk
zero evidence. Zero.
Kirk doesn't have anything, so the
Nothing.
Earth is flat.
You do not have anything. Do you understand? It's not that you don't have all the facts, sir. You got nothing.
So the
You're
Earth is.
holding on to an empty belief system. And I want you to recognize that.
So based on that, you prove again. You prove the Earth is flat by saying, "Oh, you
Did
don't.
I
You
say that I
cannot."
proved the Earth is flat? What I
You
told you
acting
is that
like
you
you did.
have no evidence for the Earth being a globe. We haven't even got to that part yet. You haven't acknowledged the fact that you don't know that the Earth is a globe or not. You have not acknowledged that. And if we tell you about the black swan, it's not going to do you any justice. We're just going to enable you, because the only thing you're going to do is say, no, and we don't want to hear that. We want
I
you.
never said nothing. You putting
I
things
don't
on my.
care. I do not care. This server is not meant to be here to coddle you. It's here so that you can understand truth. And the truth is, you have no knowledge that the Earth is a globe. If you did, you'd be able to tell us those 3 questions in detail. And you do not have. You're just coming up. You're coming up blank right now. It's bankrupt. And the more you know
So
about that, the better you are to examine your knowledge claims of the Earth being a globe.
So why don't you debate experts then?
It's not about a debate, sir. This server exists to expose that people's minds are completely delusional. This issue right here is not a debate. It's for your side, the idea that the Earth is a globe, it's a rejection of the truth. It is not a debate. There is no debate. If there was, I'd be telling you, well, what's your favorite color then? Because mine is purple and yours is blue. And let's debate about it. This is not a debate. It's a right and wrong scenario. We are right and you are wrong. How do we know? It's simple. I just demonstrated to you how I know you're wrong. How do I know you're wrong, sir? I want to see if you know what I'm saying. How do I know you're wrong?
You don't know because
I
I'm
do
right.
know.
The
I
Earth is a
absolutely
globe.
do know 100%. I've
It's
just
not. It's not
demonstrated.
even a
Let
discussion.
me tell you. Let me tell you, because you don't know. You seem to
Go
be
ahead.
kind of lost right now, like a babe lost in the woods. You do not know. Let me explain to you how I know. When I asked you the 3 fundamental pillars of the Earth being a globe, you said, "I don't know," to 3 questions that you should know. That's how I know.
You know who?
100%. You have no
You know
knowledge.
who knows? You know who knows?
Who knows?
Scientists that study this, that
All
actually
right, then
study
bring
the
their
Earth.
ass over here. Go get their ass and bring them over here and put them in front of me and see if I won't shellac them just like the way I did you. Go get them.
You would just
Go
deny
and
it.
get them.
You
Go
would
get
just
your
say
scientists.
it's made up.
Go get your astrophysicists. Go get your scientists. Go get your cosmologists and bring all 20 of them here. And I will encircle them with the questions that I just given you, and I will smash the globe on top of their head just like
I
I did
try.
you.
I try
Go
getting
get
an
them.
expert in here,
Because if
but
you're not the guy, sir, if you're not the guy, then go get me the guy.
I
Go
try.
and fetch
And
the
you know
guy.
what?
Go
You know
get
what
him.
they say?
I don't
They don't
care about
even
what they say.
acknowledge.
I don't care about what they say, sir. The only thing I care about is that somebody brings some evidence. And if they don't have that, then they need to go and get it.
They don't even acknowledge it. That's the problem.
I don't
It's
care if
such
they acknowledge me or not,
it's
because
just an orbital that is a
they're in a
globe.
religious mindset. Listen to me. If you're going to listen to me, just listen. They're in a religious mindset, and you are a fundamentalist. You are a follower of that religion. It is a religion, sir. It is not true knowledge. This is something you haven't come to grips with yet, is that you are in the biggest religion there ever is on earth. And it's a
I,
globe religion,
I would say a
complete,
religion.
complete with priests that talk about the earth being a globe. You have your
Oh,
scientific communicator. I'm telling you, you have your scientific communicators who tell you that the Earth is a globe. You have your pseudoscientists, priests in academia who tell you that the Earth is spinning around in the vacuum of space. All of these people are priests for the religion of the Earth being a globe. And you, sir, are a fundamentalist who believes that the Earth is a globe. And to top it off, you actually look to your priest and say, my priest knows about the globe. I may not know about the globe, but my priest does. And I'm like, bring him here and see if he doesn't know how to answer these questions, because he doesn't. And I promise you, when you bring him here, I will do the same thing I've done to you to him. And you will see for yourself that your scientist, your priest even, does not have the answers, because I've done it before with many astrophysicists, with many cosmologists. I've spoken to so many thousands of people throughout the years that I've been doing this. Not a one has come with an answer to be sufficient that the Earth is a globe. Not a one, sir. And this should be astonishing to you. But look, if you do not believe me, go and bring him here to me. Specifically, look at my name, Mayhem 100. Bring him to me. Say, I have a guy who will, you can entice him, say he will debate you on the Earth being a globe or
I
not.
tried
I
already.
don't
They
care.
don't want to.
Well, then it's their law. It's their law, sir. I'm not
They,
here. I'm not here to beg them to come in here. If they want to come and face the music and face the truth, they come in here and they stand before the council, before all these gentlemen that are in here and ladies in here, and they're gonna stand for what the truth is all about. And if they don't want to, then that's on them. And then you're gonna know where they're standing at. It's not that they don't want to come in here because they ain't got the time. They're scared shitless and to face the music.
no,
I
it's because
that much, because if they know
no.
they don't have an answer, if they do not have an answer to these questions, they're going to be left with egg on their face. And apparently, go ahead.
The real reason they don't debate based on
It's not a debate.
Earth.
It's not a debate. It's
The real reason they don't want to have this discussion is because it's already been had, and to them it's silly to even think that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, so
That's the
you rely on your priest, right? Since your priest feels like, well, I don't need to go in there. I'm a priest. And you're like, yeah, priest, you get him. Who gives a shit what they think? If they don't know the truth, then they're in the wrong, sir. And you're blindly believing in them. And I'm trying to point that out to you, but you seem to be religiously stuck on that point. As in, well, they don't want to come in here because you just ain't got the time. Who cares?
at the
Is what
same
I'm telling
time they have the time. They just don't think you guys are serious
I don't
because no
care.
one thinks the Earth
Do
is
you think
flat.
I'm not serious? Do you think I'm not serious?
Me
I've talked to
personally,
many
I
people.
think you're serious.
Excuse me?
Me
Go ahead.
personally, I think you're serious.
Well, right. That's what I'm saying.
Your
But if
points is was not
one of
serious.
these guys, if one of these guys get enough gumption to actually saddle up and belly up to the bar and come in here and say, okay, where's this guy that who wants to speak? I've 10 years into this. I know what I'm talking about. Let me speak to that guy while you're present. I want you to be present, standing next to him. I want you to hear them. The words that come out of their mouth, you need to hear it for yourself because you haven't heard it. Because why? They're scared shitless to come in here and actually have a discourse because they don't know what's in store for them. So they're running off of the script. They have a script, it's called a curriculum. And that curriculum that they have to abide by. They can't go off script. So when you ask them certain questions, don't they tell you, well, you can't ask those questions like in academia. I'm talking about academia. So when you're in school or something and you ask them a real tough question, they're like, well, science doesn't work that way. It works as in we can't ever know anything to be 100% sure. So they have their little outs. They don't ever answer your questions like they
I mean, it
should.
depends what you ask them. If you
Well,
ask them
I
the
ask them
questions
the
you
same
are asking
questions.
me, they can
Yeah.
answer for sure.
No, they won't. They won't.
I'm trying
I
to
can
get
listen.
a
I'm telling you
professor
this.
in here.
I'm actually what I'm saying is that I'm so sure that they will not sufficiently answer my question that I'm guaranteeing it to you. So you need to tell them, look, man, this guy is really talking a big game over here. You need to go in there and stop him. And I promise you, when you
I
tell
try
him
to.
that, well, I'm telling you
I'm,
right now, if your priest had enough gumption,
are you saying
which they
please?
which they don't.
the guy right now that you're saying has the information. I don't
How
care
is that
who
a
it
priest?
is. He's a priest. They speak of the religion of the earth being a globe.
What do you
It's a
call it a
blind.
religion?
I just finished telling you how it's a blind belief, and not only that, I demonstrated to you how it's a blind belief. I told you it's a blind belief because you have no. You say, I'm 90%. I'm sure it's 90. You don't have any knowledge. You're bankrupt, and so are they.
Do,
They're just as bankrupt as you. It's the blind leading the blind. So
do you know how the
those guys. What, yes, you want to say something?
yeah? Do you know how the internet works? Like all the
Do I
ins
know
and
how the
outs.
internet works? What difference does that make to like the
No.
Earth being a globe or not, sir?
All right, so I'm gonna keep asking. So just because you don't know how the internet works doesn't mean that you don't believe in the internet.
Okay, so you're giving me something that has no freaking assimilation to what I'm saying right now. Is
What
the
I'm
Earth
saying,
the
there are
is
certain
the Earth
things that you go
is
by
the
in
Earth
your
you're
everyday
standing,
life.
sir? Is the Earth you're standing on the internet?
What I'm saying is,
Is the Earth the internet? Answer my question.
no. What I'm saying
Oh,
is, there are
thank you.
certain
No,
things in your
stop,
everyday
sir.
life.
Sir, the reason why I said
You're
that
not letting
is
me
because
finish.
I want to
We're
point
having a
out to you.
conversation.
I want to put because you're not listening. You want to be talking when I'm speaking. So
Let's
when I
let's back
said
and
that
forth.
the Earth is not the internet, and I pointed out to you, you need to recognize that those are two different things. You're not talking about the Earth anymore. You're talking about the internet.
Can I explain
So
then?
if we're, excuse me,
Can I explain what
explain,
I mean?
Bad analogy, dude.
explain
Do you
what?
think?
I don't have to
Do you
explain.
think?
Listen, so if we're talking about the earth that you stand on is something physical, it's something tangible. You can actually do things with it, like measure it. Well, that's a crazy idea, but it just might work. All right, so when I'm talking about the earth, you're actually standing on something. I'm not talking about the inner workings of the internet, sir, which is the false dichotomy that you just put up right now. Don't give me that. I don't care to know about that.
I try to
That's nothing
explain it.
to
You
do with.
said no. Don't explain it.
I don't have to because we're not talking
All
about that.
right.
Went off topic because you know why? Your mind is trying to wrestle with the fact that you have no knowledge. So you're giving up these goofy ideas that, well, let me just say the internet and see if he knows about that. It's dumb. It's super dumb. I don't need to talk about that. I want to explain to you how no one, not even your priest, that you're saying, well, this guy who's a scientist, he knows. He doesn't know. And far be it for me to tell you straight out he doesn't know. I want you to bring him in here so I can point it out to you. Say,
I'm
Mayhem.
trying my best to get someone in here, but no one takes you seriously
Well,
at all.
you need to then say something serious to them. Look, guys, can I actually let me just write a letter to you because obviously you're not taking me serious. These guys mean business, and when you do that, perhaps somebody will be like, "All right, what do you got, Sonny?" As in, they're too busy to talk about something that should be important to you, but they don't give a shit
How is it
because they're getting
important?
paid, son. They're getting
How
paid.
how is
What are
it
you
important?
getting? You're getting
Oh my
you're
lord.
the wrong end of that stick. Okay, you're just a fundamentalist. You don't get paid to talk about lies. They do. You don't.
How is that point?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. These guys are getting
Oh,
paid.
so
So
you
do
don't
you
know
think
how
that
it's important.
you think that they want to come into a Discord server and risk their whole integrity of their whole career just so that they can make you happy? No, they don't want to do that. They'd rather stay cushy in their comfy little cozy place over there in their high castle with all the rest of the wizards instead of coming over here and facing the music. They don't want to do that. They will
Amen.
never do that.
Amen.
They will never
Well
do that.
said, brother.
So what's the reason for this big lie and big?
The reason
So
for
you
it
acknowledge
is
the lie.
to make fundamentalists such as yourself be easy pickings for people to play around with their mind like a mannequin. Like what do you call those marionettes? You're just a marionette on a puppet on the strings. That's all you are. And you dance around whenever they want you to. Oh, the Earth's going to get hit by an asteroid. There you go, running around. Guys, do you know the Earth's going to get hit by an asteroid? That's exactly what you are. Oh, the climate change. The Earth's going to decline in 12 years. And you're like, shit, I need to do something about taking my garbage out. Like, you're so terrified by
How
all this
many?
shit that they tell you that you're a marionette. You're a puppet on the strings. You do whatever. You dance and sing for them whenever they want to pull your strings. And guess what? And you still like it because you're like, let me talk to my scientist. Who cares, dude?
How
If you didn't
many?
know that. If you didn't know the truth, you think they're gonna know it?
All right. How many
All right.
people in their everyday life do you think about the globe and being flat or not being flat? How is it a
Who
religion when most people don't even
cares?
think about that?
I
So
Who
can
don't put
say
it.
cares?
something to that. Hey,
Listen to me
I
when I
can.
say this. Listen to me when I
I
say this. Who
uh.
cares? Let's not answer. Nobody, listen, that's just bait from this guy. No one answer. Listen, guy, when you ask those questions, you're not going to bait anybody else into your uh, little trick here, because your little Jedi mind trick, because you want to talk to a bunch of, you want to bait them into this. No one's going to be baited in.
Okay.
Here's what you're going to do. Here's what you're going
What's
to
the
do.
question? It wasn't a
You're
trick.
gonna
It was a legit question.
no one's gonna answer your questions because you still haven't sufficiently answered mine. Therefore,
Oh.
therefore, you're bankrupt with the information. Okay, you don't know. Now, now then, now then, go and get your priest, because that's what you need to do right now. Because you just said, well, you know what, I don't know, but my scientist says I've been trying to get him in here. Well, get their ass in here. That's what I
Go to
want to do.
confession.
But you call it a religion, and I'm
It
making the
is.
case that it's not a
It is,
religion.
It
man.
is a religion, sir, and
So,
you're a
It
so what?
is.
fundamental.
So let
You're a
me respond. What type
fundamentalist.
of religion people don't
It's
even
a
think
globe.
about on their everyday life? They don't
Because it's based
care.
on belief.
They don't live by it. It doesn't affect them. This
You
is the
don't know that.
weirdest.
Oh,
Listen,
they all love outer space, Kurt.
you're so far down the rabbit hole right now with your religion that you don't know which way is up, and I mean that literally. Because if you live on a globe, you don't know which way is up. Living on a globe, and Australia's underneath you, and somebody's standing antipodal from your position. That's the most ridiculous thing anybody's ever said. But you don't know which way is up, literally.
I think
So,
somebody's
so
getting. Oh,
go
go
ahead.
ahead,
Go ahead.
man.
No, go
Oh,
ahead.
I was. Okay, so back to what was said a few minutes ago about questioning. Nobody questions the globe or flat Earth. I have to disagree with you because I never questioned the globe before I came about information about flat Earth. And you know what? The first thing that happened is I started questioning it. And then after that, it started to make logical sense. And then, you realize that you never really questioned the globe. You just parroted what you were given in public education.
Which is what you did, Kirk, when you just came in here. Now, the man, if you're just joining the game right now, the man said that he was 90% sure that the Earth was a globe. That's what he said when we first started out on our journey. I took him to the three questions. He came up bankrupt, just like everybody else, just like the pseudoscientist priest that he wants to appeal to. I've shellacked every single one of them, and I'll keep doing it. But for his sake, I want him to bring his priest in here so that I can shellac him in front of his eyeballs and his
Yeah, that'd
ears,
be great.
so that he can hear himself.
Are they not gonna do it? I'm telling you. I'll try.
Oh, I don't care. I don't care. Listen. Oh, about bringing him in here? Oh, I don't know. Listen, those
I had
guys.
a priest once, and if I had asked him to come in here, I bet you he would have. So what does that say? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
But
they probably
most of them it's beneath them to be like, oh,
beneath
come
them.
debate
Oh,
flat Earth,
oh, they
Beneath
so
them.
they're high and mighty. They're
Magical wizards.
because they
it's
think
beneath them. Do you see?
this is not even
Listen,
this
hang on
is
for a second. You need to hold on to your cake hole for just a moment. Do you see how you? Do you see how you're speaking about these guys? Oh, it's,
I didn't say me.
some
I
of
didn't
these
say
guys.
me.
Hold on a second, dude. You got diarrhea of the mouth or what? I'm talking about these guys right now, not you. I'm saying these guys act like they have no time to come in here because it's beneath them. Oh, these guys are just like little pebbles under my feet. I just kick them like rocks. Who cares about that idea? If they were able to refute anything that I said about those three questions I gave you, they'd be in here faster than you could even say, come in here. They would be here so quickly. They would be here so quickly. But you know the reason why you think of them like that? Because it's your mindset. They probably like, I'm just a humble man. I just, go to work in academia. But you're like, oh my gosh, it's so beneath these guys to come in here and talk to you. Like, who the hell are you? And why do you put them up on that kind of a pedestal? What are you? Yeah, like really, like you're such a fundamentalist, you don't even know it.
So what's up, people? Listen, this is going to be a short one. I put up that video yesterday an audio of the phone conversation with the deputy program mission manager for the Hubble Space Telescope program, Michael Myslinski. And he made a comment regarding the difference between what Hubble can do versus Sophia and the balloon telescopes that are being launched in Antarctica. And Myslinski says that Hubble can take images in infrared and wavelengths, and that Sophia and the balloons didn't have this capability, meaning that even though Sophia had the same technical specifications as Hubble, he's saying that Sophia, which is a stratospheric air observatory, didn't have the capability of flying at 30 to 45,000 feet to conduct infrared and visible wavelength imagery. So this video is to show you guys that I'm not some crackpot weirdo who's just going to make claims without any documentary support to what I was saying to him, because this guy's been handling this program for 25 years. You guys heard it for yourself. All right? I've been researching this just this year. And I've done enough in-depth, detailed technical research, comparative intelligence research on a technical level to be able to inform and educate this man on the similarities and comparisons of all of their stratospheric and astrophysics platforms. And I want to prove it to you, because we're going to replay the audio of what he said, and then I'm going to show you the proof to support who was right and who was wrong. Maybe I should have his job. I don't want it. But I want you guys to see that I'm just not throwing out information, talking out the side of my fucking ass. Alright? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. So let me play this audio for you real quick. You'll hear him, and then you'll hear me, and then I'm going to show you the proof that I was right.
Hubble was taking data at wavelengths that neither Sophia nor the balloons can.
No. Sophia can take. Sophia can take photos in wavelength. Sophia can do the same thing as Hubble. Yeah. Sophia can do the. Matter of fact, the telescope on Sophia is identical to Hubble. Everything that Hubble can do, Sophia can do.
Wow.
I mean, of course, the plane's got to land, but when it's in the air, it can literally conduct the same technical imagery capture and analysis data that Hubble can do. And of course, Hubble's 24/7. Sophia's not. But when it's in the air, when Sophia's been in the air, it literally has captured the same photos as Hubble, and that's how I was able to do the comparison. As a matter of fact, some of the pictures that Sophia captured were actually at a higher resolution and more clear than Hubble, which also, surprised me a little bit. How could something inside the stratosphere take a photo and do imagery through 3 or 4 different more layers of atmosphere when Hubble is literally supposed to be out in the exosphere where there's very little to no atmosphere, and it's capturing more light than Sophia is. I really hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about Hubble, because I wouldn't want to be sitting next to you one day and you'd be really, really, really angry to find out that Hubble may not be there.
Well, it'd be quite a.
I know it would be shocking, but it would be shocking, but it just, I've already contacted FAI and I spoke to them and they said it's not in their database, and they checked. It took them about a week to get back to me, and they looked through the entire database. It said they even looked to see if maybe it would have been erased or deleted by mistake, you know, because they were able to check their log records, and there was never even anything submitted. So you heard that little clip, and this is the NASA Office of Inspector General's report on Sophia Stratospheric Observatory for Infrared Astronomy. Okay? This is NASA's report that was supplied to me by the resident agent in charge of investigations at the Office of Inspector General. He sent me the link. Here's the case number. This is the Office of Audits. The audit report's dated July 9th, 2014. This guy in charge of the Hubble Space Telescope has known, he should know. I know he's not in charge of the Sophia program, but he should be very well aware what the capabilities of these platforms are, because they have to collaborate with other program managers and science people to compare, you know, what they're doing. Okay? So I'm going to show you something here that should shock you. Okay? Well, it's not really going to shock you. It just basically supports what I said when I told him, hey, both these platforms are similar. And he says that Sophia could not capture wavelengths. Okay? And look what the Office of Inspector General says. Okay? Specifically. Specifically. Okay? Specifically. NASA designed Sophia to study the universe in infrared region of the electromagnetic spectrum, and it can observe both infrared and visible wavelengths from 0.3 to 1600 microns. Let me say that one last time. NASA designed Sophia to study the universe in the infrared region of the electromagnetic spectrum, and it can be observed both infrared and visible wavelengths from 0.3 to 1600 microns. And here's your wavelengths. Figure 2. There you go. Hubble can do the same thing. So can Sophia. He didn't know this. He didn't know. Period. I do my homework, people. I take this very seriously. You want to make a claim? You can't show the documentation to back it up? You can't reveal the source of where you got it from? Then it can't be believed. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. I appreciate all those who really took notice to that interview. But now I think I'm going to be motivated to make a second call to speak to someone in charge of the Sophia Observatory platform. I don't know who it's going to be, but it's going to be raw. I'm doing the research right now to find out who I can actually speak to talk about this program. Peace out, people. You guys have a good weekend. Enjoy your Memorial Day. And again, take care of yourselves. So what's up, people? This is Robert Mazzano. I'm coming to you guys today. I got a follow-up email from the special agent in charge and resident investigator for NASA's Office of Inspector General Investigations Division. These are the guys that investigate fraud, waste, and abuse with NASA. Any type of contracting programs, you name it. They take complaints. So I got a follow-up email from, and it was pretty quick. It took them literally less than 24 hours to get back to me. And what I want to bring to you guys today is that the recommendation that was provided to me was that I contact the Goddard Space Center's Hubble Space Telescope team, HST. So we're going to do that today together. And we're going to see if we can get a hold of one of these team members. We're going to go down the list. I'm not going to go through the complete list, but we're going to dial their number together. And we're going to see how we can actually talk to one of these people to see if we can get some clear-cut answers on why on NASA's website there's no real-time video at all of the Hubble. There's only computer graphic generated images and video of what Hubble's supposedly supposed to be doing. Okay? Ain't nothing fucking top secret about space, people. If Hubble's looking out there, we should be able to see everything they see. Not something that's fucking redacted or watered down or computer generated to, you know, basically siphon out the whatever the fuck is else out there looking at. Or even make a determination if the fucking thing even exists. I don't think it exists, but the question I'm going to ask one of these people who might answer the phone is, you guys got every other STS mission that serviced Hubble, but why isn't Hubble in the Federation Aeronautic International database? Okay? NASA is actually a member of this organization. It's older than NASA, so I want to know why they didn't file the application to put it in the record books as the greatest mass lifted to the greatest altitude. Okay? So let's see what they say. Let's dial the number. The number I was provided was 301-286-2000. So let's see what we can see. Okay?
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3. For
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For Z, press 9. For help, press 0.
So they're asking me to spell the last name. Let's spell Krause's last name. So we got C-R-O-U-S-E.
For
Patrick Krause.
At extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Okay. Immediately disconnected as soon as we pressed his extension. So let's try one more time. Pat Krause, as soon as we click the number, they hung up on us.
located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. Please select one of the following. For public affairs, press 1. For visitor center, press 2. For the Office of Human Capital Management, press 3. For security office, press 4. For procurement, press 5. For excess sales, press 6. For library, press...
Let's try that one more time, people.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, located on Greenbelt Road in Greenbelt, Maryland, 20771. Please select one of the following. For directions to the center, press 1. For departmental directory, press 2. For NASA employee directory, press 3.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, for
Patrick Krause.
At extension 61067, press pound. To cancel, press star.
Press pound. Mr. Krause, not available. Let's try the next gentleman, Mr. Jim Jelitic.
Thank you for calling NASA.
Okay.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q,
A-E-L-E-T-I-C.
There are two matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Peter Bertoni.
at extension 60674, press 1. For
Telegaletic.
at extension 40980, press 2. Number
Okay. Deputy Project Manager, not there. Let's go to Mission Operations Manager, Dave Haskins. Let's see if we can reach Mr. Haskins.
Thank you.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q. There are four matching names. Select the name by number. For new search, press star. For
Darlene Harkins.
at extension 65075, press 1. For
Dave Haskins.
at extension 62114, press 2.
Dave Haskins. Number immediately fucking hangs up. This is fucking incredible, people. None of these fucking people are available.
Thank you for calling NASA Goddard Space Flight Center.
Spell the last and first name, then press pound. For Q, press 7. For
Mike.
at extension 61437, press pound. To cancel, press star.
This is Mike.
Mike, Miss Linsky?
Yes.
Mr. Miss Linsky, sorry about that. This is Robert Bassano. How are you? I'm a graduate student. I wanted to know if there was just a couple of questions you could help me out with some answers. I'm on you guys' website right now, and it's regarding Hubble.
Okay.
Okay.
Who are you with?
I'm a graduate student at a university.
Okay. What?
I'm working on a MATLAB image processing toolbox application that processes a variety of images to determine the relation with other images that might have been manipulated or amended, or maybe it was to determine the original source. So for a project that I'm involved in, I'm actually using some of the images from Hubble and Sophia to conduct comparative analysis. That's it. So I have some questions regarding HST that would help me out with kind of understanding a little bit more about some of the photos that are and images that are available on you guys' website that I'm looking at right now.
Okay. Well, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute for talking about the science images.
Well, no, I don't need to talk about the science images per se. Okay, I'm wanting to know if there are any available video images or any other assets in GeoSync that actually conduct sort of an inspection, a video or photographic inspection of HST as it goes around in geosync. Because I'm looking at all the videos you guys have online on NASA's website, and all the videos that I've seen, they're all CGI and computer generated, you know, illustrations and other type of computer generated images that are not original source, coming straight from Hubble or any other asset vehicle that may be within range of Hubble to take photographs of it.
Okay, again, I would have to refer you to our Science Institute.
Well, you're the deputy missions operations manager, right?
Yes, I am, but I'm not at liberty to talk to you about specific Hubble items.
Well, I'm not asking for specific Hubble items. I mean, well, let me ask this general question: are you able to view Hubble in real time?
View Hubble in real time? No,
Yeah. Are you able to obtain and view a real-time image of Hubble as it is right now, wherever it is?
No, we can't do that.
But is there any other vehicle that can view Hubble in operation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Can I ask you how long you've been working on the team with the HST team?
I've been with HST over 25 years.
Now, have there been any real-time video, high-definition video images of Hubble at 330 miles or so?
Not that I'm aware of.
There are none.
Not that I'm aware of.
Wow. Yeah, so S&T wouldn't be able to tell me anything. I mean, you're the DMO, you're the DMOM, and you're saying in 25 years you've never seen Hubble actually in real time.
Well, we certainly had servicing missions.
Well, yeah, you've had servicing missions, but you're not able to see what's going on with Hubble from the ground in real time.
We do not have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground. That's true.
Okay, so you don't have optical tracking of Hubble from the ground?
No, we don't.
Wow. So if let's just say if I use my Celestron, there's no way for me to actually get a visual, real-time visual of Hubble as it say was passing over Virginia.
You might be able to, track the sunlight, the lens off of it.
Well, wait. I'll be able to track what?
Sunlight reflecting off of it. But operationally, we did not look at the vehicle, from the ground. Radio signals that transmit engineering data from the vehicle to us, but we do not look at it physically.
Okay, when STS missions or any other mission goes up to service Hubble, well, I mean, the last time Hubble was serviced was the last shuttle mission, right?
Well, not the last shuttle mission, but we were last serviced in 2008.
Oh, so the last servicing mission was in 2008, and from the research I did, I think they put up the WFPC-3 camera, right? That was the last camera installed.
Right.
Okay. So when they service, what altitude is Hubble at when STS goes up to service it? I mean, does it drop down to an altitude where STS, can get within range of it? Or does STS go up to that altitude?
The space shuttle goes up to that altitude.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because ISS is somewhere around 230, 240. Hubble's supposed to be almost 100 miles above ISS. But
That's true. Yes.
I've never seen any video from servicing where any STS mission has gone that far out above ISS. I mean, I know we have geosync out there, you know, way above that, but I've never seen that. That's what I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to find video in NASA's archive where they actually show the mission with them approaching and doing the orbits to, you know, gain altitude to get to Hubble. Or is there any, there's no other video available of that? I mean, I can understand if there is video and it's classified, that's completely understandable. No one's ever going to see that. That's classified data. But are there any open source videos that would show this?
It would actually show it from outside of space shuttle. You talking about something watching the space shuttle?
Yeah, just showing STS actually getting ready to approach Hubble to capture it so it can be serviced.
No, I know no video showing that. No.
So, as Deputy Mission Operations Manager, and this is more of a mathematical question, maybe you can or cannot answer it. I had watched a video of Don Pettit talking about the tyranny of the rocket equation. So, based on the way to Hubble, I'm still trying to figure out the math on how much fuel. Was there more than 93 or 95% fuel required to get 25,000-pound telescope up in geosync?
Are you talking about the fuel on the space shuttle?
Yeah, I mean when HST launched, when HST launched, that's 25,000 pounds.
They actually took us to the highest altitude possible that they could achieve.
And what was that?
With the space shuttle. Pardon?
What was that? What was that altitude?
Oh, I'd have to look that up. I don't know that number offhand.
Because I looked at about a dozen videos with telemetry data, and I always see STS separate from the main fuel tank at around 340, 350,000 feet, and then it continues on, accelerating and gaining velocity so it could get at terminal velocity around 17,000. But then from there, I've never seen any other footage where STS is gone higher than ISS.
It's certainly, like you said, we're about 100 miles above ISS.
Yeah, it's about 100. Now, let me. The one critical question I want to ask is this: are you familiar with the Federation Aeronautique Internationale database, FAI.org?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
Well, I am, and NASA's actually a member of FAI. Every single, I wouldn't say every single STS mission, but I'd say about 2/3 of the STS missions, specifically the servicing missions for HST, are in this database. It's FAI.org. Federation Aeronautique Internationale. And when I put in the data for STS-31 on April 24th, 1990, nothing comes up. So I decided to use some other search query factors. I put in the crew members' names. Nothing comes up. I put in STS mission number. Nothing comes up. So then I decided, okay, this falls under another category, and they have a list of category that describe, one or more astronauts traveling to a celestial body, one or more astronauts, the amount of time they spent in space, so on and so forth, durations. So I decided to click on the selection that says greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude. Okay, so I automatically and logically assumed that STS was one of the greatest mass, if not the greatest mass lifted to greatest altitude of 330 miles, and there's nothing in the database. So over a period of 4 months, I kept checking the database, and FAI actually they shut down the website and then updated their database. And I'm not sure if this was direct, but I had sent them an email saying, you know, I'm looking for this particular mission on this particular date. Here goes the data. Is there a possibility that you have a problem updating your database? Could you please let me know or correct this? So a few days later, the website went down and it came back up. So I went searching for the data again. Now, I'm making a weekly habit of doing this. Checking, because maybe it's just some sort of database entry error that's common in just about every single local, national, international database with that type of error that may occur where maybe I'm not using the right search criteria. So I sent FAI.org an email asking them, could you please let me know if I'm not looking at this the right way? Could you locate this information in your database? They sent me back an email telling me, no, this was not registered in our database. No one filed an application for this to be put into the record book. So the conclusion I'm coming to is this: is there a reason why NASA didn't put HST in the record books, but they put every servicing mission in the record books? Because every servicing mission is listed, but STS-31 on April 24, 1990 is not listed.
I can't speak to that, but you know, obviously that's not a NASA database.
No, I do. I'm completely, I understand that, but again, I know it's not a database that NASA maintains in the database at all. So I please forgive me for saying this. Just please forgive me, and I don't want it to sound like some sort of crackpot idea or weird conspiracy, because that's not where I'm going with this. I have to say that I'm questioning that Hubble is even where they say it is. Because why wouldn't a $1.5 billion telescope, which is being used by every university around the world and every scientist who's involved in any kind of astrophysics, astrodynamics, just space exploration period, if we're getting these images from Hubble and Sophia, which is a 747 special purpose, with the same exact technical specifications when it comes to the telescope, Sophia's taking the same exact pictures of Hubble. And that's where the disparity in image analysis comes in, because I have a half a dozen photos I took off from NASA's website for Hubble and Sophia, and when I ran them through MATLAB's image processing toolbox for comparative analysis, that those images came from the same source. And it wasn't at 330 miles above the surface of the Earth. So that's
interesting.
That's where I'm trying to understand, you know, I'm mostly into IT, sir. That's what I do. I'm into information technology, security engineering, and database management. And I know NASA has a massive database. You guys got over a dozen supercomputers all around the country, all around the world, that need to be managed just about by any and everybody. And their tasks are solely to keep the systems up to date and make sure they're operating efficiently and effectively, so that you can be able to go to your computer terminal and type up a query, and that information comes up literally in a nanosecond. That's how readily available it is. So my problem right now is that it makes no sense to me and why STS-31 is not in the database. And you confirm that you've worked for them for 25 years, and nobody sitting at Goddard who's on the Hubble team has ever seen Hubble in real time conducting any operations on the ground that could be shot with another satellite asset with a high-definition camera and imaging technology of Hubble. The only videos that it well, I'm going to explain to you why. Because I used to be in the military, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance. You don't send out a drone or an ROV and not have cameras on it so that you can track where it's going and where it's at and what might come in contact with it to interfere with its operations. And just to be honest with you, if paying my taxes, $1.5 billion, I'd want to keep an eye on that asset. Not just from signal and telemetry data, but I also, in the year, in the 21st century, I need to have eyes on when I need to have eyes on, just in case something went wrong.
Well, if something goes wrong, it wouldn't be something external necessarily.
No, that's not. I wouldn't say that that's so, because I know of at least a few events where Hubble had to be retasked because it had to avoid collision with something else that was up there.
Well, you're misinformed then.
Well, I can't be misinformed if the data actually came from NASA.
Could you point me to where it says that Hubble was actually retasked because of some external, I'll call it a threat, or external, object?
No, I mean, it had to be flipped around. It had to be maneuvered to go to either go to a higher altitude or change its trajectory because there was something up there that might have collided with another satellite from another country.
Well, you are sadly misinformed then.
Okay.
Because Hubble doesn't even have a propulsion system, so it can't possibly change its orbit by itself.
So how does it move position? How do you change the position of it?
I suggest that you open up a little bit more on.
No, I mean, I have the data right up in front of me. I mean, it's right on your website. It's right here, spacecraft and instruments. I'm looking. It's right on the left-hand side. It's an entire PDF. It says what the Hubble's capabilities are, how it maneuvers, how it changes direction.
That's just rotating the vehicle. That is not changing altitude. That is not changing trajectory. That is not changing orbit.
Okay.
That is just changing its orientation.
So you're saying that Hubble actually stays at the same altitude through every orbit, and it doesn't decay in altitude. It doesn't lose altitude.
It loses altitude because of atmospheric drag.
Okay, so when it loses out, so over 20 years at 330 miles, we do the mathematics, ISS loses somewhere between 1.5 to 2 miles every 3 to 5 minutes. So what is keeping, over 20 years, Hubble should actually almost be within 10 miles of ISS.
Well,
sir, I've done the math. I don't know about you, sir, but I've done the math. At 340 miles, that's what's on your website, 15 orbits a day, Hubble should actually be nearly within 10 miles of ISS if ISS is actually at somewhere around 220, 245 miles. That's the stated standard data. I've actually seen data on NASA's website. It's clear as day. I can send you the information where actually ISS has gone from 245 miles to 190 miles above the surface of the Earth. And then it jumped. And then they fired whatever thrusters or whatever to put it back up into its normal geosync orbit at low Earth altitude elliptical orbit. So if you're saying, I'm not disagreeing. Yes, Hubble is losing altitude. But if that's the case and there's nothing to propel it back up to its original operating altitude of 340 miles, over a 20-year period, Hubble should be, this year, within 10 to 20 miles of the ISS.
Well,
visual line of sight, no optical assessment or adjustment. I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with orbital mechanics?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you familiar with atmospheric drag?
Yes, sir, I am. I know that Hubble, I know the ISS. I'm sorry, sir?
Are you familiar with the solar cycle
Yes, sir, I am.
and its effect on the atmosphere?
Yes, sir, I am. I've been doing nothing
Okay.
but studying that for 3 years.
Okay, so obviously, during solar minimums, the atmosphere contracts, and there's very, very little drag at Hubble's altitude. So your 2 miles per year is a very gross oversimplification.
No, I didn't say 2 miles per year.
decay.
No, I didn't say 2 miles per year. ISS is 100 yards long, 50 yards wide, give or take. Okay, it's three to 5 times the size of Hubble. Okay, so you have a larger mass, traveling at somewhat maybe a comparable speed. It's at lower altitude, so yes, you're going to have more drag. Hubble's at 100 supposed to be 100 miles above that, so yes, you're going to have less atmosphere, but a little bit more. You're still going to have the atmospheric drag because neither vehicle is in free space, a vacuum.
Right.
Neither vehicle.
And also, the Hubble orbit was raised during the servicing on 2 of the servicing missions.
Yeah. You're right. You're right. I agree with you on that because I looked at the servicing missions, and it seems as though each servicing mission, Hubble dropped down based on its 15 orbits a day. If it's behaving the same way the ISS is, losing about a mile and a half to 2 miles every 5 minutes in an elliptical fashion, if Hubble's doing the same thing, that means that the STS servicing missions were able to get within a specific distance of it at a specific time to capture it, and then once they service it, they basically jettison it back up to where it should have been, which is around 330, 340 miles. But then after 2008, the last servicing mission, we're looking at 8 years. So again, you factor in from 2008 to now, within this year, Hubble's going to be within 10 to 20 miles of ISS. That's mathematics, sir. That's the mathematics that you and I've learned. Give or take. I don't have a supercomputer, so I can't do the exact numbers, but the rough calculations tell me that Hubble could be within visual eyesight view without a telescope, without binoculars. You'd be able to have literally line of sight from ISS to take maybe a Canon 100mm, 300mm camera, flip around backwards and take a photo of it when it passes over the ISS.
Well, I do not know what the ISS current altitude is.
Well, I think the current altitude of ISS should be somewhere, because ESA actually listed. And again, I mean, I had asked this question of why isn't, HST in this international database. I know someone at NASA is submitting the application for all other STS missions. Why didn't someone decide to submit the most important piece of technology ever to exist to mankind, put it in the international database? No other country is ever going to launch something that big, especially a telescope. Right now, the ISS is at, according to this data, it says the ISS is at 251.77 miles, 76. It's dropping right now. And its velocity is 17,166 miles. Longitude 153.883, actually 154. Latitude is 39.517. That's where ISS is right now. Of course, they don't have any, there's no similar database online to do the same thing for Hubble. And that's understandable. But
but there is.
Is there a website for same as ISS?
Well, I don't know what you're using for ISS.
Well, I'm using ISS Tracker. ISStracker.com. And ESA actually listed as well. European Space Agency. Yeah, I'm using ISStracker.com. This is real-time data. Supposedly real-time data.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's plenty of satellite tracking apps that have a large database.
Yeah. I have about 20 of them in my repertoire that I can check. Can't check them simultaneously, but I go after the ones that are reliable because I've found a few sites where they actually try to manipulate data. These are third parties who have no affiliation to the space agency. So ISS Tracker actually uses the data right off of the space agency.
Okay. Well, there's certainly similar ones for Hubble, and Hubble's real-time position. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to waste a lot of your time, Mike. It concerned me. I'm going to be honest with you. It really concerned me that HST was not in an international database, but the servicing missions are.
Mm-hmm.
So why would you put all the servicing missions, but you wouldn't put the primary mission to even put the vehicle where it is? I got another theory to it on atmospheric drag that I'm actually playing around with. I'm starting to look deeper into superfluid helium-4, and it's just one of those type of things that I've seen it do some really strange things in a laboratory setting, and some other colleagues of mine at the university were actually entertaining the idea, the possibility, theoretically, that the upper atmospheres beyond HST could be superfluid helium. It's zero viscosity, but what we're trying to ascertain is, could it be actually a combination of what CERN and NASA are considering to be dark matter or dark fluid, which is absorbing 99.96% of all visible light. And that's why when you're looking at these videos of HST being serviced, you see absolutely no other light. Absolutely none. And it has nothing to do with the resolution of the camera and what mode the camera may be in to capture that type of light. If you've got billions of stars out into free space, then, or even within atmosphere, even a cluster should be generating some sort of light, and you see absolutely nothing. And the only way that that's possible is if actually what you're looking at when you're up in altitude in space, which is beyond 328,000 feet, is you're looking at dark fluid and superfluid helium, because the only way a vehicle the size of a school bus or the size of a football field could be in geosync orbit performing those operations would be in a helium environment, a liquid fluid helium environment where the temperature is almost absolute zero. You can do it in a laboratory. That may be what's up above us.
And what kind of densities are you talking about?
Well, the densities are already stated with helium-4. Helium-4 everyone's trying to wrap their head around how could it actually still stay a liquid at absolute zero. See, no one can answer that, and I've looked at every university paper I could possibly collect, and it can't be simulated. You can't get anything to absolute zero on Earth. We don't have the technical capability to do it, and you can't do it on the ISS because the ISS can't. You're in a microgravity environment. There's atmosphere. You can't create it in a vacuum either, because there is no such thing as a complete vacuum. And the reason why I say you can't do it in a vacuum is because the The Glenn Research Center has the largest vacuum chamber in the world, but it's a contained environment. Meaning that you have walls, you have limits. You have to, you can't create a vacuum chamber large enough to duplicate the potential experiment to get close enough, because if you did, you'd probably suck half of NASA into that vacuum chamber if there was some sort of malfunction. I mean, it would be a massive implosion. And you can't contain superfluid helium even at close to absolute zero, for the simple fact that you have to create some sort of carbon nanotube type of container just to keep it in the container, because it wants to find its way out of what it's being contained in. And when you look at what Siri Nanosystems did in UK by creating Vanta Black, and you combine that with superfluid helium, and then you hear scientists are saying that dark matter, aka dark fluid, and you put the two together, you've got your space environment. That's the only way something the size of a football field and the size of a school bus could move around at potentially 5 times the speed of sound in a quasi microgravity environment for as long as it is. Because what they're saying about superfluid helium is that there's these quantum vortices created, whirlpools, that are spinning at incredible speeds. And what happens is that when they release droplets of superfluid helium in this vacuum, what they witnessed and observed in a controlled experiment environment was that the droplets didn't break apart like normal water molecules would break apart. They remained together, and they formed a flattening ellipsoid egg-shaped type of form. And it started to make sense to me. Wait a minute. That's the only way these vehicles could be up there traveling at those speeds. Because if not, they'd come crashing down within years, not decades. Just some theoretical talk. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not a physicist. I'm working on my master's in applied physics, but trying to get an understanding. And Hubble is continuing to baffle me. Right now, they're showing the Hubble at the latitude is 20, the elevation. The altitude is 542 kilometers.
Yeah, okay, sounds about right.
So, but it's a software database. And I can tell you here right now, as a CUDA and GPU programmer and developer, I could create the same thing in a week to mirror this, and it wouldn't need to be real. It'd literally show a picture of me in a little Superman cape, saying, "Hey, this is where I am. I got my hands on. I've got a little tether on the Hubble, and I'm following it. And look at me, And people would. But here's the thing: if I showed you that and put it together in a week, you'd be like, "Oh, that's not real," But I want you to understand, as an up and coming research scientist, the average person, they look at this and they're like, "Oh, well, there goes the Hubble at 542 kilometers." But you show them something they don't know. They don't have even a basic or foundation understanding of how software development, programming, and computer graphic generated images, and how you can actually program something to be in the sky that's really not there.
All right. Yeah.
So
I look at it all the time.
No, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, I've actually taken advantage of you guys' software vault, where I can go online and download a lot of the software applications that's available for the technology transfer program. So, it's just one of those things to where I would like to know if it's possible, if anyone I could speak to who's responsible for submitting the information to FAI, to see if maybe there was just an oversight or if it's a mistake, or, and I hate to say this, that maybe you've been sitting there for 25 years and there's what you think is up there is really not there, and it's actually the photos are being taken by Sophia, which is at 45,000 feet on a 747.
Sophia hasn't been flying nearly as long.
Well, the program, the Stratospheric Observatory program, has been in existence longer than Hubble.
But they haven't had anything flying for that long. I forget when Sophia's first.
No. Yeah, Sophia is not that old. It's been in existence, I think, since what, 2002 or something, or 2004. I think 2002 or 2004. But there were airborne telescope observatories being flown longer than Hubble. You got your own website shows the actual history of the Stratospheric Observatory program, and it actually began with balloons, because there's a satellite identical to Hubble, about 2/3 the size, that was launched from Antarctica on a balloon. There's a photo of that on the U.S. Antarctic website. They launch it from McMurdo.
Well, fine, but the Hubble was taking data at wavelengths that neither Sophia nor the balloons can.
No.
achieve.
Sophia can take
So,
photos in wavelength. Sophia can do the same thing as Hubble. Yeah. Sophia can do matter of fact, the telescope on Sophia is identical to Hubble. Everything that Hubble can do, Sophia can do.
well,
I mean, of course, the plane's got to land, but when it's in the air, it can literally conduct the same technical imagery capture and analysis data that Hubble can do. And of course, Hubble's 24/7. Sophia's not. But when it's in the air, when Sophia's been in the air, it literally has captured the same photos as Hubble, and that's how I was able to do the comparison. As a matter of fact, some of the pictures that Sophia captured were actually at a higher resolution and more clear than Hubble, which also, surprised me a little bit. How could something inside the stratosphere take a photo and do imagery through 3 or 4 different more layers of atmosphere when Hubble is literally supposed to be out in the exosphere where there's very little to no atmosphere, and it's capturing more light than Sophia is. I really hope I'm wrong. I really do. I hope I'm wrong about Hubble, because I wouldn't want to be sitting next to you one day and be really, really, really angry to find out that Hubble may not be there.
Well, it'd be quite a.
I know it would be shocking, but it would be shocking, but it just. I've already contacted FAI and I spoke to them, and they said it's not in their database. They checked. It took them about a week to get back to me, and they looked through the entire database. They said they even looked to see if maybe it would have been erased or deleted by mistake. Because they were able to check their log records, and there was never even anything submitted. There was nothing. I mean, why put the servicing missions in the record? I mean, you can go to fai.org when we hang up. Just check the servicing missions for yourself. You'll see them there. When you check for Hubble, STS-31, you enter in Charlie Bolden's name, all the crew members, nothing. Nothing. And FAI has been in existence longer than NASA. I mean, Theodore von Karman was the one who helped create the database and established where space actually began. Of course, NASA puts it at 262,000 feet, and FAI puts it at 328,000, but that's neither here nor there. That's another question. How is it that DOD puts space at 262,000 and change in feet, but the rest of the world has it almost 90 to 100,000 feet higher? So where does space actually begin? Is it DoD standard or is it international standard?
Mm-hmm.
So I know that we've been studying the atmosphere since we could be able to do what we can do, and we're still trying to figure it out. What is actually up there and how it all works. And I think I'm not gonna say that I'd be applying for any kind of Nobel Science Prize, but I think I might have a more viable theory of how it may all be working.
Interesting. I'm watching for it.
Because dark
Well,
fluid.
I gotta go.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
sorry to cut you off.
I really
Sorry
appreciate
to
it,
help
Mike.
you more.
I really appreciate it
Sorry.
very much. I didn't think I'd be able to talk to anyone at all because I tried to call the project manager. When you click on pound to go to his number, and I click to the deputy project manager, Mr. Haskins, and the deputy project manager, Pat Krause. When I go to click on for their extensions, it just hangs up. Are they even working there anymore?
Yeah, they're still here. So what website are you looking at to get the numbers?
I didn't get the numbers. It just I was given a number by the Goddard Center, and they told me to dial 2000, and it asks you to put in the prompts, press 3 for the directory. So I don't have your direct number. It says your extension. It says press this button to speak to this person. So
okay.
When you press the button, it doesn't go to them at all.
Interesting. Yeah, I can't explain that.
Okie dokie. So
okay.
I really appreciate it, sir. I really do appreciate it. You have a good Memorial Day weekend, and stay safe.
You too.
Take care, sir.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, there you have it, people. You heard the conversation. You heard it. You heard it clear as day. This guy could not answer why the Hubble is not in the FAI.org database. They all said the same thing. NASA's Office of Inspector General, their special agent investigator says that's not a NASA website. We don't manage it. We don't operate it. We're not responsible for it. But they put all their other fucking missions in this database, but they didn't put Hubble. They put the servicing missions in the database, but they didn't put Hubble. This guy can't explain it at all. He said he's never fucking seen the Hubble. Never seen it. He's not even sure it's there. But I guarantee you, I got him fucking thinking. I got him seriously fucking thinking right now that there's a possibility he's been sitting at that desk for 25 fucking years. 25 years. 25 years. And now he's thinking, man, I just talked to this guy. Is it fucking possible? Could he be fucking right? That Hubble is not where it is? He couldn't even explain how the shuttle can actually get to this fucking thing. He says it has no jets, propulsion, no nothing. It loses altitude, people. It's been losing altitude since 2008. It may not even fucking be there, man.
Uh-oh.
This, I knew more about their fucking program than they do. That's NASA for you people. That's fucking NASA. I gotta put together this video. I'm gonna post it on my site. And it's gonna be private. I have to put it private because I don't want any fucking problems right now. So let me see how I'm gonna do this, people. But you know my motto. It's not what you know. It's what you can prove. And that, people, was the fucking phone call of the year. Peace out, people. Take care.
Right on, Mr. Basamo. Excellent, man. Yeah, he did some great work, and probably worthwhile going back and looking at some of Robert's work. So I think his name's Robert. Yep. Good stuff. How's everybody doing this morning? for this afternoon, wherever you may be. Yeah, he did some great work, and probably worthwhile going back and looking at some of Robert's work. Thanks, Robert.
Robert Pisano.
Good.
Legend.
So, how's everybody doing this morning? This afternoon, wherever you may be. He did some great work, and probably worthwhile going back and that's some of Robert's work. Robert Pisano. That's tripping me out. You just recorded that, Paul? This afternoon, wherever you may be. It's got it on the soundboard or something.
I'm sorry. I was having some issues. I couldn't understand what you were saying. Did you say something to me?
It was repeating back, and I thought you had recorded or something, and were playing back what I was saying on a soundboard or something.
Oh, it must have been picking up the TV in the background because I was watching on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But yeah, dude, talking to globe charts is one thing, but to actually be like calling places like that and having conversations with those people,
yeah,
I mean that's gold.
Yeah, I don't like he said, I don't know how it's possible that he even reached anybody.
Well, and to get him to keep him on the phone that long. I put in the text. I said, "Was Robert a hypnotist?" Because I would have thought this convo would have lasted about 30 seconds, and because usually those guys get scared, man, and hang up. They don't want to have those combos.
Yeah.
But anyway, do your thing, man. I'm gonna go on mute for a second.
That works.
It's funny if that illustrates one thing, it's the amount of compartmentalization. That could have been partly what that was. That a lot of those people working there, they don't know shit.
Yeah, exactly. Because why would they need to? They wouldn't.
Yeah.
Just like in the machine shop on board my ship in the Navy or whatever. The industrial complex I worked at afterwards.
Yeah, definitely.
I worked on a bunch of cool shit, man. Stuff like torpedoes they could drop off the side of an Avon raft. Shit like that. That the SEAL teams could go. The SEAL teams could go up on shore. They could have a torpedo on their raft. Isn't that amazing? They could shoot it out of a tube, out of a submarine. They could shoot it from a tube. They could drop it right in the water. They could drop it from a helicopter. They could do anything with these things.
Drop it from a balloon?
Probably, no doubt. Like, I think those things. I still don't know exactly what kind of gyroscopes, but they had several kind of gyroscopes in them. Yeah, they had like several different control unit components. like going on. They have redundancy too. I worked on
Strap him on some dolphins.
I worked
Killer
on
dolphins.
I worked on the places, the little divots that were machined out where their controls would go in. Those places had to keep the water out. So I worked on those parts and drilled little tiny screw holes, like a whole bunch of them. And believe me, when you break a tap off in a part that's already got 2,000 man hours on it, it's but there's ways of dealing with it. But I digress. There's something.
Yeah, it was interesting though how that guy stayed on the phone that long in that conversation. I wonder if he actually didn't know and was interested in what he was saying. I think he was shocked and maybe realized, oh shit, this guy is right, probably,
Uh-huh. Yeah, because it didn't take long for Robert to ask him questions where he just was silent after every single question. Like he didn't have, or when he did, he would just go to saying exactly that. Well, I don't know.
Yeah. You could tell by the way. Yeah, you could tell by the way he got off the phone too that he was uncomfortable. Like he
started to get more uncomfortable at the end.
Just all of a sudden, well, I gotta go.
Because
tone of his voice.
Because Robert's pulling out of his hat at the end there. He's going like, well, I think I have a better idea of what's really going on out there. Like what?
Yeah.
The guy would probably go, that's when he got uncomfortable right there at the very end. But who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows when he was uncomfortable? He might have been uncomfortable. Who knows who this guy talks to, in his regular daily life, like at work.
Yeah.
It's probably like a vacation, I imagine, because I guess if you believe all those things, then can you be stressed about it? Sure. I guess they probably build those things in, like normal stressors that anyone would have at a job, like deadlines and stuff, right? Finances and like, all that kind of stuff with your department. And
it's interesting.
Yeah, it is. Can you imagine? Because they have a whole infrastructure all built up. So there's literally hundreds of thousands of people that work in the field, all on top of a flat earth where the sun only shines downward at all times. It never is shining on some other part of the earth that's tilted away from us.
Yeah.
No, like
I think that whole system too, NASA itself, it's structured like the Freemasons. Very few really, I think, know what's going on. I think most of them actually believe what they're doing is real.
I do too. Most of them all just believe it. So it doesn't matter what their data is showing them. Like even with people that are doing the flights or the so-called flights, it wouldn't matter if it was a balloon or not. And then they could easily just do the same thing they do on TV when they're showing it. They just switch to a freaking cartoon. Like that's what they could do. That's probably what they did. That's what they did anyway. They did it in the 60s. Like, that must have been really weird. You're behind these consoles and stuff thinking you're getting all this data. Now you can see these days how easy it would be to mimic every single thing.
Yeah, and what they say, how sophisticated all their simulators are and stuff, especially for their rockets and things. They can, man, so some of them astronauts might not even have known what's going on.
Exactly. So, like, that's funny. Like Apollo 13, like in the movie Apollo 13, when they show that reserve astronaut that stayed behind, right, because of whatever was going on with him. I don't know what was happening, but I forget. But they brought him in to go in the simulator, so they just have the guys in the simulator that think they're going into space, or they were let in on it that no, you're not even going to be in the capsule. So I don't know. It's like pretty bizarre, but the same thing, the simulator that astronaut was doing would be exactly like the astronauts were doing. Of course, they were seeing like faking shots though in low Earth orbit. So what were they in then? You know, thanks to Bart Sibrel bringing that light to light, even though he is a glober, which is very odd. Also, like they're gatekeepers or something. I don't know what the deal is with that. There's some kind of deal going on with people who are smart enough to be like sci-fi writers, and they incorporate them into their ranks. Like, think about it. Arthur C. Clarke.
Well, yeah, they write a lot of those Hollywood movies.
Yeah, and then look at the yarn that was look at the yarn that was made by this so-called diary of Richard E. Byrd, Admiral Byrd. That diary that came out later only came out like in the 80s, I think, or something like that. That really wild story. So if he wrote that himself, or whatever, it was where he flew into the pole at the north.
Yeah.
That's a wild sci-fi story. So they might have been lining him up to be the next, or he might have been pushing to be one of the next world famous sci-fi authors. Like, who knows if that was just a sci-fi thing, but they've taken these things from sci-fi, obviously. Arthur C. Clarke with Satellites 10 years before, you know, and then Stanley Kubrick. Think about Stanley Kubrick. Like what he did in 1968 was way better. So that would make sense to tell him, dumb it down so that people think that looks more real because it's all scratchy. So they had a whole production.
Yeah, dude, that movie that blew people away, dude. That was amazing. I mean, it still looks amazing when you watch it today.
It sure does. Like it's freaking amazing, actually. Cinematography.
Yeah, when you think about what was going on in movies at that time, like nobody had ever seen anything like that.
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, dude, those videos like that, when I first started searching for about this topic, and I was so lucky that I found his channel, and I was so lucky that he actually got back to me when I reached out to him and called me. I thought there's no way this guy's gonna call me, but I was like, I gotta try, right? Because nobody else was really, that I found anyway, was going to these people like that and challenging them.
Wait a minute, which guy who did you call?
Robert Pisano.
Oh, you called Robert. Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah, that's how I got here.
Yeah. Oh, wow, I didn't even know that. That's a trip.
Yeah.
I got here because I started my channel on YouTube, the Flat Earth 24/17 Consciousness YouTube channel. I started in 2017. And I was going on all the live chats on YouTube. That's all there was for a long time, right? So that was the woolly bully days of the of the live chats. And ODD was one of them that I would always go to. And so I didn't even know that before I found this server that all of the people that were on ODD live chat are the plank owners of this Discord server. They were all on there too, you know, like.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I started realizing, I go, God, like your name sounds so familiar. I know, like that's what happened at first. So anyway, I digress. But
yeah, it was amazing. Mm-hmm. He mentioned Discord to me and told me I should come here and talk to you guys. And I had no idea what he's talking about. I didn't even know what Discord was. I was like,
Yeah.
What the hell is Discord? He had to explain it to me. And
I didn't know about the work that like Huey and Robert had done together. Apparently, like I didn't know anything about that because I'd never heard of it before. The Discord here, but like I said, a lot of that probably needs to be gone back over again. It's just when you're like on here every single day, it's just about the conversation, that we indulge in a good conversation and direct it to where it's I don't know, to where it makes sense to the listener. But you don't have a lot of time. Like, I don't know. I guess we all have a lot of time, but it depends on what you're doing. Like, I have to stay active in the day, or else I get kind of like nutty.
Sure.
So it's hard to get all the information, like to go back and look at the information again. It's just like how many thousands of hours have we like been invested in already? Like, so you know what I'm saying? It's just very hard to like keep up even on our friends' content in here. Like there's
yeah, I know what you mean.
Or to go through the whole entire information in this server down below. Like that's very, very time consuming. And so like I think a lot of us, like myself, have done it kind of on the run here while we're in action. That like I've got my learning from in the fields, in the trenches, right here in the conversation, and the information comes up, and the people here are just absolutely awesome. And I learned some of my skills of doing, like, I guess you would call like the secretary work behind, like in the conversation, putting in links and meaningful memes and all those kind of things. So I really like that. That was a lot of fun for me to like to get involved in the server in that way. I never really known any kind of activity like that before, not quite like that. So yeah, it's been really rewarding. I look forward to seeing it moving along and maybe morphing into something that spreads far and wide across the plane. I don't know how else to say it, but there it is.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to see it progress to a point where there's so many of us here that there's never a need to turn the bot on unless there's something specific that we want to play. Right. I think it would be awesome if there was always just somebody here just rambling, even if they're not talking to anybody else, but just, I don't know, I think that'd be awesome. But yeah, of course I saw Eric Dubé's videos and Mark Sargent and all those guys, and I watched a few of their videos, but I don't know, there was something about Robert Pisano's videos that just really resonated with me, and I had to talk to him. And then after that, and after I came here, I didn't watch a lot of videos anymore, and it surprises me how much a lot of you guys in here, you guys sometimes will reference certain YouTubers I've never even heard of. You guys have watched so much more than me. I'm amazed.
It's going on like 7 years. So for me, it's
Yeah, I just hit 8 years in June.
Yeah.
Or July. It's insane. And back then it was way easier to find stuff. Now you got to search for playlists or search by upload date.
I know. Like I tell you, like on my channel, I have probably almost 200 videos on the main channel. But I probably have had, like, counting the ones they've taken down, probably 400 or 500 videos at the time. And they just whittled them down. There were copyrights. There were like, community guideline strikes. Like I've been through the whole deal, and now they don't really I don't really do a whole lot with it. That's why it's still there. I think, I don't know why it's still there, but
Yep. Yeah, ODD too. I watched a lot of his ODD TV. I watched some of his videos too. I enjoyed his videos in the beginning when I first got. But you know, I realized too, thinking back, it was a slow process for me. I didn't really hit the ground running really hard. I went into it really slowly.
A lot to take in.
It was a slow burn. The ember
Yeah, and it
started.
was it was such an easy thing for me to accept too. When it was presented to me the way it was, I said to myself, "Yeah, of course." You know, of course they lied about everything else. Of course they're lying about this. But yeah,
Same, but I still fought cognitive dissonance. It took me a couple months at least. I kept going like, wait, really? Even after I accepted it, I'm like, I need more proof.
yeah, and that's why I didn't really invest in a lot of and subscribe to the YouTube channels because I just needed to see a few, and when I was really curious, and then I didn't feel like I needed to see anymore. You know, it's like, yeah, it's so obvious. But I love coming here and having conversations with
Yeah.
people.
I was kind of like daunted by the way the conversations go here for a bit, just because I was used to like the Google Hangout stuff, FETV and FreeChan and Poncho, and it was all so free flowing. But I came here after taking a 2-year.
Uh-oh, where'd you go, pal? What happened? Mic check. Mic check. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. You're good. We got pure water, no soap, but I know that's PD. I don't even have to hear him anymore. I just can tell. But that's all right. Are you there, PD? You want to speak? Say hi. Okay. Never mind. The Globers being a slow burn because their earth doesn't turn. Listen what I'm saying.
And Sonny's singing a song because you know he ain't wrong.
Hills are not flat. That's true, PD. Wow, he changed his name that fast, man. That's pretty. All right, man.
So, top of the morning to you, Sonny.
Yeah, top of the morning to you. I need to start cooking something.
Just came back from the local Chinese restaurant. Got an order of spicy chicken to go. So I'm sitting here at my desk eating my lunch for about the next 6 minutes I've got left before I have to go back to work.
Hello, Paula.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi. I saw you in here last night, but I didn't hear you. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Pretty darn good, actually.
This is
If I
good.
don't, if I don't think about it too much.
Yeah, exactly. That's where I'm at. I just seen you sitting here alone, and I just thought I should say hi. Hello, you know.
That's very nice of you. Thank you. But I'm not alone. Paul and I, Paul V and I, have been talking almost nearly every day now for.
Oh my gosh, I didn't see Sunny was active. I'm sorry. Sorry,
Yeah,
Sunny.
yeah, I'm Sunny. Yeah.
Hey, somebody else. Thought I heard another voice. I stepped away for a second.
I didn't see that Sunny was active, and it just appeared like Paul, like you were alone, and I just thought it would be nice to say hello. And then Sunny spoke up, and then I realized, oh my gosh, I didn't need to be so
Oh,
try and be so polite.
well,
That's
that's nice of you. Thank you. I'm never
yeah.
alone though.
Yeah. Well, hello to both of you.
Right back at you.
Oh.
It turned out to be a beautiful day today. It's been so hot and humid here, and today it's kind of we got a nice breeze and it blew that humidity out.
That's nice. That is nice. The humidity can be hard on everything. You can't enjoy the sun when there's so much humidity. It's hard anyways, because I find that the bugs come out when there's a humidity where I'm at anyways, and they bite the dogs and these big black flies and stuff. You know, they say that the sun keeps the bugs away, but it doesn't so here in the humidity.
Where are you
I've never heard that
geographically
before.
located at that it's so humid?
In the Atlantic Canada?
I bet it's nice up there.
Well, it's been like humid. I mean, they're doing their weather control. They're making it nice and wet, and you can't breathe, and you feel like you're clearing your throat the following day, and everybody else is clearing their throat, and we're all, you know?
Yeah, they fry us
It's
here.
obvious.
They fry us in the West here. They literally like scorch the place. It's like scorched earth here.
Exactly, It's not hard to figure out. It's, your body is different, and you say this is not from age. It doesn't happen within a 6 months or a year, that all this happens. And then you visually see everything change, and it's obvious. It's common sense, right? So then you got to try and, oh, gee, it's a cloudy day today. I think I'll stay indoors because I don't want to breathe what's going on out there. Or if it's raining, I don't want that. I remember we used to go out and dance in the rain. Oh my gosh, like we were like hippie people,
I still
And
do.
yes, and I remember not long ago I was doing it.
I'll
But
still do it. I'll go out on my bike in the rain. Like just
oh, I will
I
not
like
touch
extreme.
that
I
rain.
like extreme weather. Like
So do I.
yeah.
And that's because Sonny's a hippie.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, maybe. I don't.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry.
I'd be kind of a young hippie if I was, but I definitely remember that era. Like I did grow up in that era as a child, pretty much.
As did I, yes.
Hmm.
But when it rains, I just if it looks like a dirty sky, I stay out of it, which is a shame because I used to love getting, caught in the rain and the wind and all that beautiful natural stuff. But when it appears unnatural, I just sad, I stay in.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but like here, I'm more of the kind of the idea that, like in the old days, let's call it, where they say go out and let Johnny eat dirt, like that's what's healthy. Like is
Yes.
get exposed to as much of it as possible. Then your body will respond and adapt and produce its own immunity to whatever is out there. So I'm still like that, and so I do quite well at my age to be able to still do the things I'm able to do, even though, including the damage that I've done to my own body, I heal enough that I can still be active every day and ride my bike and ride thousands of miles in a few years. You know, so
I think
Don't
that's
they say that
wonderful.
about if you have a baby, you should buy a dog because the dogs carry a lot of dander and pollen on them from going outside, and it helps the baby build up its immune system to those things?
to a local area, that would make sense to me. You know,
Yeah, that sounds logic to me, as well as expose it to peanut butter, fish, expose it to everything.
a wide variety of food.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. And dirt, like you said, literally eating the dirt is actually healthy for a child. I know it sounds bizarre. However, my mindset now in this century or this era of, 2020, I start thinking of the spraying going on and what's in it. Like they're doing all this pesticides, spraying of pesticides, which is not something talking out of the norm. It's everybody knows it. They admit to it because they say that you got to. It's just one of those things that's happening. And I wonder if that is a good thing to be breathing in or to be exposing your children to, because it's so abnormal. It's so man-made. It's so like processed and poison. Can your immunity actually comprehend and conform to it,
yeah,
and fight it?
forgive me for saying, but
Yes.
you have to take into account what is the alternative, because the alternative is what, to seclude yourself away. Then you're in an inside environment, which is more
Yeah.
artificial than outside.
Yes, and that's what I found myself where I'm at. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, if you
true.
were born and grew up in a completely sterile environment, you wouldn't last long when you stepped out of there.
That's very true. Yeah. But there's no more woods, They're removing them. So there's really no air. As far as I'm concerned, it's not a natural air I'm breathing in. It's not like I'm living near the forest or, well, actually, I have a place in the forest, but my home is right here in concrete. And this is not where I started. It started off as a background forest, hedges, and everything. They removed everything. So I'm now living in concrete. So it doesn't matter if I stay in or outdoors to me. I just like open the window. You're going to get the same thing. I mean, regardless. Except the sun, the sun, it's good. It's a good feed. To me, it's a good feed. I don't know how flat globers feel about it because I'm not intellectually, mathematically, physical, all that stuff. I'm
You don't
not
have to.
a, yeah, that's why I don't talk, because you guys just do like swirls over my head. I listen to you guys talk and I try and understand and say, I wish I could be like that, but I am more of one that is just one with nature and one with energy. And you guys were mentioning about like the extra, like, and not, to be absurd or sound a little off, but mentioning like, why does man have an extra nipple from the woman? Like, why does he have them? And all this. And I was listening to that and I thought, oh my gosh, well, God made humans alike. They made them all alike, except the only difference is male from female, and those sexual parts had to be different. The female breast from the man's it's human, and one is supposed to be for feeding, you know, but it's still human, you know. So I was thinking, oh my gosh, to me, that everything, what I'm trying to get at is everything makes sense to me, like the flat earth, the way like God created us. Everything just falls into place, even though I don't know the mathematics or understand the dimensions and how to do this opposed to that and calculate this with that. But everything just makes sense to me that I'm living within a lie and I base my truth upon my nature, what God gave me. And this is my nature. And everything makes sense to me. And I'm just trying to get in depth with your understanding of like the mathematics and the education wise, like that intellectual. And I have a hard time with that, you know?
So here's the thing. I think that maybe it may be a simpler proposition than you might think. It really comes down to simple geometry, right triangles,
yes,
and then the gas pressure is the only other thing really that would be technical at all. The other, like Earth, out as we see it outside, when we go outside, like looking over water, it's a simple geometry question. It's a really quite fundamental one. Like it's either there's drop over distance or there isn't. And so that part of it is really so simple that it goes over people's head because just of its simplicity, if you will. It's which is kind of funny.
You guys
Because
make it sound, Sonny, you guys make it sound so simple. You really do.
is,
For
it
you
is.
guys.
No, it is because listen, it is because of fluid dynamics. So that's about as complicated as you're going to get. That all that means is that water has never and can never stick to the outside of any object. It needs to be contained from the bottom.
Yes.
The bottom part of water, and therefore when the bottom and we up and there is an up and down. So the bottom side of the water, whatever container it is, every top surface of contained water is level, the same exact level.
I can relate. I can understand that.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
Well, I
you
see that. I mean, that's
yeah,
just,
you got this because it's actually it's because what we all experience, you experience the same thing I do. So this puts it all back to a level playing field for all of us as far as like water's level. We look over water, over distance. It's a geometric question. That's all it is. Yeah.
We're all born flat earthers too. We're flat earthers the minute we're born
exactly.
before we learn anything about
Exactly.
that globe nonsense.
Yeah.
You know a fairy tale, when you hear one. You don't need to be a mathematician to recognize
Yeah.
just nonsense.
And
You just have to really challenge yourself on it, and you
and,
know.
and and all of it's like a moot point until you find out the metrics of the globe, the said globe. When you find out what the metrics are and the direct consequences on the surface, what that means. So 3 miles, 6 feet of drop, 5 miles, 16 feet of drop, 10 miles, 67 feet of drop. So like that, so once you know that, then you can go out and look and see, holy mackerel, this view right here shows an island at 40 or 50 miles off. And you can do the math and go, well, it should be half of it should be hidden behind a bulge of water or whatever, or the whole entire thing should be hidden. Once you get that, then it no longer is like a guessing game at all. It's just like, this is what it is. And it either is or it isn't dropping over distance.
Can I ask you a question? Well, I'm going to ask you this question regardless, but have you ever thought that maybe you can't figure out the whole of God's creation?
Oh yeah,
That you
definitely.
can't, that the answers aren't the answers? Did you ever think that maybe it's beyond that?
It
That
absolutely is beyond us.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
I would never think that I could ever say in any way what the entire earthly realm is. It's not humanly possible.
That's good to hear.
It's beyond our scope.
Thank
It's
you.
beyond
Yes.
our pay grade, right? And the reason
Yeah.
it's probably beyond our scope as humans is because it was made that way. Think of how it was made to make it so you have thousands, literally thousands and thousands of open ocean with nothing in between anywhere. Think of how easy it is to get lost in that. Then it
Yeah.
took you a place you go further out on the plane, and it's freezing cold either near the center or as far as we were told, or towards the outer edge. Freezing cold, the highest elevations and the lowest humidity and the lowest precipitation. It's a frozen desert. There's only one animal basically, only along the coast. There's no plant life in Antarctica. So think
You know,
like
it's funny you said that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but my brother sent me the weather forecast in the Antarctica for one day. And he says, check this out. Because he's just always trying to send me stuff to make me think. And it was amazing because there was an extreme weather difference between one spot in the Antarctica to the other. So the other one may say like a minus one, like it's something like crazy 110, and the other one would say minus 16. And then there's another place, and all in the same day. And he says, "You tell me this is normal? Like it just shows you." That it is completely a flat Earth with, the Antarctica is around the rim where it differentiates the temperatures, right? I don't know if I'm saying it right. I don't talk to
Yeah.
many people. I really don't. And I don't discuss this. This
Yeah, it's
is
okay. No,
very rare for
you're
me.
doing just fine. It's okay. Yeah. But because see, this kind of discussion and field is really a topic where it hasn't been discussed openly for it. I mean, it has in the back rooms and so forth, and here and there, it's been ongoing the whole time. But it's a language that we kind of need to develop ourselves because there's so much that we've been left out of or nothing has been allowed to be investigated, so we have to create a new language almost.
Yeah. And you guys do so well. I'm so impressed. Like it blows my mind when I listen to all the talks that go on and the debates. And it just really blows my mind, to tell you the truth. I didn't think so many people could be all so smart in one, uh, as they call it, a conspiracy room and have so many brains on it. It's like it just wows me.
You know, you have to become totally at peace with understanding that you're never going to know what the moon is, never going to know what the sun is, what those stars are, how it all operates. I'm totally at peace with that. I don't care. It doesn't mean you still can't enjoy it and admire it and live a happy life.
But the strange effects going on in the sky, that's bothersome.
I'm
Because
not
there's a
sure
lot of there's a lot of
what you mean.
strange things going up, like in the sky. It's not the same. I don't see a clear sky as I did.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I
I
mean,
don't see, the way it
yeah,
used to be.
it's
When I
You can't,
walk
you
in
can't,
the,
you can't
even
let
in,
that scare you. You can't let that scare you.
well, even when I walk on the ground, it just, nothing feels the same. It's not the same. I know it sounds strange, but it's like everything's fed something different in the ground, and you're not getting the same energy. Where I used to go barefoot everywhere. I grew up barefoot. That's the way I was, all my life. Went to school, high school, barefoot. They used to, you know, yell and scream at me. This is the way this is the way I was. And I
I
noticed
can't.
everything, the
Look,
energy, the
look
people, the
here. If I could give you maybe some encouragement, look, here's
please.
what I truly, honestly believe, and I did say believe that this earth has been made by a creator. This earth is so powerful. Its energy will never die. It can never be altered. This is still the same place you grew up in. Because if you are thinking that man has the ability to
Yeah,
change earth in any way, then you're giving way far too much credit
I agree.
for
I
that.
do agree.
This place is so large, so huge, so rejuvenating, self-healing. This place is phenomenal. There is no they couldn't destroy this really honestly if they tried. They couldn't destroy
I
it.
agree with you.
Yeah.
But the
The
thing
devil
is, when
himself
I go
couldn't
out for a
destroy it.
walk, I'm sorry?
Oh, I just said the devil himself couldn't destroy it.
No, but what I'm getting at is when I go out for a walk, I have to walk my dogs twice a day. I have days that it's raining a mist and the skies are not dark, they're dirty. Not dark, dirty. And I come home and I can almost taste it and my body feels it. I feel it. I try to reverse it through meditation and everything else. But I come home and they're cutting down the woods all around me. All around, concrete's going up. It's not the same living condition for me as a human being in the situation I'm in.
But
Do you
listen,
understand what I'm saying?
yes, but listen,
The earth
you live in
will
Canada. But
survive.
hold it, you live in Canada though, right?
I do.
You live
Yeah.
Canada is one of the places with the freshest air on earth
Well,
is
I
in
have
your
a
area.
cottage. I'm going there tomorrow to try and get some air,
Like
like fresh air.
if you're near the city, I can imagine that does happen to all of us, but
Well, they
we're designed to handle any of those kind of things and adapt to them. It doesn't
no, I
matter
don't
what they
believe that.
put up. Everything that they're putting up has come from the earth in the first place.
But Sonny, I don't believe that. I believe that we wiped out animals because of this. We wiped out a lot of things die off because of our selfishness and our greed and our
I've been wiped out. Any animals?
you haven't and neither have I.
Fluoride has.
There's
Well, you
also
said we. You said we. Like,
Yeah, I know. I
hold
have
on.
wiped out like ants at my cottage, like a little
Collectively.
ant infestation with diatomaceous earth. However,
yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
we
that's fine.
no, I don't think any animals are dying out. I mean, the things that have happened to animals, yeah, we know extinctions have happened where they've ceased, or at least that's what we're told. But listen, there's places here where this was a complete desert. Now there's a forest here. It's larger than Central Park.
right,
So they've planted them, whereas you could see from 20 or 30 miles inland all the way to the ocean here back in the old days, like 1850,
right.
1880s. Now it's full of trees and greenery and life. There's wolf-sized coyotes. I've seen them myself. I've seen dozens of them at
Oh,
night.
I've
There's
seen a
plenty of
wolf-eyed
wildlife.
coyote.
Like
I
here,
have in British Columbia for sure.
there's places like this here in San Diego that used to be complete desert all the way to the oceans, and now there's greenery everywhere. There's plants, trees, Like there's more life here than there was before, even if you include the concrete. And there's quite a bit of concrete. There's more greenery and wildlife than there ever was here.
Wow, that's odd because, well, I mean, I see a lot. I see, but they're cutting everything down where I'm at because they're trying to make this a mega city where I'm at. So that's what the process we're in. So I see a lot of foxes run, and more deer running down the road that I've never seen before in my residential on my road. I phoned them in because it was a young deer running down my street. And I said, "Oh my gosh, like this is just
Good
crazy."
though.
But it's not good. That's not good.
Well, never mind.
Yeah, well, because you have plenty of wildlife there. They have plenty of places to go. If you look at how much area is outside of your area, your local area, the area that is outside of your local area is huge and full of life, and it's not going anywhere. They can't touch it. It's too large.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you're okay, I don't know how old you are, Sonny. However, I've lived a long life. And that's why they get rid of people like me.
Yeah.
Because I've been aware all my life. I've
Listen,
noticed I'm
I
a
know.
visual person.
I
I
know.
see the difference. And
I
I
know.
see the
Darling,
repercussions.
listen, I'm 65 years old. I
Oh,
was born
wow.
in
Okay,
the
that's
50s.
nice.
I've lived a long life as well, like a lot of
Yes.
us have.
Yes.
I've seen the same things you have.
And you think it's okay.
I never said that.
Oh.
So
It's perspective.
what I said is they can't destroy it.
No, I
And no
know they
matter
can't
what we
destroy the earth because God says you can't destroy the earth. So of course I know that.
So they
Do you
they
get?
can't even modify it. They people think that we're presupposing too much and giving them too much credit. I don't think they can change it. They can't change it. It's not possible.
I know that
They can't change the weather any more than in the whole in
they
this whole
have changed
system.
my weather.
So locally, but they can't change the whole earthly realm weather if they don't have the ability to do this. They don't.
They kind of do as far as bleaching coral reefs. That's my only concern is with the chemtrails heating up the coral reefs and bleaching them more.
Okay,
The strongest statement they have.
hold on. When have you measured all of the coral reefs?
Measure them all. I pay attention to them because they're all getting bleached, and they've only started doing that for the past 20 years, and they're blaming it on global warming. So I just really wanted to say real quick, like it's so cliche, but like perspective is so important. Like just to try and keep a positive mindset because it could really wear you down. Like I feel like every truther runs into this at some point where this stuff is depressing and overwhelming, and it's you can't really change this stuff.
Hey, can I ask you a question real quick?
1 person or 15 people. Yeah.
Have you explored the whole ocean?
You what?
No, of course not. Nobody's explored. Well, I don't think
Oh,
anyone's
well, he said, he was talking about these coral reefs. Seemed like,
Yeah, we're talking. Well, but maybe
look
off
into
the
it. Look into
coast
the
where
bleaching. Look into
human habitat is. We're talking about the reefs where we are able to see. Like, there's a lot of destruction going on.
They
when it
haven't
comes
seen
to
it.
reefs, we only know what we're told when it comes to coral reefs.
That's true.
And the
That's
same people
very
that are
true.
telling us the stories of the reef are the same people selling us the globe.
Yeah, and they probably haven't seen a hundredth of 1% of all the coral reefs.
You can go watch fucking videos.
They haven't seen they don't even know.
Oh my god,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, you can go watch videos of outer space too.
No,
But
this is
anyway, Darlene,
interesting.
let me address this real quick with you. You got to understand their strongest power is the power that you give them. And right now, you're letting all these outside influence really affect you
Thank
and
you.
affect your happiness. And,
It
and
is.
yeah, I'm not a,
A psychiatrist or a doctor? Maybe I
but
need
yeah,
one because I'm telling
I
you,
mean,
it's
you
just
gotta,
breaking me.
yeah, you can't. That's what they want, and they're not really doing it. you're kind of you're
I
allowing
know
them to
I'm
do it to you.
doing
You know,
it
you
to
I
myself.
know, and we all do it.
Thing
We
is,
all
I
do it,
go
right?
out my door, my neighbors don't even like, and I have a big yard. It's like I have an
Yeah.
extra size
I know,
lot.
but there I go.
And
There I
these
go again.
neighbors
You're
hate me.
putting. Yeah. Well, so
Oh,
what?
I just
So
need some
that doesn't matter.
positivity when I go outside,
Well, that's on you.
I know.
They don't. They other people don't affect your positivity. You affect your positivity.
It
You
is
you are what you want to be. You make your surrounding what you want it to be. You don't have to look at those
true.
people. You don't have to acknowledge them.
It would
They
be
don't even
nice
have
to
to.
say hello and have someone say hello back.
Well, you know,
It
yeah.
just would be nice.
But you're not alone. You're never alone.
Well, they all know what I am. That's the problem.
Sometimes you got to check in and say hello to yourself. I mean, give yourself
Yeah.
some love and care. It's another cliche, but it helps me.
Yeah, absolutely. Before you start worrying about all these outside influences, what they're doing here, and you can't really control any of that. But what you can control is you and your thoughts. You got to start from within. You got to start on yourself first.
I'm
And
trying. I really am.
stop feeding into all their bullshit stories.
Yeah, but when they talk to each other and they're all saying like, "Hey, so do you think that maybe you should sell your home and move? Like, maybe it's just too big for you, and it's too much for you to handle because I got the
Well,
two dogs and no husband
stop,
anymore, and
why
everything
stop
is
listening? Stop
oh,
listening.
because I'm just a polite person. I'm just a nice person. I always have been like that. And it just makes me feel bad. And then I walk indoors and all these things run in my head, what they tell me. And it
Well,
just,
you got to be nice to yourself too, though.
and
And it
and
sounds like
I don't go, and believe me, I never preach a flat earth, ever. Because it would kill me. These people would just probably kill me if I even brought that up. There's no way in the
darling,
world.
you're doing more damage to yourself than anyone because
You
you're letting
think?
all these outside things really affect you in a negative way.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
you're stronger than that.
I think I just need to go back to my hometown where my girlfriends are on the same level as me, and I gotta
Yeah,
sell, go home, and be around my people, because
yeah.
they
If you're
believe what I
unhappy where
believe.
you are, yeah. If you're unhappy where you have
I
the
am
ability to change it.
very,
Do whatever you have to
yeah.
do.
That's all.
Pull your bootstraps
That's
up,
what
get to
change is
work.
for.
Yeah.
Change is
I
there
mean,
to help people.
I grew up in the city, and now I'm living on 43 acres of woods
Yeah,
out in the
I
country.
listened to your talk yesterday. It was wonderful. It sounded so beautiful.
And we think we have so much power over, the earth.
No,
We are.
No, I know we don't have. Don't get me wrong. I don't
I
think
mean,
we can damage the earth. I
this
didn't
woods
think
that I live
that
on.
ever. I never ever thought that. I listened to George Carlin. I grew up with George Carlin. I know that like the earth has to sneeze and boom, I know the whole thing. What I'm saying is that what is happening around us individually, it's killing me. When Irving comes and sprays directly over where I'm four-wheeling, let's say, and I'm breathing it in, and he's killing the tree right next to me, and everybody is pulling their shirts up because there's a wind blow. What I'm talking
You
about is the trees being you go an hour later, go out and come back, and they're all yellow, dying from a spray. This is what
you
I'm
have faith.
talking about.
You believe in God, right? You believe in Creator.
I believe in, oh, definitely.
Then you have nothing
God.
to fear. There's
Yeah, I
nothing to.
know. I smile about
Why
that.
are
That's
you?
the
You
only
shouldn't
thing
be.
that makes me smile is
You
God. Like
got
when
nothing to
it's
fear. You
over,
got only to fear God.
it's beautiful. I believe in one with energy and energy one. I believe in everlasting life. Of course.
Don't fear death.
I don't fear death. I fear.
Well, you're saying, these chemicals are killing you. We're all dying.
Yeah, I
We were
know
dying
that.
the moment we were born.
What I fear is the longevity of it, like how they make it suffering, because our grandchildren, our children, our grandchildren. When does it end? When will God step in and say, "Okay, enough is enough"?
That's up to him. That's up to him.
But the thing is, this is what saddens me: is
Her.
that there's a change for the children. They even think
Look,
differently.
there's nothing new under the sun. This has been going on forever, and we're still here.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, Little
There's
House on
always
the
been
Prairie sounds wonderful.
you get an infection and you're dead. You get a cut and
No, I get an
listen.
infection, I'm not dead. Will you stop that? That's silliness. You don't get an infection and you're dead. That doesn't happen. I've
Not
never been to
now.
a doctor.
Not now,
They
no,
sent
'cause
me
we-
letters and they had phone calls wanting
No,
me to get a
you're
mammogram.
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I tell them to take their mammogram and stick it where it doesn't shine. And that was like 30 years ago. I knew this.
Anyway, the Earth, though, man, is beautiful. Beautiful and
is
flat. and there's no shortage of trees. Trust me. I've flown across the country before, and you wouldn't believe the amount of trees you see. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, but they don't let us build there. Don't you get it? You're just thinking of the earth itself. You're not thinking of the human race. You're thinking of only the earth. You're an earth lover, like a tree hugger. You're an earth lover. I'm talking about
you
the
don't love
human
the earth?
race. I love the earth. Are you kidding
We're part
me?
of the earth.
Exactly,
We
I
are
am
part of
one
it.
with the earth. However, I gotta think.
I'm
Why
getting
are you
lost.
trying to separate? Why are you trying to separate humans from the earth then?
I'm not. I'm trying to separate the fact that my children or grandchildren, well, I don't have children, but let's just say the children do not exhibit the same freedoms and fresh air as I did.
Yeah, and
that's what my
like I said
complaint
before,
is.
there's nothing new under the sun. So this has been going on.
It
for a
is new.
Mario,
Why
you're
are you saying that?
It's new to you. It's new to you because this is the first time you've experienced it.
You're interrupting me, so I
I'm
was about
sorry.
to speak. So your children are part of Earth as well, and Earth, like they're not separate from Earth. That's the lie that was told to us. So you're going along with the lie paradigm.
Oh, I see what you're trying to get at. You're trying to accept the destruction of Earth, and as long as we're tied into the Earth, we're okay.
There's no destruction of the Earth.
No, destruction of human race within the freedom of fresh air.
You're making an insinuation now against me. That
I
is
take that back. I take that back, and I do apologize for that.
because you act like a dumb bitch, and then you're gonna pay the consequences. Don't tell me I'm doing something that I'm not. You do not know me, dear lady. I don't respect that. I won't put up with it. I'm from Missouri. Show me state. I don't allow people to put words in my mouth or to call me names like you just did. To say that I'm accepting the destruction of something. Who said that? Did that come out of my mouth? I don't put up with it from Globers, and I don't put up with it from any of you.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm really trying to help you get a different perspective. Excuse me.
Don't help me. I am
Excuse me.
talking. Don't
Hold up.
Excuse me.
Unmuted her. Hold on, Paul. I unmuted her. She had never stopped talking the whole time. She was still talking the whole entire time.
Sonny, this is what we talk about when we talk about the prison of the mind, and that we build the walls of the prison that we live in.
Yeah, guys, can we get back to the topic, please? It seems that we've been off topic for a while and emotions are getting rather heated. People are getting muted for various reasons or whatever. If we could get back to the server topic, which is flat earth or the direct lack of curvature across a bit, that'd be marvellous. Thanks very much, guys. Anything else you can take down the chill chat from here on, sort it out in the back chat possibly. But if we could get back to the topic, Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we've been on the flat and level topic.
Dan,
the whole time.
if you
Talked
want to
about
vent,
all kinds of flat Earth topics throughout the whole time.
Hey, Dan, if you want to vent more, I'll join you in chill chat if you want. Just try and keep the live stream to the flat Earth.
I'm on my phone right now, but if you're a moderator in here, move everybody that wants to be in that conversation to the chill chat. So if anybody else is in here, wants to go join that conversation, you can do so in the chill chat.
I'm good. I'm staying here. I can't help somebody that can't help themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't touch that convo with a 10-foot pole. So you guys go. You have at it.
Well, you know, I feel like you got to try, right? You got to try to, you know, I care about people, and people are going through a lot of crazy shit, man.
Yeah, you can care about them, but there's hallmarks to how their mental state is at the moment, so they're not able to carry a conversation like that. You can know that immediately.
Yeah,
So
it was
I
pretty obvious.
see the signs. I don't know if you do.
listening and yeah, there's listening, and then there's not listening and waiting for a turn to talk too.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, it was obvious right away, but I don't know, man.
I know.
My heart goes out to those people, you know.
I know. That's why I'm. Man, like, it's up. You know, you're gonna reap the consequences of the end of that. However, just like it just
I know.
So, if you want to go down that path, you already know what the end of that's going to look like. But however, you know also at the beginning of it the hallmarks of the conversation not going in a good direction. So if they're not in the mental state to have the convo, just nip it in the bud and say, okay, let's go back to the flat Earth. Because
that's why I had to stop it.
Yeah, that really took a funny twist, man. She really got aggressive.
It's usually the case, but check this out. Notice the mental state of the person that's actually having the convo. If they're already wavering, I wouldn't continue going down the path, man, because you're gonna reap the consequences. I'm telling you, that's why. Just giving you a heads up, guys. That's all.
Hey, Miggy, Mayhem, I'll never get used to that.
Yeah.
I know.
I don't get it. You know me how you.
I just keep calling him Miggy because I can't do it either.
Yeah,
I just figure it's like when Miggy's here, mayhem. When Miggy's here, mayhem is present.
Wait, Mayhem is the straw man of Miggy. So Miggy's the original. We set up the straw man. The straw man is Mayhem. So the Globers come in here, they face Mayhem. But you, however, see Miggy. You see the real me. So. It's still the real me, but it's me upgraded to the to the bullies, the Glober bullies.
You know, I think that was kind of a good little example too, though, of how powerful the globe lie can be and the effect it can have on people psychologically.
And no doubt, if anybody can take anything away from that, Paul, is the fact that when somebody's in and I guess that would be like a prime example, right, of somebody so broken down from like the globalist lies, and taken in from the earth is crumbling, we got to get off this rock like in 12 years or else it's gonna all this kind of nonsense that fills somebody's mind with this like paranoid state. Do you see what I'm the outcome of this is the outcome of, and far be it from us to undo all of that, because we can't undo it in like a one session on the internet. That's got to take some time to anyway.
Personally, to myself, people like that are very dangerous to keep close to you. If I had somebody like that, I'd have to get away from them, honestly, because they can bring you down in a hurry. They can let the wolves through the gate,
Yeah, there's professional help, and I think some people.
Yeah, Yeah, we've all seen the movies. It's not any different. So you have the zombies outside, and you have one person, and the person just starts freaking out and being paranoid. No, we should go out. No, we should get out through here. They always let the zombies in. Think about it.
It's a good analogy.
Man, that
So
was
there it
actually
is. Why would they lie? Why
that
would
was
they lie?
actually that was actually so spot on that it resonated with me when you said it, because it's like you're watching a show like that. You're like, don't follow, don't listen to this person. You're gonna open the door. You're gonna get eaten by the zombie. Stop that person! And we're all shouting at the screens, you know. And that's why I was like, guys, don't go down that door. And the conversation was going forward, and I was like, you guys are gonna she's gonna let the zombie. And sure enough, man, here we go. We arrive in Crazy Town, and next thing you know, everybody's going bananas in the chat. It's like, oh. And we got old dude coming in here. He's like, "Come on, guys, what are we doing?" You know, like.
I know.
Yeah,
I
you
love
know it's
old
bad
dudes,
when
man.
he jumps in. You know it's gone too far when he jumps in.
Yeah. After a while, somebody's going to have to strong arm that person so they don't let the zombies in. But I digress. Back to flat Earth.
Yeah.
Anything happen while Australia was sleeping? You guys have a good night? Good night?
I know.
Oh, daytime, yeah?
I'm just coming in here, man. Watching. We had some good convos here last night.
Yeah.
There was a chap that came in here. It was inquiring. Well, he was actually on the fence, and who checked him in? It was Larry. Larry checked him in, and I was like, well, you know, if this guy's on the fence or whatever, he's still kind of thinking that he was leaning more towards flat anyway, but he was kind of just like, kind of getting through like his mind of like what he knows and stuff. And I was like, oh, how sure are you that the Earth is a globe at all? You know, even if you have a little kind of inkling that it could be. And he said something like 20%. Sure, you know what I do.
Oh,
So
that was the Aussie guy, yeah?
Yeah, you were here.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember him. Yeah.
You were here. Yeah. So yeah, check it out. And I just like in one go with the 3 questions, I pushed them off the fence because I'm like, listen, if it was a globe in any way, shape, or form, you would be able to tell me right now how it is. And the fact that you cannot do it, then it isn't. I don't care what magic that they put. Well, check out the ISS videos. Well, check out the balloon footage. I don't care. All that stuff is just smoke and mirrors when it comes to the truth of actually getting direct measurement of the Earth's curvature with drop over distance. If you don't got that, I mean, you ain't got squat. And you said you even told them, you know.
I noticed that new tactic. Where'd that come from? It was like, I'll prove to you in the next 5 minutes that the Earth is not a ball.
Yeah, isn't that neat? And,
well, I don't know. Yeah.
Whatever.
Seems like it's not a ball.
Whatever whammy that he had on his mind, you know, whatever Jedi mind trick that he had to say, like he was still on the fence, I quickly pushed.
20%.
Yeah, it's gone. Like I zapped it out of there. I don't like the fact that people are saying that they're on the fence because this isn't a like agree to disagree position. Period. There isn't one. That's an illusion. If you think you're on the fence, you are sorely mistaken. Maybe you have not. Maybe I haven't talked to you yet, and so it's not about being on the fence. What this position is, when you come to the knowledge, is it's either right or wrong. You either know or you don't know, and it's just as simple as that. We don't, get into these, intellectual debates on derivative topics if the Earth is or is not a globe with gravitational waves, all this other nonsense. You don't need to go that way. Don't talk about derivative topics. Go straight for the meat. Is the Earth curving like they say it is with drop over distance? That is the consequence of the Earth being an oblate spheroid. It has a geometric shape, a radius, diameter, circumference. Does it have that by way of measuring it? Yes or no? Well, I don't know. No, I'm asking you a direct question. Give me a direct answer. Has anybody ever? And Daniel, the answer is no. Nobody's ever done it because it is not a globe. Boom, bang, bing, it's done. I mean, you don't have to. You don't have to go waxing yourself intelligent about Coriolis effect. You don't got to do that. I mean, let's just really put all the cards on the table right now, right? I mean, do you have to do that? No. And you because you know the truth, redirect the conversation. No, we're not talking about derivative topics. Let's go back to what we need to talk about, and that is the evidence. What supports the case of the Earth being a globe? Direct measurement that the Earth is curving like they tell us it is with drop over distance. Boom.
Yeah.
You know?
What I've
I'll
been
be
noticing is yeah, sorry, go ahead, continue.
No, I'm just ranting. Go ahead, Timbo.
That's all right. What I've been noticing is I would say like 70% of people's reason why they believe in a globe is southern star rotations. It's that, and you just go rotation. Well, in order for you to see a rotation, you'd have to see 24 hours of something going around something. Now, no one's ever seen that. So,
but remember,
you cancel out that, and then you go, well, what's going on in the sky? It doesn't matter about what the surface of the Earth is. So, you go, okay, well, we don't know what's going on in the sky. So, let's just bring it back to the Earth and measure the curvature of the Earth. The same what you were saying, when they go to Coriolis, that's their claim. They'd have to prove that Coriolis exists. You know what I mean?
What people get into is derivative topics, and there's all right. Let's talk about star rotations.
Yeah, secondary. Yeah,
we don't have to.
Yeah.
You want to indulge that conversation, and then you're like an hour and a half yelling at the guy on the live
Into
stream.
nowhere.
You can't get him to realize that the Earth is not a globe by way of this derivative topic. How, like, this? I'm just wondering, like, do you guys actually catch yourselves when you're okay? Star rotation. Let's talk about it. Like, and then what? Like, what? What do you think? At the end of that, he's gonna be like, "Dude, you made a lot of sense. I do agree that star rotations. Like, you think he's no? He's gonna double down if he has to. He's not gonna agree with your point. Point for point discussions will never get us there."
Timbo, were you here last night for that conversation about refraction and the light bending?
Yeah, man, I lost my shit.
Yeah, you should. Man, that was nuts.
Lost it. That was crazy, man. Someone we had someone in. I think he might have been. It's another Aussie guy, but he's a bit strange. He came in. He explained refraction, like going through two mediums, one medium to another, and the light refracting. That's what it's called, refraction. He goes, no, refraction doesn't exist. We go, no, refraction exists. It's just not what they say it is. And he goes, okay, yeah, but okay. So if you look at a fish on an angle from the air through the water, it's going to change its position in the water due to your vision. Yeah, because the light changes speed and slows down and refracts through the water. He goes, yeah, but the fish doesn't change place. What the fuck? No, the light, what you're seeing changes place. This went on for, 2 hours? I think 10 of us tried to explain it to him. And then he explained refraction again and called it, oh, that's your angular vision. I went, I think you're trolling now.
Yeah, that was really a weird conversation.
Yeah.
Man. That guy basically is agreeing with us while arguing at the same time. Yeah, hit my head. Oh, please.
Yeah,
it went on for so long too. It was brutal.
Don't you guys had fun. Don't lie. Don't lie to mayhem.
It was a flat earth.
Don't lie to me.
Then he kept saying, "Oh, you drop it, and
then he bring it up."
And we didn't keep going. Nobody here was going back to it. He didn't.
You know what it was? You know what it was? I'm gonna tell you right now, Paul. You guys were playing with your food. Not supposed to play with your food. Damn it! Eat the thing.
We were trying to put it down. Like the left arm was slapping the right arm. Put it down. But anyway, so he's like, drop it. And then he's like, but that's ludicrous to think that light bends. We're like, we know for the 24th time, that's what we keep saying.
It refracts you, doofus. That's why it's called refraction.
He would just go right back. Yeah, he would just go right back into it where he would go, but so refraction doesn't exist. And if you want to think that it is, you're just you're just ridiculous. Like what?
You guys, honestly, you guys have become too strong for these guys already. They're way out of your league. There's no way that they can. There's no match for you guys anymore. So I think the best that we can do is kind of give them things. All right, I'll give you gravity. You try to like hope that they come up and try to give you a challenge. They won't, dude. In any way, they're going to wind up losing every time.
This guy was a flat earther, though.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
It don't matter.
Yeah.
We select. We select whoever it is. Whoever it is.
His whole thing was the scientific, you know, let's call it the scientific, consensus. Yeah, the whole scientific, they've let us down. Science has let us down. That's what he's saying. So we have to throw everything out that that has come from that. And you go, okay, but these things, some of these things are laws. So you can't just throw them out because just because a glober is using it in the wrong way doesn't mean that refraction doesn't exist. You know, you can't just chuck everything out and start again. He wanted to chuck everything out and start renaming everything. And you go, how fucking confusing is that going to be? You're not even going to be able to communicate with anyone because they're not going to know what you're talking about.
That's so stupid. That's so dumb.
Yeah. So you're just changing the name of a word that means exactly the same as the word that described it before you changed the name. How fucking ridiculous is that?
It's as ridiculous as people saying, I hate the word flat earth. It's so visceral. People don't like it. I think of myself as
Own it.
A realm or, whatever. I don't give a shit. What do you call yourself?
Yeah, realm earther. Yeah. Or
Apparently there was some
stationary
guy here
planar.
this. Oh, sorry, bro.
No, you're right. Go ahead. I was just saying
There
a
was
little
some guy
comment.
here earlier this morning named Dan, who, and I didn't even know he was here. I guess he's a glober, and we were just all shitting on the on the globe, and I wasn't even paying attention to what was going on in the chat, and and people started calling him out saying, "Hey, you gonna stand for this? You gonna let him talk about the globe like this?" And he just ended up leaving. He never even joined. Never came off mute. I didn't even realize that was going on either.
You're like that guy right now, Paul, from the movie Tombstone, Kurt Russell. When he's getting the guy of the Pharaoh table, he's like, "You're gonna do something. You're gonna jerk your pistol and go to work, boy." He's like,
yeah.
You're gonna do something or stand there and bleed. Like, it's just, I love it.
And it
Bro.
wasn't even a conversation, I was just shitting on it, and I guess people were trying to goat him to get in there, and he ran off.
You know what? The globe is the dumbest thing that anybody's ever known about from coming from academic perspective. Prove me wrong. I will have a table outside that says that on the poster board, so you guys can know that's where I stand. Prove me
Not
wrong.
a bad idea, actually.
It's the dumbest thing you've ever heard.
Prove me wrong.
Well,
that's a great idea.
I challenge. I pick fights, dude. Yeah, the globe's stupid. And what? You got something to say about it? You want to defend it? Go ahead, try. I'm like you guys, man. But me, I don't know. I'll play with my food a little bit. I'll let you feed the wolf pups.
Is Smiley gonna defend it? Smiley.
Hello? Hi.
Oh,
How's everyone doing?
Please, is he gonna defend it? I'll let you guys have. I'll eat my food.
Sorry. Hi. I'm personally what I say I am. I'm a glober. I don't really care, by the way. Like, you can believe whatever you want to believe.
Bullshit. Before
Seriously. I don't really mind.
Listen, Smiley, you're in this server. It intrigues you that people think opposite to what you think, and what you want to do. You let me talk, dude. Damn, hold on, your little. Yeah. Just chill out, dude.
No, I'm just saying, I'm agreeing with you.
Relax, bro. Relax. So basically, what it is, when you come in here, you get all primed and pumped up because you think, oh, I'm going to talk to these flat earthers who don't know jack squat about the earth. And when you come in here, dude, any one of these gentlemen that are in here are going to shellac you 9 ways to Sunday. And if you want that, you're going to get it. But here's the thing. Go ahead and give them your best shot.
I'll put it that way. I'm gonna sit here, and while I eat, I'll have a nice little show too. Go ahead. You got a point?
Okay.
How is the Earth a globe? You tell us, because when you come in here, you're in our house. We want to know how you know that the Earth is a globe. And by the way, tell us what percentage you think the Earth is a globe. Are you 100% sure? Are you 50% sure? Are you 10% sure? How sure are you that the Earth is a globe there, Smiley? Let us know, and then defend your point. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, first I have to state a few things that you're incorrect about right there. I'm not here to start fights or to prove you guys wrong or prove that I am right. I'm not here to pick fights. I'm just honestly here to have a genuine conversation about why each of us believes something like that, and I'm not here to try shit on anyone.
I'm sorry, but we're not going to go off into your little bullshit understandings or talks or whatever.
Okay,
You're coming into our house. Listen, dude. You're coming into our house. Basically, you're going to come in here and bring some evidence. Bring the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's what we want. We don't want your moderation. We don't care about it. We want you to bring forth the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Do you have any? Yes or no? Answer my question.
Well, do you know the most recent Netflix?
Yes or no, sir? It's a yes or no
Yes,
answer.
I guess. Okay. Kind of.
Right. So now, all you have to do is present it. I'm going to go back on mute. Please present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
I guess every class that you've ever been doing, like if you go to school, the teachers would always teach you that the world is a
vampire. Nah.
It's a globe, and I'm honestly just here to ask, why do you guys believe it?
You're saying.
I don't want to.
I'm not here to shit on anyone, man, and I'm not here to get into a fight over it.
All right, well then stop talking. How about that? Listen, we don't care about. I'm just here to ask you. No, you're not here to ask us questions, sir. We're here to ask you the question: how you know the Earth is a globe, not every classroom has been. We don't care about what everybody's doing or anything like that. We want you to present the evidence that the Earth is a globe. I said it one time. This is the second time. I hope you get it this time. I hope you get it right. We're asking for you to present your evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. Again,
but
twice.
Isn't me coming into your house?
Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir. 3 times. Go.
Again, me coming into your house is I'm asking to why you believe in that.
Are you serious?
I'm asking a question. Yes.
No, I don't want to hear your questions, sir. I don't want to hear your questions.
Why?
Listen, you come into this council is set up to listen to your evidence. Now, this council will entertain your evidence so long as you come forth with it. We don't want to hear excuses. Present the evidence that the Earth is a globe, and then we have our rebuttal to your whatever you bring. So hopefully you bring your A game. Now, for the 4th time, present your evidence that the Earth is a globe. Go.
Yeah, because you said you had it.
Go.
I never said I had any evidence.
So you don't have
evidence. I was here to have a conversation.
So you don't have evidence that the Earth is a globe. Is this what I'm listening to right now?
I said the only evidence that I had was the fact that they used to teach us in classes.
No, shut the fuck up. You're lying now.
Why are you so upset? I originally came in.
Hang on, guys. I'm taking this conversation. Let me handle this.
I wasn't meaning to be rude in any way, to be disrespectful to any of you guys. I was just here to ask a few questions.
Relax. Let me help. Guys.
I am relaxed.
Not you. Okay. Guys, step down. Let me handle this conversation. And I'm going to let the gentleman speak so long as he's going to bring forth his evidence. So, dude, I asked you to present your evidence. I don't care about anything else. Now, if you don't present your evidence, I'm going to happily put you on mute because this council is only concerned with evidence for the case that the Earth is a globe. And so you might have some, therefore give us some. Now, if you say you don't have any, come clean.
The only evidence that I have is the bending of light. That's it.
A second, sir. You control your mouth for just a moment so I can finish. So,
sure.
So what I'm asking for right now is that when you present the case that the Earth is a globe, give us the examples of how and the evidence for it, please. So that's all I'm asking for. If you don't have it, please tell us, I do not have evidence for the Earth being a globe. Tell me that right now. If you say I do not have any evidence, I will accept that. But if you do, please present what you know. How about that?
I do not have any evidence for the Earth being round, a globe, because I didn't come prepared.
Thank
I
you.
just
So
came for a
that's
conversation. I was hoping
that's
that we
fine.
could
We're not
have
going to
one.
have conversations. Please put yourself on mute.
Okay.
Thank you. You may listen to conversations in here, but if you did not bring evidence and you think that the Earth is a globe, then you can put yourself on mute. I'm going to let somebody else talk to you because you don't run things here. So they're going to ask you questions if they want to, and you can respond to them. But since you do not have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, you do not have a platform to then speak to the council. The council will speak to you. So anybody that's in here right now, if you want to ask him a question, go ahead. But so long as he responds to your questions, because he didn't have any evidence that the Earth is a globe, he admittedly said so. So now you have to listen to anybody that's in here right now. We're just going to try to be respectful. So long as the gentleman is going to respond, we'll go ahead and have a back and forth. Go ahead. Anybody else that wants to jump in and talk to him, please.
Yeah, I'll have a go. He said part of his evidence was the bending of light. Now, what's the light bending around? Miley?
Sorry about that. I don't know. I only came in to ask a few questions about
that's all right.
why certain people believe certain things. I didn't mean any hate or anything. I didn't come in here as a joke.
That's all right. Yeah, okay. So what we do in here is we want to know why people believe that they live on a spinning space ball in the vacuum of space. Now, part of your evidence was teachers tell you and light bending. Now, how does light bending prove that you live on a globe?
Wouldn't it be from like the curve of the Earth? The light would bend around the object.
Yeah, but first of all, you need a curve of the Earth. So to establish that your light bends around a curve, you need a curve of the Earth. Now, do you have a curve of the Earth?
I would think so. Well, if hypothetically speaking, we were to say the Earth is a globe.
We're not talking hypothetically. We're talking concrete evidence. So, for the light to bend around a curving Earth, you need a curved Earth. Now, what's your evidence of a curved Earth?
Okay.
You can't go into a
secondary.
Yeah,
sure.
You can't go into a secondary. You need the first thing. First thing is the curved Earth, because they say we live on a ball. So you need that first to go any further.
Well, when you look out to the ocean, doesn't it eventually curve down?
So they say that the Earth is 3,950 whatever it is. Let's call it 4,000. Yeah. So they give us the geometry, so we can work out the distance to the so-called horizon from that. Now, sometimes, so if you're standing on the shore and you're 6 foot tall, the horizon of the ball should be 3 miles. Now, sometimes we can see 10. Sometimes we can see less than 3. So is the Earth expanding and shrinking and stuff like that? Now, is your horizon the edge of a ball?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay, so why is it moving?
Because are we not eventually like going around the sun, which
you're not getting the point,
Earth to move, which causes gravity? No.
I look out to the ocean. I have demarcations, yeah, which we know the distance to. If I can see past those demarcations and they're past the given they're past the given hard horizon of the Earth, then something's happening, yeah? It's not a physical place, is it?
Sorry, repeat that one more time for me. Sorry about that. My headsets were cutting out. I'm in a thunderstorm at the moment. Sorry about that.
You do understand that when they give us the radius of the Earth, that we can work out the distance to the horizon, to work out the distance to a hard horizon, yeah? The mathematical equation, yeah?
Yeah.
So if you can see past that horizon and it looks like a flat surface and the horizon is at 10, 15 miles when it's supposed to be at 3, then how are you seeing around a ball?
I guess it's just perspective. I don't know how to.
So perspective lets you see around corners.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
I would think so. Well, not directly around corners, but if you turn your head around them, yeah. I
Yeah, but
guess.
that's looking directly around something. It's not seeing around a corner without going around the corner.
Okay.
Yeah. So you're saying that this goes back to you saying that light bends. Now, you're saying that light bends around a ball, but we don't have an actual ball. No one's measured a ball. Can you tell me anyone who's measured a ball? Anyone who's measured drop over distance curvature of the Earth? Anyone?
Do you want me to look somebody up who's done that, or?
Well, I don't know. You should know yourself. You claim that you live on a ball. Now,
Bro,
you
literally,
should.
I'm a 15-year-old kid who's just here to talk to like understand why other people think differently. That's
Okay,
like
look, listen,
all
man.
I'm here for.
The whole point is that people say yes, we live on a ball, but the point is that no one has any evidence that we live on a ball, and people come in arguing that they live on a globe, but they don't actually know that they live on a globe. Do you see the point?
Okay, but can I ask why? Like, am I? Are we allowed to? I mean, am I allowed to ask questions? I don't want to be rude because
Yeah,
the
but
last time.
are you gonna admit? Are you gonna concede that you don't know that you live on a ball?
I believe that we do because of the photos that I've seen
From
and the
the
many
space.
recordings that I've seen of space, but that's because that's the only physical thing I've seen.
Okay, but
I haven't.
belief and knowing are two different things. Belief and knowing are two different things. Like, have you eaten today?
Have I eaten today? No, I haven't.
You haven't eaten today. So you know that you haven't eaten today, right? It's not that you just believe that you haven't eaten today. You know that you haven't eaten today. So you believe that you live on a spinning wet ball in a special vacuum of outer space, but you don't know that. Do you understand what I'm getting at now? Go ahead, Timbo.
Hey, you're all right. That's a belief. You're in a religion, dude. You know that?
That I'm in a religion?
Yeah. You
Well,
blindly believe in something that has
I
no
am in a
evidence.
religion.
Yeah? Yeah, it's called the globe. It's called the globe religion.
No, I'm Christian, but I feel like that's close enough.
No, you're in a globe religion as well. Because you blindly believe that you live on a ball, but you have no evidence for it.
Yeah,
You get it?
Wouldn't the
it's not
evidence be
common
enough as
knowledge.
photos and stuff like that? No?
It's not common knowledge that heliocentrism is a religion. It is a heliocentric. Helios, the sun god, it's idol worship, it's sun worship. It is its own religion, and it's encoded in our language.
Now, this is the type of conversation I was looking for. Something that I didn't know. Something that is actually interesting and I can actually have a civilized conversation with people about. This is fun. Thank you. I really enjoy this conversation. I am learning more and more every day. Genuinely. But may I ask, too, how you guys came to the conclusion? If you don't mind me asking. Like,
Well,
what?
it's pretty simple for me. I mean, the physics of water, how water will rest level on its surface, and level doesn't curve. And I'm like, okay. And I'm looking out across these lakes and stuff, and it's incredibly calm. And it's just a mirror flat reflection on the surface of the water. And I'm like, so if it's this way in my cup, in the bathtub, in a pond, in a puddle, at a lake, they call it sea level. There's 71% of this Earth's surface is water, and water is level on the surface. Therefore, that's pretty flat. I mean, we have mountains and hills and peaks and valleys and canyons and stuff like that. But other than that, pretty flat.
Might I ask how you I'm guessing you went to school and they taught you all this stuff in school. How did you what made you want to what changed your view from the years of schooling, if you don't mind me asking?
I was taught a couple different things throughout school. I moved around a lot. I was in different schools. I had different teachers. I probably had 3 different teachers, by the time I was completely out of second grade, you know. So I remember in probably like 5th grade, we're being taught that the sun is kind of like in suspended animation and we're all just whirling and twirling around the sun. And then I get to now helping my little cousins with their homework and stuff. And now the curriculum is saying that the sun is traveling at like this insane speed of like Mach 88, and that we're whirling and twirling, trying to, speeding up and slowing down to try to keep up with this. And that made me really think about why is the curriculum changed? So what's the truth here? Are we being told to trust the science? Is the science actually science? Or is it pseudoscience, fake science? And that's something that that we've figured out along the way through all of this. So it's just a little bit of perspective on that.
But wouldn't you believe that the science would change after a period of time once if they find new evidence, that they would start teaching it to the younger generation again?
No, not when it changes. Not when the narrative changes up that many times. No, and not when not when you're taught that liquids seek their level on the surface. That's like 5th grade. And that's true. And it doesn't matter how big the body of water is. This bottle of water that I'm holding in my hand, in your toilet, in your bathtub, in a puddle, a lake, a pond, it's all going to be level, flat, even. It's called sea level, not sea curve. I mean, there's no curvature to be found. You should only, according to the heliocentric model, you should only be able to see 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts, end quote. And see, here's the thing is we've got awesome technology, cameras, laser scopes, and all of these things that allow us to see much further than that across water. And so here we are with up to 273 miles of view across water when we should only see 3.1.
Didn't you guys have a photo? I was in here a while back, I think a year or so ago, and you guys had a photo of, I think it was like a highly advanced telescope on a beach, and then multiple buoys going out explaining.
Oh, was it the Black Swan? It was probably the Black Swan.
I don't remember the name.
It's probably the 2 oil rigs. They're most common.
It was that oil rig one.
Yeah, you can see up to 10 miles. You can see the furthest oil rig at nearly 10 miles out. The observer height is about a foot off the ground. And so foot off the ground and 10 miles out horizontally towards the horizon. And that the furthest oil rig can be seen at nearly 10 miles away. And then more horizon, like more water, can be seen beyond that 10-mile mark. So that already has me scratching my head because wait a minute. The globe model says only 3.1 miles out to the horizon before curvature starts. That's all you should be able to see. So you see how the globe math isn't quite adding up to measurable, observable, testable reality? Are you seeing that? It's a struggle. I know you can see it. I know you can see it. It's that you're struggling though. I can hear the struggle in you, dude. And
Well,
it's okay. It'll be
the
all
reason
right.
why I'm struggling with this is also because I'm trying to wrap around just everything in general, because I haven't learned most of the stuff in schooling yet. I'm just going into grade 10 now, so I don't know what half the stuff is.
So I bet your biggest question is, well, why would they lie, right?
Yeah.
It's usually the big, yeah, why would they lie? Well, think about it for a second. If you wanted to take control of this entire earth, how would you do it? How would you do it? I know how I'd do it. I'd control people's minds. And I can do that by convincing people that they live on this spinning wet ball. I can lie to you about the very place that you live and you believe it. Oh, I can tell you anything and you'll believe it. I've got full control of your mind. That is exactly how deep this goes. Okay. This is how deep this goes. And I know you said you're 15, so you probably, I don't know if you're getting this, but it's about mind control. It's been this way for the past, 500 years, but like, surprise, this is what they don't teach you in public schools. This is what they won't teach you in history classes. They won't teach you about the cults. They won't teach you about the secret societies. They won't teach you about any of this stuff. This is all stuff you have to go find on your own. That's why we're all here. Because we found it on our own.
Okay.
So.
Well, sorry, Smiley. Wanted to add to that because, why would they lie is, a very common question. And we definitely agree with Jenna's points. But something to add to that is it more important that they did lie or why they lied? Right? So if you were lied to, wouldn't you want to know that? Like if you could definitively know that, okay, I know that I'm being lied to, right? Or that I'm about to be lied to. Wouldn't you want to know that?
Are you asking me personally, or?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to know if I was being lied to or not. And also, why my biggest question is why would they lie to us about something that would be so trivial in the overall aspect of lying to us to control us is the way that the earth is shaped.
Well, it seems trivial, kind of from the perspective of, still kind of believing in a globe, right? Because you're like, so what? Big deal. This is kind of all there is, and so what? Right.
It's a very greedy reason, okay? It's a very greedy reason why they do it, and it's to hide technologies and resources for themselves and to keep us all in one general spot.
Okay.
Keep everybody monitored. You already know there's like this AI and facial recognition and all of this monitoring that goes on. It's all about command and control of resources and territories. And if you don't know where the fuck you live, then you don't know what resources or what territories are out there to be had. Just saying.
There's also the money aspect, right? Even though they do print it and is a fiat currency system, they still get a lot of that money that could go to a lot of, humanity, right? And it's not just NASA, but of course all the other tax farms and the countries that have space agencies.
And you mind if I ask a few questions, if that's okay? I don't want to be rude, but like, if the world is flat, is there an end? And if so, how does that work?
I mean, if we only live in a pond, can you fall off of a pond?
Okay, but where does it end?
I mean, it's a good question. I don't know. I haven't been there, and nobody in this room has either. However, there has been
and no one
people
in
who come
all
in.
and no one in all of human history has ever come back and reported on it. So there you have it.
But
there's speculation.
Because
I was gonna
I
say that
know
oh,
in like, sorry for interrupting. Sorry.
I was just gonna say there's speculation um, from the Antarctic research, little blurbs that come up every now and then about how there is an ice wall beyond the ice wall where the quote unquote dome comes down, but I don't subscribe to that. Because there's a whole thing behind that. But it's off limits, man. Like if Antarctica is what surrounds us and Antarctica's off limits, then nobody will ever know. They will kill you. They will kill anybody who just tries to go like on their own without permissions.
So is the theory, because I know in older theory that you would just fall off the edge, or you would just or you would just get turned around and you would find yourself back where you were before.
Well, Smiley,
No.
that's definitely what they tell us, right? You know, in
I mean, that
early
was the older
elementary
stuff in
school,
history.
it's sort of ridiculed that way, like, oh, you'll fall off the edge, right? So of course it's not flat. And Christopher Columbus found that out, right? So it's kind of ridiculed in our first instance that we even hear about flat Earth, right? However, I would ask you this question: Do you still think Earth, or that flat Earth, quote unquote, is this disk in space?
Do I believe that it's a disk in space?
Yeah, is that what you think flat Earth is?
That's what I've heard it is. I don't know anything better, but I'm pretty sure that's what you guys believe, yeah?
So
Not
that's
at
what you
all.
have in your mind. That is your preconceived notion that you have in your mind, okay?
Okay, then what is it? Where are we? If we were to be this flat Earth, are we in space?
Well,
And
I'm glad
if
you
not,
asked.
where are we?
I mean,
We're
I've
here.
got theories on that, but the thing about a theory is it remains a theory and not a fact until it's been able to be proven otherwise, you know? But my theory is it has to do with resonant frequencies and suspended animation, and that's probably like way over your head. I don't
If
know.
it's been an animation, that means that we have to be
Well,
somewhere or floating, and if so,
well,
where would
listen,
we be floating?
listen.
what he was
It's
asking.
been
That's not what
written.
he was
It's
asking.
been written in ancient scriptures that Earth is stationary with a foundation, with foundations, and this is something that we could detect if there was motion. So scientifically, no motion has ever been detected either. So that matches up with what was written. It's not in motion. It's stationary. Earth is not moving at all. It would be able to be measured if it were.
Yep.
And there's
It's the
no validity.
the celestial bodies that are moving. The sky is moving. The constellations, the stars, these things turn in the sky like hands over the face of a clock. Have you heard the term the face of the earth?
Face of the Earth, yeah.
Face of the earth, like the face of a clock.
Yeah.
And you've
Yeah,
heard the wheel in
I
the
haven't
sky.
ever seen any ball clocks, but that'd be pretty wild.
Yeah, and you've heard about the wheel in the sky, right?
And
The wheel
The
in the
wheels are
sky?
yeah, the wheel is turning in the sky.
I don't know what that means. I've never heard that saying before.
He's too young for that song, Sonny.
Hey, well, I think that term didn't just come from the song. I think that was from ancient times. They called it a wheel in the sky because there's an axle point, that Polaris, that everything else revolves just like a record.
It was called the sky wheel in Norse cosmology.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean,
Smiley,
he's 15. You know,
If Earth was a spinning ball, it would not just be turning axially; it would be corkscrewing through space.
I need that. Sorry.
but you know, just to kind of bring it back down to earth, right? You know, no pun intended. Your question was kind of, you know, well, where are we then, right? How do we know? And let me tell you, as you just heard all of us kind of say these random factoids of information, there's a lot of stuff to know about the earth that you and me, we're both on right now, right? That's conclusive, that's objective. Me and you, we can both go to the beach and we can make the same observation, right? We can't really disagree. We could go, well, you know, I think the blue is a little more blue and I think it's actually a light green, we could disagree like on something subjective, right? However, we can't disagree on something's measurement, right? So you've been asking some questions, and I was wondering if I could ask you maybe some, like 3 questions.
Go for it.
All right.
I'd love to have a conversation. This is really nice. Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, no problem, man. You know, we always kind of ask these questions because I notice it seems like you're genuine. Maybe have like a sound changer on your voice, and I totally
Oh
get
no,
that.
no. This is I've got this thing. What's it? I don't remember what it's called, but it's the same thing that, do you know corpse? I've got an issue with my stomach acid
I'm not
eating my
familiar.
vocal cords, like
By the
around
way,
there.
it's not an issue, but we're always kind of skeptical here. You know, we
I
get a
get
lot
it.
of
Trust me, you
trolls
guys get
and
it
things
all
like
the
that.
fucking time.
But to those questions, right? First question: do you know anyone in history that has ever measured and demonstrated the drop over distance, the curve of the claimed globe geometry?
Do you mind if I look that up, or do you mean as of right now?
You're welcome to look it up. I don't know how fast your Google hands are, but
Probably not. I'll do that another time, and if you're down for another conversation, then when maybe I have
well,
more
no, I mean,
knowledge.
what have you heard?
Well, I mean, what I do know is a ball is like a perfect circle is 360, and
Very
I
true.
haven't got into that. I haven't got into that stuff in math yet.
Well, for instance, do you know how big, say, NASA claims that this globe spherical is?
I do not know.
All right. I think that suffices, right? When I'm, something that would, sort of be common knowledge, right? Like, oh yeah, so and so, they measured the curve and blah blah blah. We all know it. We have a poster of it. I had it as a kid, right? That's obviously not there, right? Next question, right? Just because we said I don't know who measured this curve.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who has demonstrated and has verified the spin of this globe?
Well, are you asking for a specific someone? Because I could just say NASA, but
Really
that's
anything.
Well, the only stuff that I know is that about NASA and how they've sent people out there, and how you would slowly see that the sun would slowly rotate around the sun and spin at a very extremely slow pace, which would...
So are you saying pictures and video from NASA, from space?
Pictures and videos of NASA, yeah.
Right. So, I mean, we can't really use that as proof just because I can't or you can't go verify that yourself, right? I mean, we could claim, oh, well, if I had a bunch of money, I could sort of send a rocket up there, right? But it would never be of the quality, if you will, of NASA, right? And actually, when we really get into it, there's a lot of mishaps, right? Errors, things that don't make a lot of natural sense when you actually inspect those photos and videos, right? It's like somebody going, well, I saw on TV Godzilla, and he was destroying this city. But, just because it's a really good video or even hyper realistic, right? You got deep fakes now where it really looks like Obama and he's talking, but of course it's not, right? Would you agree? We can't really use videos and photos as proof unless we can actually make those ourselves.
I do believe that's a fair enough assessment, yeah. 100%.
Yeah. So, I mean, we can't really use that as our evidence of the spin of the Earth, but maybe is there anything else that makes you think that it spins? Anything that comes up?
Well, the only... apart from, everything that I was taught in, my history class, my science class this year, about how with the gravitational pull sun, we would slowly rotate around the sun, causing it, which makes the gravity that we have. But this is a very, very dumbed down way of me explaining, because
Well, I was going to
I
say
do
it's a
not
little all over the place too.
Yeah, it's very very dumbed down because I do not remember everything that I sat in science class this year, but that's around about the assessment that we got in class.
So if I asked you to come outside with me outside to the beach, do you think you could prove to me that the Earth was moving and spinning? Do you feel it moving and spinning?
I do not feel it, no.
Yeah, I mean, me neither. But of course, there's this claim that the ball would have to be spinning. Like you said, it would have to be going around the sun, right? So that we could see it across the sky. So do you know? I mean, and it's fine if you just say, I don't know, right? Do you know when they measured the spin of the Earth?
No, I don't.
Awesome, man. Great. First question, we don't know who measured the curve. We don't know who measured the spin, right? Last question. Can you demonstrate, right? Because they say that this spinning ball, if you will, is of course in the vacuum of space, right? Ever expanding. Now they've changed the story here and there, right? They've said that it was a big bang, right? Quite exciting. The first explosion to create supposedly everything, right? They told, of course, all of us the exact same story. So we need to be able to verify that, right? Because me and you, we're breathing air, at 14 psi roughly right now, right? So I would say that my last question to you is, can we demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Well, the first thing is that I can't exactly say that I believe in the Big Bang either, because I believe God created the Earth in 7 days. And
it's a great start.
That I believe I'm a Christian. That's my value. My view. I don't believe that the Earth was created by a Big Bang.
That's so great, actually, because the Earth was created before the sun. So, what in the heck was the Earth moving around if the sun was created after the Earth? And so, like I said, that's why heliocentrism is a religion, okay? Because they have like the sun and the Earth and all this, but the Earth was created first, and then there was the greater day, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser night to rule the night, and it was the sun and the moon.
Yeah, and I would have to agree. It's a story that I would agree fits a lot better than sort of this Big Bang story, right? That if you stick around here, you can even find out where that came from, right? And how it just starts to add and build to this story of this globe lie. But anyway, to the question, just want to kind of get that consensus, whether you know or not. You might know of a demonstration of gas pressure without a container, right? We would need to have, of course, something between this pressure of air that we're breathing and, of course, the vacuum of space that they claim. Of course, the ISS is out there, maybe in low Earth orbit, right? They've told us a lot of things. So could you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Isn't the thing that's keeping us, from all dying, isn't that called the ozone, or am I wrong? Sorry, I do not focus enough
It's
in science
definitely it's been called that.
Okay.
For sure, right? They even claim there's a hole in the ozone layer in the 90s. However, they've kind of stopped saying that, generally speaking. But yeah, a hole in what? Are we saying that there's like this glass bubble around the globe somehow, and they sort of just sort of exit?
Isn't it the amount of carbon dioxide in the air that's keeping keeping us in the vacuum space? I do not remember. I'm sorry. I'm just
genuinely enjoying this conversation. I'm sorry if before it sounded like when I came on that I may have looked like a troll, because I'm guessing you guys get that all the time.
Not at all, man.
But when I came on, I genuinely meant to have a genuine conversation about something that I do not fully understand, and I'd like to look at the other people's perspective.
Yeah,
Because
I believe
perspective is key.
Because I would say actually a lot of us are here not only to kind of help fellow people that are still sort of in this deception of a globe, because we were all there too, right? But honestly, we're trying to figure out why everybody still believes in this globe. And they think that, well, we believe in a flat earth, and that's not really true. I can't believe in how tall I am. I can measure it, and then I know how tall I am. In fact, I would try to remove believe entirely out of your vocabulary, right? There's a reason why lie, L-I-E, is right in the middle of believe, right? It's what you have to do, of course, to do something. Now, it's okay. As they say, white lies can be healthy, right?
Mhm.
However, the globe versus flat is not a white lie. In fact, it's even seems like a minuscule deception. However, it's changing the foundations of what everybody's worldview is. For instance, they could say something is falling out of the sky and it's coming from Jupiter, right? And a lot of people would believe that. When, of course, somebody who knows that the Earth is not a spinning space ball would never fall for such a story. Does that make sense?
I mean, yeah. Yeah, makes sense.
Because really
But
here, we're just here to kind of show you some information. And really the point of those questions, just because I'm going to say that you probably don't know of, gas pressure without a container.
are you talking about like the ozone, or just like the theory or the practice, the testing? I don't know. Sorry, what do you mean? Sorry.
Take a soda can, okay? Take a soda can, for example, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And it has gas infused in the soda, right? That carbonation, okay? That's a gas. If I shake that soda and I bust it open, I bust a hole in it, I make it an open container, it's going to go everywhere, okay? Because it's a pressurized thing, okay? So, like, its contents will leave the container, okay? And so that's what we're trying to say. Like, there's this whole theory of gravity on Earth, but there's no gravity in space, and you can't have that. You have to have some sort of containment for this pressurized gases that we breathe, or the contents. The contents of our container would leak into space, and we'd all be screwed. It defies physics. That's the whole thing I'm getting at. It defies fundamental laws of physics. So.
But the thing is, what I looked up here is that the Earth is, the ozone layer is made up of 3 different types of oxygen molecules, and that's what's keeping the Earth. This is what it says.
So are
Is a
you saying
gas
the
made up of
gas
3
is
oxygen
containing the
atoms?
gas?
Yes. O3, it occurs
Do you have a
naturally.
demonstration of gas containing a gas?
Well, wouldn't some gases be denser and thicker than other gases?
Sure, but even supposedly on the edge of space, right? Is the air more dense or less dense?
In space? Isn't there
As we
no air?
rise, as we rise up, right? If I was to, get a ladder and just keep going up and up and up, would the air get denser?
I would get thinner, no?
Exactly. Right. So how is there this less dense air and then suddenly, there's this dense air holding in all the other air? You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
There's a weird sandwich. So, I mean, don't get me wrong, there might be a demonstration of where there's gas pressure holding gas pressure. Is this the case? It's fine if you don't
Sounds
know.
like a pseudo sandwich.
That's the equivalent of like, I'm going to go buy some propane at my local store, right? And I go, don't worry about the container. Just give me the gas, right? I've got this gas bag. You can't see it. It's gas. Don't worry, I'm holding it right now. Don't worry, I got all of it. You see how ridiculous that might sound?
So it's something you can't see, so it's very hard to believe in if you physically see it.
Well, it's not
Right?
that I can't see it, it's just that it doesn't work.
Fair
It's
enough.
okay,
Yeah,
wind
I do not
exists,
know.
right? Even though we can't see it. We do see what it does to trees, though. We do what it sees to grandma when, it blows her over on the beach.
Mhm.
But do we have any demonstration of this gas holding another gas? Some people claim gravity. Well, that's great. Do we have an instance, an experiment, a demonstration, anything that shows gas holding another gas? In fact, we have some GIFs here. I don't know if you're actually familiar with the live stream voice text, but there's been actually a lot of really great posts, especially about the gas pressure. That especially if you're really new to this, it can be honestly a lot to take in.
I do not know, sadly, but it would be great to learn.
Yeah, and all we can ever ask for, man, is sort of intellectual honesty. And I just want to conclude with those 3 questions because, just so you understand, the first question, where's the curve, right? That's something we would need. That's something the globe claims, right? That's not some flat earther claim. We're flat earthers because, of course, we falsified the globe. And there's just sort of this default of, well, we're here all together. We don't know what shape it is. It could be lake shaped, right? Which is why we were saying, can you fall off a lake, right? So then it's the same thing with where's the edge, right? Where's the edge of this expanding universe? Well, I don't know. I haven't been there. Well, okay, then. So how is that any more proof, right? What we're trying to say is, of course, that the geometry in that first question, it doesn't add up, right? The globe is not found in reality. The spin of the earth, you said it yourself. I don't feel like I'm spinning. Well, me neither, man. And of course, the last one, we're all breathing gas pressure right now. That is a fact. And yet, I'm not saying I know what the container is, but I do know a container is the antecedent to gas pressure. So what I'm trying to tell you is you only believe that the curvature of the earth has been measured. You only believe that people have told you it's spinning. And you only believe that it's somehow in a vacuum of space, second thermodynamics law violation, right? So, I mean, I open it up, honestly, to the rest of the panel. I've been talking a lot, but, I think you enjoyed it. And I think it's hitting home. I like to kind of go a little slower, add some tidbit information, because you do seem at least genuinely interested. But yeah, if you had questions for us, all of us, we can surely answer them.
I have one, a question about the film that came out in 2018, the Behind the Curve, about how a flat Earth, it was like a $20,000 machine. It's like
the gyroscope.
$2,200,000. I don't remember what it was called. And he proved himself wrong. My question is, I haven't watched the film. I only know a little bit about it, and I wanted to ask, why? How does that work for you guys? And if so,
So what you heard was false, right? And what I'm trying to say is, of course, anything could be on TV, right? We can't just trust what we see on TV or read in a Facebook post, or we actually have to do this ourselves, right? That's the only way you can know for yourself, right? You can't trust some guy even next to you, even if that person next to you is your mom or your dad, right? Not to say that they're going to lie to you, but you got to know for yourself, right? Now, specifically to that movie, let's face it, do you think they're going to post a video about how the entire worldview is completely wrong to everybody? No, of course not. They're going to try and, swindle their way to make entertainment, right? And of course, a large majority like laughing at flat earthers. Oh, there you go. You got a hit piece right now. All we got to do is make it look like, and you've seen this before, right? You've seen Photoshop. You've seen manipulation of showing view angles. You've seen manipulations of showing certain shots after each other. Sounds can even influence how you feel about information. So, I mean, without even watching it, you'd really have to inspect it yourself, wouldn't you? Right? You'd have to watch it yourself and go, well, I need to actually try this, or maybe be really specific about what I saw. Like, for instance, I saw at 25 minutes in, Bob Nodell says this, this, and this. Does anybody know what he means by this, and could it be further explained? Why, yes, right? But simply coming in with a question, especially in this form, just going, well, I saw something that says it debunks flat Earth. That's really hearsay, and I just hope you know the difference between hearsay and, of course, knowing it for yourself. Hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, thank you. It does. It's also like really nice to have a. I appreciate you for not jumping on top of me for asking that question.
No, never at all, man. So I'm a professor in real life. And
what do you teach, if you don't mind me asking?
I teach architecture. And you'd be surprised. Cool. I've heard all the questions. You know there is. I've heard an 18-year-old student go, what did we use before Google Maps? And I, just kind of rolled my eyes a little bit. Of course we used maps, right? They're flat, they're on paper. They're wonderful projections of at least something close to our locality. Because, like even flat Earth has been sort of bastardized, for lack of a better term, right? Oh, you're a flat earther? Well, no, I'm a human, just like you, dude. We live on the same Earth. So it's become this term like conspiracy theorists, right? What does that mean? Well, it's a coined term so that when the public hears it, they disregard whatever that person has to say, right? So just like flat earther, most of us in here, we're just earthers, and we just know that it's not a globe. We were taught the same story, but it wasn't until we tested that globe, because trust me, I think a lot of us in here can definitely tell you we were like, no way, I got to test this for myself. Like, we kind of, got jittery about it. Some of us figured it out in a week. Some of us went back and forth for years, right? However, it's like finding out about Santa Claus. Like, no, my parents wouldn't lie to me, right? You're telling me everybody would have to lie to me? Well, yeah, right. Yeah, well, what do you think Santa Claus is? It's this copied tradition. It's this, honestly, control. It's a program, right? It makes a lot of money around December and in July in the southern part of the earth. But I hope you get my point. I tend to ramble. Yeah.
But if that is true, then doesn't that mean that like everyone that you know and you love is either
that they're lying?
Is either that they're lying or they just don't know the truth? And if so, how did they keep such a big thing like this?
Well, two things. So, no, sometimes if you don't know that you're lying, this is kind of subjective too. If you don't know that you're lying, are you really hurting anyone? Right? You believe the story too, so you keep teaching the lie, right? For instance, I'm a parent myself, and even me and my wife kind of go back and forth about this because she loves the celebration, right? Especially of winter solstice, which she believes is, of course, the real celebration. But she's also like, I don't want to rob my kids of, the joy of Santa Claus. And I'm thinking to myself, well, are you really robbing them that joy, right? What I'm trying to say is, of course, it becomes a cultural thing that people back up, right? It's something you were taught since kindergarten, right? They had a globe in the classroom. Now, they told you at such a young age about this because you couldn't form an argument against it. In fact, they never proved it to you either, right? They never gave you the proof of the curvature, the proof of the spin, or the proof that it was out in the middle of space. They just told you that it was so, which is why you can't answer it today, and neither can I. And anytime that I look into it even more and more, I find more truth, that there's so many things that actually don't add up to this globe model, right? Not to say that means there must be a flat earth model, right? Because there is a lot of deception going around, right? There's people out there saying absolute nonsense, such as a disc pizza flying through space, so that you will never look into the topic at all. Which actually might be my next question. How did you run across this, Smiley?
Originally, this was probably around about a year or so back.
Yeah,
when
you said you were
I
in here
was
before.
Yeah, I had joined a call like this, a year or so back. I think it was a ladies' night.
Good times.
Yeah, I don't remember who the moderators were. There were two lovely ladies who I had a lovely conversation. Got a bit, but it was a lovely conversation. It was originally I had joined. I will be brutally honest. You're
breaking up a bit.
Oh, hello. Hi. Sorry about that. Originally, a year or so back, I joined as a joke because I was stupid and I was very much immature.
We all are at some point.
But when I got into the call, I was very mature in the way that I spoke and the way that because I was actually genuinely curious. I joined as a joke, but I was curious once I joined. And I had a lovely conversation, and I left a while back, but I rejoined recently because I refound the Discord, and because I remembered that I'm subscribed to the Discord. I'm subscribed to the YouTube, the streaming, the live streaming.
Right.
And I remembered that I had such a lovely conversation last to come back and have another lovely conversation now, where I can view it differently than when I viewed it back then.
Yeah.
And speak to new people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, based on even just our conversation, do you feel like you've learned something? Do you still feel that it's a globe?
Due to my personal beliefs, I do personally still think it's a globe. But I've really enjoyed the conversation because it makes me. I'm now probably going to second guess myself to most of this stuff.
Hey, it's all right. Hey, it's good to have you in. But can I ask you one question?
Yeah, please.
I don't know if you're leaving, but
not
what would you say the percentage is that you believe in the globe, like from 1 to 100? What is the percentage?
In my personal belief. Are you asking, Sonny?
Yes.
I'm probably around 75% sure.
Okay.
That's
now let me ask you, since you admittedly 75%. Okay, so what? Okay, let me word this right.
Mm-hmm.
What else in life, in your entire life, are you 75% sure with zero evidence?
What in life am I 75% sure with zero evidence?
No. What else? What other endeavor in your entire life, like any other thing, any other part of your life, do you rely that you're 75% sure with zero evidence? What do you use that in any other part of your life?
That I listen to my teachers and I believe what they say. I'm 75% sure that they're saying is right, but I don't know.
So you're going by a 75% surety with zero evidence. What I'm asking is the answer about the teacher is not an answer to that question. You would have to say, okay, in my relationship with my girlfriend, or my relationship with that you use this, or my thoughts about any given topic or any other area of my life, do I operate like a 75% surety with zero evidence? So your answer would be something like, well, yes, in this part of my life, or you don't use it in any other part of your life, but only the globe Earth topic.
I guess it's the only the other stuff that I would agree with is that like my relationship standing point with other people. Because I'm pretty sure that I'm pretty sure that there's a connection between us as people, but I don't believe that that's a 100% truth.
Well, you probably have
'Cause-
evidence. You probably have evidence though for your relationships, but you don't have evidence for the globe. But yet you still are 75% sure, as you are of your other relationships, that you may be 75% sure, but you have evidence to back that 75% surety. With the globe Earth, you have no evidence, which has been pointed out so well by the panel here.
The
So
reason why I
hold
believe.
on, let me just finish. I'm sorry. I am kind of
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
it's okay. I am kind of long-winded, and I have pauses where I'm not quite done, but that's okay. So what I'm trying to get at is this 75% surety, or some people have this percentage of surety, but mostly you would never operate anywhere else in your life with that kind of surety with zero evidence. You would always have evidence to back up that surety level. But what I'm saying is you do not have that with the Earth. So you truly were being honest when you said your belief, because with the globe Earth, that's all you have. Otherwise, you would have been able to give an answer for the three questions or points, which are the curvature directly measured, detection of axial rotation, motion detected, and the demonstration of gas pressure being contained without a physical barrier. So those three questions, you admitted genuinely and authentically that you didn't know the answer to those questions. So therefore, what it says, along with the surety level that you have with zero evidence, that you just have a religious belief in the globe. And that's fair because you haven't taken the numbers yet and gone out and looked for yourself to test it. So right now you just have a religious belief. That's all.
Okay. I just believe. I believe what my parents tell me.
Yeah,
and I
okay,
believe what.
So let me ask another question. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be so quick, but
Yeah. Oh,
I'll
please.
stop
Go
after
for it.
this. So let me ask you this: Are you sure? Are you sitting on Discord? Are you sitting at your desk or wherever, sitting there talking to us on Discord right now?
Yeah, I'm sitting to you, speaking to you on Discord. Yes.
Okay, and how sure are you percentage that you're talking to me on Discord right now?
Well, right now I'm staring at your profile, Sunny, and I can see in your about me, Earth is flat. That's a natural fact. So I'm almost 100% sure that I'm looking at you on Discord.
Awesome, man. So that's one of the first times we've ever heard that from any Glober, believe it or not. We
And
may
I'm talking to you on Discord? You're joking, right?
So no, I'm not joking. People would say no, I'm 99.99999. I could be a jar. I could be in a jar, a brain in a jar. That's what we get from a lot of Globers. They're not even sure if they're sitting at their desk talking with me or anyone else here. But you were 100% sure. That is correct. You are absolutely 100% sure. I assure you it's 100% sure on my side as well. I know that I'm sitting there talking to somebody that's a real human being with real feelings, real life, a real experience. And so there you have it. So all we're doing is taking what it can actually be known about Earth, which is we go out and look outside. The flat Earth that we are talking about is right outside your door. It's not something else that flat earthers got together and made up. So we discussed part of this about the psyop of what's being presented about flat Earth is ridiculous. That's why they have these little captions underneath everything that's flat Earth. And they're saying that it's scientifically unfounded. But what we found is that the globe Earth is not scientific at all. It's not even in the realm of science. But when was it proven that the globe Earth was true?
I just if you're asking me personally, when I believe how if I do know that
at a certain time that it was proven true? I don't know. I haven't done enough
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. And that's why we like you, because you're being honest about that. And we get a lot of dishonesty when it gets to this point, basically. So I appreciate your honesty here. And so,
Smiley,
yeah.
and Smiley, I think this is how it sort of perpetuates the lie, because you appeal to the authority of your teachers and that without having any evidence. And this is when people say, why would they lie, or how do they keep it concealed? It's not really that hard if everyone just takes blind belief in an authority figure without doing any research. They just rely on no one will actually look at any evidence, because when you actually dig deep into it, you realize that there's nothing there. There's no evidence to what they're presenting, but we still just parrot everything, even though 90% of the time globers don't even know anything about the model they're defending, but they just go in and defend it blindly. It's really strange. And if you can separate that in your mind and just realize, like, I don't even actually know anything about why I believe in this, then that's sort of the first step. And then obviously investigating it and realizing that it makes total and it's nonsensical. And what you see is actually makes more sense, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you done there, Chubbs?
Yeah, mate. Yeah.
I'd just like to apologize to you real quick, because early in your conversation, I called you a liar in the text, and you really you really made me pleased with how this conversation went. You seem very genuine and honest, and the reason why I called you a liar is because it's the way how the conversation started. It seemed dishonest by the way you said you didn't care really about the subject, but you want to have an honest conversation. So that's kind of, you can't really have an honest conversation if you have no interest in the topic, you know?
Yes, okay, then maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I misexplained how I meant it. I mean, I do not
and
personally mind whatever your beliefs are. Like, I will not attack you for whatever your beliefs are. I will not say that you are wrong, because that is your personal belief, and I will not fight you on that. I will not try and prove you wrong. I will not try to change your mind. I just wanted to have a conversation so you may change my mind.
It's fine. It's totally fine. It's cool.
Yeah, that let's not get the names mixed up, because this person is Smiley, not Chubbs.
No, yeah, I was asking Chubbs if he was done talking to Smiley.
Yeah, he was just talking to me, Sonny.
Oh, I see. Oh, okay.
Hey, I wanna let him know too that when we're talking about education and school system, there's just not a lot of intelligence in the school system. You're not really expanding your mind and learning how to think for yourself and question things. Really, all it is memorization and regurgitation. That's how you get through in school and get good grades. And if the information you're learning is full of, lies, then it's not even knowledge, really. It's totally useless.
Right. And the other thing is, you mentioned teachers. Now, I can't remember any specifics actually about what they taught. Now, I looked those things up myself just because I had an interest in all of those things, like astronomy and how large the sun was and the distances and all of that. Now, but I don't ever recall having a chance to digest the information and then to be able to logically rebut it in any way. There never seemed to be an opportunity to do that. Now, did you have a different experience? Were you presented information where you had a discussion about it? Or were you just told this is what it is and not to question it?
I was given the information, and I was told to copy it down in my notes and study it religiously, and then write it down on an exam paper that will eventually make my mark. And if I fail, I fail.
Okay, so what did you have a test like that on Earth itself?
I had it on Earth, how it first got formed, the different cycles of time from when the first thing was, created.
I see. So you actually were taught that in school then?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I wasn't, but I was going to school during the Apollo era.
Oh
Oh,
man.
you were taught via the Apollo. What do you mean? Like you were taught?
I was in school. I was 10 years old in 1968.
We were around for
Holy
Gemini also.
Shh. Hold on. Damn, I'm a baby. Holy crap. Bro,
Yeah.
I was born in 2007.
Right. I remember July. I remember what the day was like in July 1969, July 21st, or whenever they supposedly landed on the moon. I remember the day. I was alive during all that period. I remember writing 1964 on my school paperwork. That was when I was 6, 7 years old.
Holy. Oh my. Man.
There's a couple of us in here that are my age or older even.
Bro, I feel unborn.
God rocking one of them. Yeah, I was born in the 50s. So I've seen technologies come and go and whole generations pass before my eyes, really, literally, and I'm still here.
You were born in the...
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still alive, and I'm still I'm still going to learn how to thrive if it takes me my entire life.
Oh. Aish, man.
So listen, you like this knowledge of like what Earth is, it's actually it's quite profound. And to say that it's trivial is trivializing something that is a major fact of our lives, our perception of ourselves, and in the reality that we exist in. That's the most profound thing. And so I'll tell you right now, I have the ability to rejuvenate because I've connected with this earth again. It heals me every night. There's more reasons that I should not be here at all than for me to still be here speaking to you in any kind of coherent manner is a miracle.
Yeah. All right.
And it's 1313 in military time on the West Coast here. August 4th, 1313. So I'm having a couple sips of some Guinness. I already had breakfast. I'm boiling some water, distilled water. I have quite an active life. I've got my bicycle waiting for me, and I'll be out on that in a matter of minutes.
So you're like... Damn. Holy. Man, I feel rejuvenated and young.
Great. That's all I would ever hope for, that I could present something to you where you would feel invigorated too, because I've had to rely on this source, and the source is not from me or you. It's from Earth, and the Creator put it all here for us. We're literally between heaven and earth, in the middle. We're electrical beings.
I had sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh, I had another few more questions, if that's okay.
Sure.
Because last time I was here, I had a conversation about this, and they said that beyond if you eventually go out, let's say you sailed out or like to the border of the world, past that border is where you see God. Is that how other people view it as well? Because that's how those ladies.
That I think is quite a personal question. So I think that would have to be left to each individual of what we speculate on, because speculation is really only in our minds anyway, right? So
there's not like one main view.
When there's empirical value or empirical truths, in other words, something that is observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable, then when we rely on information like that, and we can do that by going out and observing Earth as it actually exists in our experience, any of us can do this. So that's different than just speculation. So now, if your speculation matches reality, that's the caveat. If it does match reality, then you have to stop and go, right? Might
It
have to
really doesn't help anyone to just speculate. Like, it doesn't solve anything. People, you don't have to fill the void of not knowing something. That's exactly why they're in the problem we are, because they just gave us all this propaganda and just repeat until everyone blindly follows it. So there's no point in just speculating on something we can't prove. So it's just pointless.
I mean, it can be fun to speculate, right? but yeah, you got to stay grounded in your reality, and you got to remember one thing too. Regardless of what you think about God or any of that, flat Earth does prove a creator, without a doubt.
I definitely do have to agree, because you guys obviously didn't come out of nowhere, and it had to come from somewhere. And my question is, Chubbs, might I ask, where are you from?
I'm from Australia.
Okay, mind if I ask? Okay, now I have another question. Because a little while ago, like I said, a few years ago, I had a conversation, and I don't remember if it was one of those ladies' person's point, but it was a point of view where it was the belief that there was no such thing as Australia. How does that work?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think that was an old thing. I'm not sure how that came about. I have heard someone speak on it, so someone may be able to expand on that. Sonny, maybe.
I don't even remember. I think that was some kind of 2015. I think that was some kind of 2015 thing, basically saying that it was a misnomer. Actually, it was taken the wrong way, because we were saying if Australia exists on a ball, it would have to be upside down. So then the Globers just started saying that flat earthers don't believe Australia exists.
Okay, so maybe it wasn't in this call. Maybe it was probably during that time when I was talking to, because my friends gave me the Discord, and they probably made a joke. Like, I do not remember. It was just around that time period.
I think that whole thing was a misunderstanding of our point of view. Actually, another one.
Oh, okay.
Well, I was just going to say where it originates from.
Oh, where does it originate from?
So, are you familiar with the Flat Earth Society?
Yes, I've heard a lot about them.
So, do you know if they make real claims or maybe claims that make Flat Earth look dumb?
Well, a lot of the stuff that they say sounds kind of ridiculous.
Exactly. And so, of course, that actually originates, I think, like 1970s. Don't quote me on the guy who was that major proponent. There was like 5 dudes that, were questionable, that created this quote unquote flat earth society, right? Saying ridiculous claims like a disk in space rising up, that Australia doesn't exist, and, a lot of ridiculous things. But yeah, that one's actually pretty old. And of course, we do not represent the Flat Earth Society.
It's a good way to make everyone in the movement just look absolutely nuts. Essentially, you're just controlling both sides of the argument, which is what they do with everything. It's time old trick.
And is it also true that, I don't know if this is another thing that was claimed, or some other people made this claim or something like that, but it was I don't remember where I heard it from, but it was that if you cross the border that is surrounded the Earth, the government will kill you or something like that. I don't know.
The border of what? Sorry.
The border of like the Earth. That like where like Antarctica is.
No, the 60th parallel of the Antarctic Treaty is what he's referring to.
Yeah, so there is a treaty which you can't travel freely. You'll be detained.
You'll get detained? Why is that?
Literally. They want to protect the penguins.
Oh, so there are actual people all the way out there who will arrest you. Interesting. I didn't know that.
There's
Wait, arrest you where?
By Antarctica. I mean, that's what I'm getting told. I mean, you'll be detained if you go all the way out there.
Nobody lives in
No.
Antarctica except for researchers.
Those waters are heavily patrolled by all the governments of the world that signed that treaty.
Oh, okay.
Like
and if you don't have their permission, go beyond that marker, yes, they are going to stop you.
They'll turn you around. There's heaps of videos of them actually sending boats and that back.
You know, Smiley.
That's actually kind of odd.
It's kind of interesting because you came in here and you didn't really know much about the globe, right? But you seem to know a lot about the sort of straw men and the bad side of the flat Earth, which is kind of interesting to me that you.
Because originally, like I said, I had joined this Discord as a joke. Like years back, I had like a year back. My friend gave me the Discord to join.
Things in this Discord, my friend. The things you're asking about. Okay.
That's why I'm asking you, is that like the point of view of you guys or the point of view of others? Or is it like what, where do these stories come from? Because it has to come from someone.
If I could jut in one more time, because there was actually a guy here, I forget sort of what his last name was. I remember it was Steven or something like that. But he'd actually, supposedly at least gave his, sort of testimony, if you will. He was down sort of by like way south of South America, right? I forget what the island is, but he was actually stationed on a battleship. And, he was talking about, it was actually for this war and things like that. But then they were told to actually go right at the 60th latitude, right? Which is, of course, what we're talking about is the Antarctic Treaty, right? Which is a very suspicious thing that was pretty much signed around the same time of the forming of NASA, right? So this isn't speculation, really. Those are, of course, objective facts. These things happened, and you can't simply travel anywhere you want. I mean, right? We saw even 3 years ago, you couldn't step outside, right? But, his testimony that he was giving is that, there were some people that would basically try and go in a little boat or basically go a little too in that direction south to Antarctica, right? And that they would actually have to stop them, right? And we even asked him, would you guys have to open fire if they didn't listen? Do you give a warning? And, he even told us the procedure, right? That they sort of, worst case scenario, they shoot like a warning shot. Loudspeaker says, turn back. You're in, restricted waters. So, there's definitely evidence, right? And he's not just the only evidence, but, it's kind of special to the server just because I remember that day he came in and he kind of talked for hours. And, we were kind of just like, well, there you go, right? The guy who was actually, of course, in charge of, shooting individuals that don't obey this treaty, right? But yeah, he's not the only account either.
It's not just the Antarctic Treaty either. There's a lot of restricted airspaces everywhere where, you're not allowed, if you fly a plane over there, they will send a jet and intercept you. You're not allowed to fly over the North Pole. It's restricted airspace.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's okay.
I don't know a lot of this information.
Did you say when did you start learning about the Flat Earth Society? Like, how old were you?
Well, when I first heard about it, I saw it on cartoons on TV. Oh, one second.
Flat Earth Society?
Yeah.
It's August 4th.
I didn't know they had cartoons about the Flat Earth Society.
Well, they would. The cartoons would usually make fun of the idea of the Earth on a disc.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Okay.
And that's where I first saw about it. But I'll be right back. By the way, Sunny, if you're there, I spoke to you back in 2020 when I first the Discord. But I'll be right back. I have to dinner. I have to go eat dinner with my family. I'll be right back.
Man, this guy was young when he came in here the first time. It's wild.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible.
Almost sounds I don't know. Was somebody? You guys? Anybody in here remember him? Was anybody around then when he came in?
I think I actually remember the name for some reason. I think I remember the name because when I hear those names, that were some of the first people I spoke to 2 and 3 years ago in here. So I remember some of the names. I remember Smiley. I think he had the same name.
Yeah.
I could look it up. Some of the first clovers were so hilarious. I started putting like Wile E. Coyote like things. That's when I first started that whole deal. And the Roadrunner, gravity lessons. Sorry, I got off track. My bad.
Well, it's crazy that he knows so much about,
So there's
the controlled opposition.
There's only
Flat
like
Earth.
three. There's only like 3 Smileys. So, like, smiley face. I wonder if it's the same one. Let me see. No, that one's not there. Weird.
Kind of weird.
I suppose the account doesn't really matter because someone else could start one with the same name, I suppose. But sometimes you remember the people that came in years ago. Yeah, it kind of does ring a bell a little bit, but it's just undefined though. So
It's kind of a weird situation if I don't know. Because in 1 minute I was like, "Oh, this conversation's getting good," and now it took another weird turn. Where it's like, "Wait a minute, something ain't right. Something don't feel right again."
I
But
know.
maybe this is me.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm sure he'll be back. And in any case, like, I don't really care. There may be agents out there. Like, I'll just get my own skepticism out of the way, so I can look at things more realistically. So my skepticism is there probably are offices out there and some kind of agents that are sent in to interact with us. So I'm not going to put that past. But there are also people that are just genuinely interested in the conversation because, for one thing, they come on here. We are the largest server on Discord. Like, for real. Think about that, folks. That's why we're getting interest now, because we're the largest server on Discord.
I don't think it's that strange, Paul. Like,
Yeah.
it just shows how effective the propaganda machine is, because everyone comes in and repeats the same lines.
I know.
Well, but he said he was familiar with the Flat Earth Society, but maybe he doesn't know what that even is. Because when I asked him about it, he mentioned cartoons.
Mm-hmm. I think that they sort of it was what was really amazing was how it got highlighted, and then everyone was directed towards that. So which was the other side of their propaganda machine. So that's why everyone sort of comes in here with all these falsities, claims that are just ridiculous. But yeah, just if you believe they're agents and that they're not going to say anything in here that's going to
No, yeah, I don't.
like
I wasn't even thinking he's an agent. I was just thinking he's a troll. You know?
Yeah, we'll let them troll. They just fall on their own swords, or they learn. It's one or the other. Like,
Well, other people have mentioned that they maybe a different type of activity or different motive or whatever. But that being as it is, like there are just people who are genuinely interested. But if you were to send in someone, you would try to make them seem genuinely interested. So I'm very skeptical, you know, and
I think he'd be better if he was an agent, though. I think if he was an agent,
what'd you say?
He'd be much better at it.
Yeah, you'd have a bit
he
more
was an agent. I think he'd.
You would think you'd come in a bit better prepared to actually do something worthwhile, I would imagine, rather than just spouting off nonsense.
Yeah, I would think they would have a better way, a smoother way of dealing with the part about. But he didn't really flinch about the part about that. All he has is a belief. So
Did anybody notice? I'm sorry, Sonny.
Go ahead. No, I was done.
Did you guys notice his voice change?
Well, I think
there was a moment.
I think he just changed it on his own. I think it was just a natural. I think he kind of leaned in, and his voice got a little more serious. Like I think he just lowered. He's got a very low voice for a 15-year-old. I must say, though.
Yeah. Hey, I want to compliment Flat Lloyd Wright real quick because I just love his delivery and his style of his tone and his cadence is just it's magical and it's so soothing and he's really good at speaking with people that need sort of kid gloves. You know, you're amazing at that, bro.
Yeah, Flat
Shucks,
Lloyd.
man.
I second that motion. Thank you. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I kind of wait off to see if they're intellectually honest. And, it's always 50-50 here. But I don't know, there was something about him that was kind of like, I don't know, your voice doesn't matter, but I thought I should ask.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing. See, you almost need in a situation like this someone like me or QE or somebody that can be kind of brash, and that forces them to talk to somebody that's a little more calm or seemingly or nicer. Yeah, if I use the word like that, but or is going to be more what they deem to be more equal or balanced. Like so, it's almost like my method like kind of does that, and like a lot of people don't get that part of it. If you look like see I've always looked at things with the bigger picture, and so with someone like me coming in kind of like when the first instance, which may be jumping a little bit too quick using my intuition, jumping to the conclusion that if somebody says they know something and then they come back and they're making excuses, they're basically being dishonest. And if I say, now you're lying, and it gets all in a big blah, 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 and then it calms down and I shut up and they start, and then you guys start coming in like Flat Lloyd Wright or Paul V or any of you with a different approach, then they are like thrown into the basket, if you know what I mean, if I can use those kind of terms, where they go, okay, well, this is softer and easier way. I'm going to go with that. And then we have a chance at that point, I think, to get in the right information because they've been softened. At first, they have this shell around them, and I understand that a lot. And really, a lot of what this conversation is how people react to it and how we respond to the reaction as well. So this is a flat earth topic because we run into this every single day, right?
I thought that was rhetorical. Are you waiting for an answer?
No, I was pretty much rhetorical. Yeah.
Are you done patting yourself on the back? You are wonderful, Sonny.
I'm not patting myself on the back. Believe me, I definitely am not giving myself credit.
No, it's true, because if you come in here and you don't know and you want to ask questions and you get someone like QE, you get in a defensive mindset and you can't absorb any of the information. So you've got to read the room. QE is brilliant if you know something, but
Yeah.
if you need to enter someone's mind, you need to read the room and see what's going to be effective.
But see, that's what I'm saying. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, okay, it's like, remember the Saturday Night Live, and there's these guys that are like two wild and crazy guys, and they're out at the bar, and they start humping these girls like in the dance floor. And there's the other guy that's really nice. He's sitting back there, but they're avoiding him. Well, like if you're in that bar, let's say, and you're the lady or whatever you are, and that's funny as well. So like you're gonna go, like, wouldn't you normally, you would just not go around the wild and crazy guys like Huey or me, like somebody's gonna smack you around, so it funnels them to the conversation. And I've seen them come around where then I talk to them just on a normal voice like this, just like you would be talking to anybody, your neighbor, your loved one, whatever you want to, your uncle, I don't care. You know what I mean? So there's a method to the madness, is all I was trying to say. And thank you for letting me be so long about it.
Yeah, you guys are an inspiration to me, because I have trouble vocalizing my thoughts, and my brain moves way faster than my mouth can. So if you guys notice, I pause a lot in the middle of speaking.
I'm the same, Paul. That's half the reason why I came here, because I used to go on tirades on construction sites. Everyone thinks I'm nuts, and I wasn't effective at all. And but I came here to sort of learn how to disseminate information better. The way I was doing it, I'd get so worked up and just it didn't work at all. And this place, come here and learn how to actually discuss it properly.
Chubbs, that's funny, man. So I went through that too. It's and I even named it. I labeled it as the flat Earth evangelist. Like, we get into evangelism, we started like yelling from the rooftops, like it doesn't work, man. And we all got bludgeoned back down to a proper level where we're like, okay, now I'm going to have to approach this just calmly and matter of factly, and not be insecure about the information, because there's nothing to be insecure about. It just is what it is.
It's funny, Sonny. I had an apprentice start with me a few months ago, and he was put on to me through a group of carpenters, because where I live, it's a couple 100,000 people. Like you sort of get clicky with people, and they put him on to me, and one of the first things he told me was that the carpenter that put me on to him asked if I'd asked him about flat Earth. Yeah.
Wow.
So, but yeah, it just wasn't effective the way I was doing it. Now everyone just sort of segregated from that topic, and I didn't achieve anything.
Now there may be a plus side to this, because a couple of those people, well, one namely, I mean, I don't want to exaggerate, but one of these people came back years later and told me, all those things you told me, he goes, most of what you told me back then was all correct. So it just took somebody to for their interest to be piqued a little bit. And then they went, if they have any kind of investigative mind at all, they went and did their own research and came back and verified that, in their opinion, I know that's opinion, that's a broad statement too, But
I also did it with
their
the
opinion
cocaine.
that I was right on almost everything that I had told them, even when I was frantic and being an evangelist.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
I get that way because the conversation, I get excited. I get energized from it when the conversation is really flowing and going good. It really just fills me with so much energy. It's hard for me to keep it bottled, and stay calm.
What's he having a 3-course meal?
Oh, I thought I had left my mic on or something. I have water boiling in the background.
Hello? Sorry. Hi. But yeah, Sonny, I knew you from back in 2021. You were in that call.
I'm telling you, I knew it. I knew it, man.
I'd spoken to you before. It's crazy. Hi, it's good to see you again, man. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's actually quite amazing. And it's almost been 4 years, I think so.
4 years since then?
Yeah, I think it's been.
It was back in 2021.
Yeah, let's see. I started in August of 2020. I started here, so it's going to be 4 years next.
I was 13 at the time.
Yeah. See, I remember. Did you come in by yourself? I think you did. Or
Yeah,
did you
I did.
come with the group? Okay. Because there's some people, and probably if it had only been like a year or two, I'd be able to remember a lot of the names of even a lot of the trolls that ended up coming back and staying. But a lot of those are silvers and golds here now, are the people that came into troll, and they
Really?
decided to stay. Yeah, they stayed because they couldn't refute what we were telling. Once they got past their own cognitus, like once they got past their bias, and they could settle down a little bit, because young people get excited and they want to be firm on their choice because they want to be heard. They want to think they have their own voice. That's fine. But this information is it's so incredible that it gets to the point where it's irrefutable, and the only thing you're left with is your own experience. You go like, holy shit, well, the irrefutable lines up with reality as I experience, and every other human does too, and also practically uses Earth in any kind of motion above, near, or below the surface, like as in underwater, undersea. We don't use any kind of curvature. Even a freaking fighter F-15 going 1,000 miles an hour at 10 feet above the deck, no adjustment.
Yeah.
I hope you heard what I
100%.
said. Yeah, you heard
Yeah,
what
I
I said, right? Yeah. So
it's good to see that people eventually, like, once they've changed. Like, I like talking to people when they have an open mind, because open minds, you get to see, you get to have a genuine conversation with someone, and they have willing.
Yeah, and look, I've learned from my own mistakes. Like I've blown people out like you, and actually banned people that I got upset with. I got triggered. That's on me. Like we all do the best we can, and so we all learn how to do this thing, because this is not just a regular conversation. It ties into people's beliefs about where and who they are, and that's why they get they can get really triggered, and I can get triggered as well by certain things if I feel people are and it's like almost the intuitive sense, and I think a lot of us seems to be a conglomeration of very talented artists and creative people here with great intuitive skills. Like, we learned so many different things about each other's voices here. It's scary. It really is. And then continuing each other's conversations as if you were in the same room with your twin brother times 10.
I don't know, but Smiley does sound a lot older than 17.
Yeah, I know. I'm not 17. I'm 15, and I'm just. Trust me, it's enough to deal with.
Okay, well, if you were 13 almost 4 years ago when you talked to Sonny.
Yeah, I was born in September.
Now?
Yeah,
I'm 15. I'm turning 16 in September. This September, son.
Well, you still sound a lot older.
I know, I do. I get told that a lot.
Well, me, on the other hand, everybody thinks I'm younger.
Wait, really? You sound like you sound like you're in your early 20s, like probably 20, 21, maybe 19 even.
He was born the same year I was.
What? You're kidding me.
No, we were both born the year NASA was created. Sorry to dox both of us, but I don't think he minds. Yeah. And Wave Mixer's a trip, man. He's got a
Wave Mixer sounds like he has a peach fuzz mustache. I love you, Wave Mixer.
Yeah,
well, don't let my wife hear that. She gets jealous. And my peach fuzz mustache went away in 6th grade. I started shaving when I was in 7th grade, and haven't stopped since. Well, yeah, I did. I still have a mustache. I'm not shaving.
You got any more questions, Smiley?
Hold up. So I'm just gonna quickly grasp something quickly here. You're 65?
Yes. We're both 65. We just turned 65.
Well, happy birthday. Well, first to say, sorry, happy late birthday if I've missed it. But I wish you many more great years to come.
Hey, Wave Mixer, happy birthday, Wave Mixer. I know you just.
Thank you. You know, my birthday was the day after that last meetup that you didn't come to.
So that makes you into the after Leo, then, doesn't it?
I can't.
You got a new grandchild? Was the baby born?
Oh, you're a
my wife hasn't called me up if they induced labor. She went into the hospital yesterday at 3. They were going to be inducing labor probably around 6. We're just waiting.
Wait a minute. So you're a Cancer like me? Did I get the date wrong?
June 25th.
Oh, that's right. You are a Cancer like me. So that's very interesting, because look at the intricacy at which we work, like at the component level and like tinkering with stuff like that. We both have that.
Sonny's thin with a lot of hair, and I'm fat with hardly any.
No, I hardly had any hair, and I have long silver hair, but I wasn't shaving until I was like 26 or older. I barely could shave. I didn't have any hair.
I was buying booze at the liquor store without getting carded when I was 16.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah, we're old time. We're dinosaurs.
My head trying to get wrapped around this shit.
So I looked like Smiley sounds.
What's that?
When I was a kid, I looked like Smiley sounds.
So can I ask you a quick question? Are you at the age of like 15 to 16? Did you also have the capabilities to grow a beard as well? Because
well, I was going into liquor stores and I wasn't getting carded. I had a mustache and sideburns.
Oh my word! I have a full ass beard, and man, is it hard to sometimes like change people's mind, to prove how old I am.
A full ass beard. That brought to thoughts to my mind that I'd rather not think about.
I turn. Man, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm not 16. I'm 15. You're right. I'm not 16. Damn, that's, man, I'm getting.
Are you sure you're not 38?
Me? No, I'm pretty sure. Well, my school ID says that I was born in 2007, the 6th of September. So,
That's what it is then.
I feel. Oh my. That is mind-boggling to me. And pretty amazing. It's great to see like all different ages and walks of life in one community. I'm gonna be honest, I have never met somebody in their 60s on Discord before. Well, I met you, but I didn't know you were 60, Sonny.
Stop the cap.
Look, man, the the truth, truth is very powerful. It brings people together, and it always comes to the light.
So true. Dates don't. Man. That's amazing. Good job. Man. Well, in a short period of time, I'm gonna have to sadly take my leave. I don't know if you guys know what it is, but do you guys know D&D?
Of course, man. I just wanted to ask you one last question.
Yeah.
Because it does seem like, do you feel that knowing that this is a diverse community of truth seekers, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that help you maybe understand that, maybe this topic of flat Earth isn't as crazy as it first sounds?
Definitely. I don't believe it's as crazy as it first sounds, and I do believe that it probably has merit behind it.
Yeah, man. I just wanted to thank you for, an honest conversation, and wish you on your way. Hope you're back here to ask more questions.
Thank you. I really do appreciate it. It's just it's nice to talk to people who would take me seriously, but not take it in the sense that I'm trying to be disrespectful.
Well, we're on the internet, so time will tell. It always does.
Yeah, very much so.
Yeah.
It's always nice meeting new people from all different walks of life. And
Just make sure to check out all the resources on this link too.
Oh, which link?
On this server. There's a
where would I find
information.
Where would I find that information, if you don't mind me asking? Is which chat would that be in?
Just scroll down from the server link and there's just a list of all topics.
I see server link.
Just keep going down till you get to additional information, or there's all other.
Oh, additional information. Okay, so like long distance observation.
Yeah.
The celestial navigation stuff?
Yeah, just be sure to check all that out.
Awesome. Okay, cool. I'll make sure to do that. And maybe next time I can come in with a proper... I can actually add to the conversation instead of sitting and listening.
That's cool. Have a good day, man.
You do too. Take care of yourselves. To like everybody in the call or whoever's watching, stuff like that, go take care of yourselves. If you guys haven't had any water, had anything to drink, go get that. You definitely deserve it. You guys are lovely people, and I really enjoyed the conversation I had with you. Genuinely wish you guys the best, and I hope to catch you guys around if you guys are still around. Like when I'm back.
Hey, Smiley, before you go,
you'll be back.
Before you go,
yeah. What's up?
You were adding to the conversation. I mean, if you're being honest and sincere and asking questions that you are really interested in, that's what we want. That's why I'm here.
Well, then, if that's true, then I'm happy that I could. It's like a genuine pleasure to meet with people who don't view the same things that I do, view the same way. Or else it will just feel like I'm in an echo chamber.
Yeah, we need to deprogram people one person at a time. So, congratulations, you're on your way.
Thank you. And, like, seriously, it's lovely to speak to people and get to know people and, like, understand different things. By the way, I apologize if, like, I don't sound my age. Like, I don't, like, by my voice. I don't know. I don't think I can change that. I'm not trying to be rude. I just genuinely don't think I can change that. But, it's really lovely, speaking to people. And, meeting new ones and genuinely having a conversation.
No, I think what you should take away from the conversation, I've been here over 4 years. And
4 years?
Yep. You're never going to find more honest people anywhere. These people are here to tell you the truth. And that's a fact. And I've been here almost 5 years. And I've heard nothing but truth out of these people. So just remember that. I know it's a lot to swallow. I know it is. I know it's a lot to swallow. But I'm telling you, these people do not lie. They got no reason to, and they've spent their last 4, 5, 6, 7 years of their life studying this stuff and finding out the real truth about things, and they're sharing it. So just be advised, these people are genuine, truthful, honest individuals. Most honest people I've ever met in my life are on this channel.
Well, it genuinely seems like they're very kind, and it seems like they're also very honest in the way that you're saying. And you're right, 100%.
Yeah, just remember that. These people aren't here to lie to you. They're not here to try and convince you of something that's not right. This flat Earth thing is a lot to swallow. We were all programmed our whole life to believe we live on a globe, but there's just no evidence for it. There just isn't. So anyway, it's a lot to swallow. It takes a minute, but just check it out for yourself. Like these guys say, do a little bit of your own research. You'll see What they're telling you is exactly what you'll find.
Yeah, and I think we're all just to dovetail on that. I think we're all here trying to learn how well to be fair to others because we came from the same place. So sometimes it's hard, like when you discover hard facts and you research it to the nth degree, and then you have people who have done no research of their own and want to tell us that we're wrong or something. They haven't even gone outside and checked themselves what their religion says they should have outside. And we did that work for them. Thank you, and you're welcome. And so you can come in and do it yourself. That way, you'll go from a belief that Earth is flat, possibly, once you get to that far, to you actually know Earth is, for a fact, flat and level with terrestrial, variations. I mean, with the variations on land, right? So, yeah. So it's a flat, stationary, contained system. That's it. That's all
Wait,
we're saying.
when you say stationary, it means that stationary doesn't move, right?
Doesn't move. No.
Then, if it's stationary, okay, now I have even more questions, but I have to go to D&D. You guys have a lovely day. If you are still here tomorrow, Sonny, I can't talk tomorrow. I'm on the road.
Cool.
If you're still here in a week's time, I would love to pick up the conversation and ask you more questions.
Yeah, just come back in, Smiley. I think you have some perms now. Yeah, you're BC verified late night 3 points. Yeah, cool, man. Come on in anytime. We love talking with you, man.
Yeah, Sonny's not going anywhere. He's been here for as long as I have. So, going on 5 years. So, I'm not going anywhere. Neither is Sonny. So, neither is.
You've been here a little bit longer since 2019. I started 2020, almost a year difference. But yeah, like right on. God Rockin' was here when I got here, man. So.
By the way, I have a quick question about the roles. What does seem sincere mean? Like the role? If I don't mind.
Yeah, just like we were telling you, like you seemed sincere, like you seem like you're asking genuine questions. So that was a role that was given to you probably in the very beginning. So at least you got that going for you, and we concur. You seem sincere to me. I'll just say that. And so keep on being sincere. Keep on being inquisitive. You're very young still, and like if this is what you're finding at 15, I'm very encouraged because anybody with a logical mindset that has cultivated that mindset is going to come to the conclusion we have. And I'm confident in that and look forward to have more conversation with you, man.
Thank you so much for having this conversation with me again. I really hope to see you guys soon. And I genuinely wish you guys all the best, and I hope you guys could take care of yourselves. Because, man, it would be a pain in the ass to come back and you guys didn't take care of yourselves. So yeah, you guys have a lovely day. I'll hopefully see you guys around. Bye-bye.
Interesting. Never had a 15-year-old
that talks so well, that speaks so well,
Yeah, and is, concerned about other people and their health. What if you ever heard a 15-year-old? That was holy shit.
Some people might start trolling him just because he's being like that, because it's like you don't expect like people to. You'd be like, no, it couldn't be. We're so cynical after a while and shit. That's funny stuff, man. Good job. Good job. I don't know. Good job, Sonny. Good job, Paul. Good job, all of us. Flyloid, whoever was here. Incray was here for a while. TOS, I think, up in. Wave Mixer, of course. Like, cool stuff.
It's a blast, man.
It's the best ever. I should learn how to use that soundboard, but I don't want to practice on you guys like we talked about last night with CB. So I'll probably go on one of the other voice channels, but I don't want to be here sitting at my table all day either. So I'll probably go mobile and maybe look for a mount for my bike. That's a good idea. And a headset I can actually, while I'm riding, a headset that I can speak. That's what I need. It's probably not too expensive, huh? I'll look around. I bet I can find one at the local T-Mobile store. Probably cost you an arm and a leg.
For an earpiece device? Is that what you're talking about?
Like a semi Bluetooth, so the phone can be separate from my headset, but that I can respond in the call and speak.
All right.
But I can't, I can't do that with my Bluetooth earbuds. I don't know why. There's no button that I can just go speak. Yeah, you have to touch the phone, which sucks.
Man, it's crazy because some days in here, it's kind of a lot of the same old thing. But once in a while, man, you have days where it's just like it's so strange and a new experience and bizarre. Some of the conversations are wild.
How good was yesterday with the self-proclaimed PhD in refraction?
I almost started banging my head against the wall.
Dude, I was with some of the boys I work with, and I just had my phone on speaker listening to him. It was hilarious. He even explained it, but then didn't, and then it was crazy.
That shit was making me so dizzy after a while. Like it was entertaining for a while, but holy shit.
That could be considered a trial, I think, but it was funny nonetheless.
Amazing. And you fuckers kept going, kept entertaining it. Anything good in the worth looking at in the chat? Has anybody looked around to see if there's anybody else in here that nobody's spoken to? I looked at. I get tired of looking at my phone screen, holding my damn phone.
I can go down the list real quick. Now we have Wave Mixer up the top, Adam Unsalted, Big Root, Chubbs, Fe Batman, of course, Flavor Lloyd Wright, God Rockin', Inkosi, Magnetism, and Michael J. Gleason. Good to see you here, sir. Paul V, Plum Bob, Quetzalcoatl, Resolve, TOS UK, Ethergrass, and myself, Sonny.
I don't recognize the magnetism. Is anybody else? BC verified.
Yeah.
Tell me about your theories. I got too much free time on my hands.
Are you able to speak magnetism?
So it turns out I was misreading the time, and I still have like 2 hours. So hello again. Sorry about that.
2 hours.
Yeah, I misread the time. It's happening at like 7.
Oh, just face it. You couldn't live without these people. You had to come back.
Of course I had to come back. Lovely people, lovely conversations.
They are good people. And you're only, did you say you were 15 years old? Is that what I heard? You know, there's one thing you need to know that, I know this is hard to swallow, but I'm telling you the truth, bro. What you learn in school is part of a curriculum that they taught everyone. We all learned it from a very young age, and we were all taught these certain things. And it's really sad, bro, but most of it's just not true. I mean, it's just not, especially the stuff about the globe, about the earth. It's just not true. It's sad. I know it's hard to swallow, but if you're going to do research, you need to do your own research, like these guys are saying. Go out and do your own observation. Go out and look over water and see how far you can see and see that there's no curve. Don't take people's word for it. I mean, I don't know how far you live away from the ocean or if you're near a big lake or whatever, but these things are pretty easy to do. You got a pair of binoculars or a telescope or whatever. Go out and look way out over the water, 20, 30, 40 miles. That's supposed to be way over the curve if it's the globe they tell us that we live on. The numbers tell the story. They tell us it's a 3959 radius, which is 3,959 miles. 39, almost 4,000 miles radius. So that's from the center of the Earth to the equator, almost 4,000 miles. Now, with that number that they've given us, that dictates that there must be the amount of curvature in order to curve to get from the top of the globe down to the equator. I mean, the curvature has to be there or it's not a globe. I mean, or it's not what they're telling us. You know what I mean? So if you go out and look for your own self and see that you can't find any curvature, it's like, well, it's time to reevaluate. That's what we all did. You know what I mean? We all went and took a look for ourselves, and it's like, well, where's the curve? I mean, you do the math. You can do the math yourself. Don't even rely on the math that we give you. Just geometry. Ask your teacher the drop rate of a globe, with the radius 3959, and he'll give you the formula, and then you can figure out how much drop there's supposed to be for every mile. And when you can see something 20, 30 miles away, you're not supposed to be able to see that stuff. It's supposed to be over the curve, down around the ball, just like if you had your finger on top of a basketball, you start dragging it away from yourself, pretty soon you can't see your finger. Well, that's supposed to be the case on the globe. Well, we can't find it. We cannot find that curvature, bro. It's just not there. So what does that mean? What does that mean? Think about it.
I got a question. Does anyone know about the waning and waxing of the moon? Like, is good at answering the questions about that?
Hey, ask away. I'll give it my best shot. I know. Waxing's getting bigger, waning is getting smaller, I think.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, the question is, why is the waning and waxing of the moon? Like, when considered with the 3D model, it lines up as expected, right? So my question is, what creates the waxing and waning if it's not the sun's light hitting the spherical moon?
It is Genesis 1:14-19, and I got it right here. Just a second.
Well, you're just quoting Bible quotes?
Yeah, because that's exactly what it is. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years." Okay. Excuse me, just a second. I know the Bible is tough for some people. and let them be for the lights in the firmament, and the heavens to give light upon the earth. And it was so. And God made two great lights, a greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars also. So here's the situation. We have gone with man science, which has basically said that the earth is a possibility at 23.4 degrees. It's physically impossible to have 23.4 degrees tilted, wobbling, spinning, going out throughout an ever-expanding universe. It is
Can I just say
impossible.
one thing?
Go ahead.
I wanted to sign like a measurement, like a scientific explanation, not just a Bible quote.
Scientific explanation for the Bible.
No. It's not for the Bible.
Science.
That's my question.
Your
Science.
explanation was a religious belief.
It is like that is a religious belief, and I'd prefer
No,
not to
not
use religious
Jim's.
belief.
Yours.
Mine?
Not Jim's. Yours.
It's not. It's actually not my belief, but it's but it's a question. Like, why is how you have to be able to explain the waxing and waning of the moon? It's not a religious.
You can't
belief
explain
that
it
waxes
either.
and wanes.
You have a belief
That's why I'm here
system
asking about
yourself.
it. I don't have a belief system. I'm not a globe earther.
Well, I'm just saying.
Do me a favor.
You're accusing Jim of.
No. So it's in the
I'll shut up.
firmament. Like
I'll
it
shut up.
probably is. It probably is. But I need more of a base. Like
why?
I need like measurements and stuff, and like
Why?
a real explanation. Like, is it because the moon's a luminary and it's like made of plasma and it's at this certain point in the Earth's atmosphere?
No one knows. Listen, no one knows what the source of any of those things are. No one's identified the source or the material, if there is any material. No one has identified anything about them that we can tell. There's no way to freaking tell. So it's pure speculation when you start looking up. What we do know for sure is the surface condition.
I was going to say another thing is we know what it's not, Urban. So you were saying like, well, it works on the 3D model, and that's not actually true either, or at least from what we actually see in reality. So, for instance, these guys are absolutely right. We can't verify that for ourselves, and even this is my own speculation. But for instance, are you aware that some stars can be seen actually transparently through the moon?
I have looked into that. Yeah, I think I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, there's definitely instances that start poking holes in that heliocentric model. There's also instances, and I dare say, like, start looking at the sky if you actually want to question it a little bit more, because it is one of the first things we all kind of do, right? We look to the sky and we're like, wait, that doesn't make sense. I'm only seeing one side of this ball rock, you know? So, I mean, there's a lot of things where we can definitely tell you what it's not, right? So, for instance, like eclipses, right? We definitely know it's not a magical 180 synergy of alignment casting a shadow on the moon, right? We know that it's not that because, first of all, the shadow comes in at the wrong angle, and it doesn't line up, right? However, it does use serocycles, So I mean, there's definitely evidence of maybe what those are. However, you're asking a question of, okay, well, explain, sort of its action. And yeah, I would completely agree with Sonny. We can't go there. We can't get some moon sample, as much as they kind of shoved that down our throats, right? We went to the moon. We've dominated it. When Jim is actually bringing up a good point, it's still evidence. It might not be scientific evidence, if you will, but, you called it biblical evidence, but there are descriptions that do tell us at least what these luminaries are. So, I mean, don't cast that out either.
It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth either, by the way.
I posted at 17 minutes after the hour what I've done in this last lunar cycle. Between the first quarter and the full moon, the sun is to the right if you're in the northern latitudes, and as it goes up from a quarter to up to a full moon, if you believe in line of sight, when I talk to somebody, I'm line of sight. I'm not talking to the person to the left or the right. I'm talking to the person in the center. Line of sight says that the sun should be illuminating the moon directly between the first quarter and when it becomes a full moon, and after it becomes a full moon to the last quarter, when the sun is to the left of the moon in the northern latitudes, it is not illuminating the moon line of sight. And if you go with the fact that it goes to a new moon, to a very small crescent, up to a quarter, up to the gibbous, up to the new moon, the full moon, down to the the waning gibbous, down to the third quarter, down to the waning crescent, and then back to the full moon. It is the perfect clock that was used. The perfect calendar that was used, that they used before the Gregorian calendar, before they came up with calendars, because back then people looked to the sky to tell what time the seasons were and what time of day it was, because the sun is a clock, the moon is a calendar, and that's what they used before we put these things on our wrists and things like that. We use sundials for the time. We use the moon for the calendar. That's how we did it back when nobody had TVs and iPhones and wristwatches and stuff like that. So science tells you that the spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space going at these incredible speeds is the way to go. It is actually, if you look at that, it is scientifically impossible that you live on a spinning, tilted, wobbling, spinning space ball in the vacuum of outer space where gravity has never been measured and where you have, outer space is a fairy tale. It violates Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light, physics of water, physics of light. Nobody's ever measured rotation of the Earth. Nobody's ever measured motion of the Earth around the sun in an elliptical orbit, because a circular orbit doesn't work in the math, doesn't work in the physics, so they had to make an elliptical orbit out of it. So I'm telling you, if you go with what the Bible says, that's exactly what you see up in the sky. Now, that's not science, because science is pseudoscience in many, many ways, but that's the best I can do for you.
See that picture? I'm not sure if it's real or not, but that Toby posted, it looks like you can see the clouds where the moon is not. Is that strange?
Yeah, absolutely right, Jim.
Took me to
Sorry.
about 3 weeks ago to realize this. So I'm all new to this. Forgive my passion. I find it tremendously exhilarating. Thanks.
I was going to say another thing that you can verify for yourself, and actually, at least, these guys are absolutely right. What we look at in the sky isn't going to prove, the property of the ground, right? Whether it's curved or flat. However, you asked about the moon, so I would say, are you aware that the moon light is colder than moon shade? Am I coming in? Sorry, I'm driving.
I can hear you. Did he dip out?
I just want people to, if they could, because I didn't for decades, open your Bible and read chapter 1, first 31 verses, and read it 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
And see if it speaks to you.
Exactly. No, I'm not trying to step on any toes, Jim, either. Because I completely agree with you as well. But I was just trying to answer. Well, is there anything scientific?
Well, I'll say this, my friend. We have man science and we have God science. Man science in astronomy is pseudoscience, and astrophysics is pseudoscience. I'm not going to go into what we've been going through the last 40 months because I want to respect terms of service in this server. And much of physics is basically looking at the whole universe in a bunch. Well, if you go out, physics can work here terrestrially, fine, cool. But there is no universe. There is no outer space. There is no planets. There's no galaxies. No nebulas. There's no vacuum of outer space. There's no nothing. And so, if you want to go there and prove to me that outer space doesn't violate Newton's third law of motion, second law of thermodynamics, inverse square law of light, cool, go for it.
I'm sorry too, Jim. I didn't mean to step on you. It just really triggered me.
You're cool.
How he just missed what you said. That really pissed me off.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good, guys. I mean, if you would have asked me about this stuff 3 years ago, I wouldn't give you this answer. 3 years ago, I would have thought this guy talking to you now is crazy. Seriously. And so it's all good.
You got such a unique delivery too. You remind me of the Micro Machines guy from the commercials that talked real fast. Except you're more your words are much clearer but yeah, man. You're a good speaker.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
He makes my brain hurt.
He just fires out so much good information so well and so quickly. It's like rapid fire. Do 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 do.
I'm just teasing Jim.
Hey, I want you to know, John, I was thinking about you the other day. Yesterday, in fact. You and I would make a great debate team. We could be the 60s debate team. I was just thinking about that yesterday. You and I should go 2-on-2 with any glober in the world, any globe team, and we'll call ourselves the 60s debate team. What do you think?
Well, the only problem I have with that, Jim, is I don't think there isn't a debate. You know what I mean?
There isn't. You're right.
You know, debate about a fantasy, about a cartoon, about the lies. I mean, come on. You know, there's no debate, in my opinion. There just isn't.
Hey, John, you know that when we go to outer space, we can take our oxygen and our fuel with us, and we can create propulsion and ignition inside the rocket. You know that, man.
Right. Yeah. The all of 63 miles we've been up.
Well, I'm talking going to Mars, John. I'm God rocking. Let's go to Mars, man. Come on, let's go to Mars.
Even Elon Musk said in 2019, he said, "Man, I was so excited. I'm gonna help go back to the moon. I'm gonna go to Mars. All this cool stuff." And he says, and then I find out in 2019 that no one has been to orbit yet.
We need Mario.
Hey, Matt Damon went.
So Elon Musk knows he's not going to Mars, and so do you. So do I. About going to Mars, Jim. Damn it.
Hey, John, Matt Damon did. Matt Damon was the first botanist on Mars, John. You know that. Come on.
I've seen the moon. For some reason,
how do I get the voice chat, the live stream? Where do I get that link? Where do I find that link?
What link are you looking for?
The live stream voice chat.
Oh, the live
On
stream
YouTube?
voice, the live stream voice text, so you could
No,
post something?
the YouTube stream.
Oh, the YouTube stream. Well, I think you just go to YouTube and hit in 24/7 Discord, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it probably comes up.
I knew there was a link here somewhere, but I just couldn't find it.
Oh, for YouTube? Oh,
yeah, it was here. It's somewhere here, but
oh, well, it probably is. I just go down to my search engine and hit in YouTube, and then 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and it comes right up.
I got it. Yep, that worked.
Yeah, and you hear the same thing you hear here, only 10 seconds later. There's about a 10-second delay, and you hear exactly what you hear here. So I don't see any point going to YouTube to see what's going on at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Right here live. You go there, same thing, 10-second delay, no difference. I just can't imagine anybody that goes here and it, as part of the discussion here, would go to YouTube. Why? You can't talk. All you can do is listen to what's being discussed here 10 seconds ago. It's weird. I mean, if you want to know what's going on 24/7 Discord, it's right here and right now. It's not on YouTube. It is, but you know, it's for the people that only want to listen, I guess, or whatever. But here you can at least talk, get into a discussion, learn some things, whatever. But you know, YouTube is for, I guess, the gutless people that don't want to come talk. I'm talking to all you people out there listening on YouTube. Get your butts in here and talk to us. Quit being chicken shit.
So is he done? You don't want to talk about anything else? Ask any more questions? You're not curious about anything else? I know we're kind of harsh on you there, but you know, when you ask somebody a question, then you just dismiss it the way you did.
Yeah, I apologize for doing that. He didn't deserve me being that way, but it was just like, you know, and
No,
I'll
he
be
did it. He did it to you, though, Jim. He did it to you. I mean, you were barely done trying to make your point, and he was interrupting you and trying to hand wave you away. Like, no.
yeah. I think this is just my opinion. We've been so memorized. No, what's the word? We've been so indoctrinated into believing science, you know, gives us answers. No, science gives answers to what the world wants, and the world doesn't want the Bible. The world rejects the Bible, and so everything the science gives is, first of all, it's not all, but it's pseudoscience in a lot of ways, and two, it's anti-biblical. And so I think that when we come to recognize this, I think that's part of the journey. Now, some people come to our stationary plane and things like that without the Bible, and that's a good thing too. You know, hopefully they come to the Bible sometime. But a lot of people, it's just like science. You know, it's like science that they say math is the language of science, something like that. Math is the language of science. It's like, that's so crazy. But people just say that like it's a big deal. It's just crazy, man. I mean, there is actually a mathematical formula for spherical level. Think about that. And they actually believe that it's level if it's curving around the ball. If water's curving around the ball and maintain its same distance, height-wise as it curves around the ball, they consider that level. Think about that. Think about those mental gymnastics they have to go through when they look at something, from the side, look at the ball, and the water is curving around the ball, and it stays the same height off the ground. I mean that's what we're dealing with today. I mean that's just nuts.
Absolutely. I'm kind of getting sick of the thing too about confusing the Bible with religion. The Bible is not a religious belief. There's many evidences all around this plane that we're on that that are referenced in the Bible more than any belief that you get from your heliocentric model, which is a religion because it is based on nothing but belief. There is no evidence. There's yeah, but I won't go too deep. It's a trip. It's a trip.
I'm telling you, guys. I'm going to say this right now. I've said this already before. When you realize that the moon, boring moon, sun is, what gives us a heat and light. The boring moon is a perfect creation of God's calendar that was used before we had calendars or watches or whatever. Is the perfect created calendar. Once you understand that, the party's over, guys. Party's over. I'm sorry. I can see too far. I can see too far over land, and I can see too far over water. Now I can see further over water when it's really cold outside than I can like now, because I'm in the northern latitudes. But so I can see too far for their fairy tale globe, and I can look up into the sky, and I can see line of sight says the sun is now illuminating the moon. And I'm going, okay, that's it, man. The rest of it, I'm just going to make fun of your fairy tale globe. I'm done. I'm just going to make fun of it, mock it, ridicule it, whatever you want to say, because it's insane. It's actually an insane belief system held together by indoctrination and money.
Who is this?
Well, I would be. Crazy. I was crazy.
Who is speaking? Who's that? Lilith. You are choppy.
Choppy.
All staticky. Oh, that was that was great. Nice. Somebody want to get rid of this fucking clown? Fucking pathetic. That is what you get with the heliocentric model. People like that. Arrogant. Lilith. The name was Lilith, TOS. Yeah. I think that, yeah. But yeah, that kind of attitude. You just, oh, fuck, black, great. Avatar. No, it was like colorful. I thought like pink and I don't know, bro. But anyway, Yeah, that kind of behavior. I'm gonna come into somebody's server, burp, and then gosh, I don't know what that accomplishes. It makes you look like a fool. It's sad. You have so little in your life that you come here. Oh man, kind of upbringing do you have? That's the heliocentric model. No higher authority, nothing matters, no consequences. Just me, everything about me. I mean, at least when I was young, we do, prank phone calls. But I don't know. It, it was a lot different than that, and then wasn't ever vulgar. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite. Maybe that's just today's version of a prank phone call. But a lot of times, these people that come in here are adults. I probably quit doing prank phone calls. I don't know, when I was 14, 15. You got, yeah, adults coming in here and pulling shit like that. Well, like I say, they should be adults, but clearly, if you have that mindset, that type of behavior, you're no adult. AI spots a dangerous asteroid heading towards Earth that scientists missed. Oh no. What are we gonna do?
Is there like someplace in the world that they come up with this stuff? Do you think there's like a room or some conference room that a bunch of people go, and they go in the morning, have their coffee, and have a little breakfast, and they go, what can we scare them with today? I just kind of wonder.
Yeah, I hope so, because that would be a pretty fun job, just coming up with bullshit. It
I'd
could
be
be
really,
AI.
I could be really cool, man. What a great job! I wonder how much they get paid.
Yeah, I mean, imagine just be like showing it to your coworkers, and be like, "Look at this! Look at what I came up with," and just laughing about it, and then you put it out there, and people gobbling it up.
There's
Fuck,
like
man.
there's like 9 people in the room, and this one person goes, "Hey, I got an idea. I wrote it down," and then it takes a 5-4 vote to make it go, in the newspaper or on the internet. So the guy or girl says, "This is what I came up with," and they go, "That's pretty cool, man. Let's talk about it for a little bit. Can we really fool them with that asteroid that we missed?" And they vote 6-3 that yes, and it makes it to where we read it on 24/7 Discord. Cool.
It's awesome.
I want to know, and I'm sure somebody here will tell me, who came up with the moon landing July 20th, 1969. I mean, when was that first put on the drawing room table, so to speak, and said, "Hey, let's get him. Let's get him." I wonder when that was.
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Was it like 40 years before it happened or 50 years before it happened? I just want to know.
Well, when was that the first picture film? We went to the moon. I mean, what that came out like 1900, didn't it? Or you know what I'm talking about? That
Well,
that silent film.
if you're insinuating I was alive that long ago, no, but I don't remember it now.
But I mean, you're aware of it. You've seen it, right?
I don't know. I gotta look it up now.
Yeah, and it's very funny because in the beginning of the film, these men they look like wizards, magicians.
Oh, I remember that
And
one.
yeah. And then they take off their their wizard robes and put on lab coats.
That is so cool.
And they
That
go
is
to the
so
moon.
cool. The magicians of the past became our scientists today, or the doctors of divinity became the doctors of science. I got to change that one because I used to say, because Chris Sparks and heliosorcery said the doctors of divinity have become the doctors of science. Now I got to go. The doctors of magic became the doctors of. I'm going to give you credit for that one, Paul.
Well, there is a lot of, I call it wizardry, because you notice a lot of these guys that come in here that think they're so intellectual and have degrees, and when you start having conversations with them and they know they're cornered, they use word wizardry and use these complex sounding words that have no meaning, but it's used to confuse people that don't know the meaning and get, a little intimidated by it because they're like, whoa, what? This guy's using some pretty far out there words. I don't know what he's talking about, but they have no meaning at all. And you can tell if you're awake and you're aware and you've never even heard the word, you can just tell that it's baseless and has no meaning. There's a lot of words like that in our language that have basically they mean nothing. And mathematics too is wizardry because you can really you can you can manipulate mathematics to any outcome you want.
I got that saying about magic here somewhere. See if I can find it.
Jim, we were laughing last night about we were talking about the radius of the Earth, and I think it was the radius. And thinking about them coming up with that, somebody coming up with that number, and going 3,958. And then somebody said, no, 0.8. You got to add that 0.8. That makes it more believable, right? The 0.8. I just envisioned, a bunch of guys sitting around in a room, staring at that number on a board, and then a guy coming up putting that 0.8 on there, and they're like, "Yeah," it's so silly. 0.8, 3,958.8 miles, or maybe it was the distance to the moon. It's so silly.
Well, we all know the diameter of the moon is 2,159.1 miles. We know that.
Yeah, 0.1. You got to have that 0.1 in there.
Yeah, we know that. We know that. It's so stupid. Whole thing's just stupid.
If you couldn't laugh at it, you really would go crazy.
Yeah.
Well, and we had an example of that earlier today, didn't we?
Oh, I want to find that saying here. Hope I didn't throw it away. I mean, it's in the very first part of heliosorcery in that documentary. So obviously, I can go there and write it down again, but I wrote it down already. Now I just gotta find it.
Yeah, when was that film made? I can't remember. I think it's available for free, so I was thinking maybe I look it up and post it in the
What's that?
text chat. That movie I was talking about, the silent film.
Oh.
Because I think it's so old, there's no you can get it for free either.
It's not like Gilligan's Island that you got to pay for it when you watch it again.
No, all the copyrights and things I think have expired, and there's nobody out there collecting. God, maybe do I get the name wrong? We go to the moon. What's this? A Trip to the Moon. That's when it came out in 1902.
So obviously, silent film.
Yep.
I don't know if I've ever watched a silent film. I don't think I've ever watched a silent film before. I mean, I may have watched like 2 minutes of it. It's like the silent film, forget it.
Well, thankfully, it's only 14 minutes long.
Oh,
So
really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
None of those 3-hour things yet. Okay.
No, thank God.
How long is this movie? 3 hours. I don't want to go. Okay, where's that?
It's available on YouTube. Bingo.
So where it is.
Check.
You owe $8.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I guess you're only saying that because you can't hear me.
Check, please. Check, please.
La cuenta, por favor. There you are.
Like the last 5 minutes, I didn't realize.
Oh, sorry about that. Didn't know I was open.
How does somebody have a valued role in VC verified, but no flat Earth role or globe Earth role?
Maybe they help provide valuable content without being a jerk.
Does anybody recognize this this person here? Is it Fritas? Anybody coming in here that's new and wants to speak? Go for it.
Sorry, did someone say my name or something?
Yeah, I just noticed you had come in, and I don't recognize you, and I noticed you have a valued role and a VC verified role, but you're not don't have a flat Earth role or any other roles. So I was
Yeah, I
inquiring
don't
about that.
know. I don't know why I don't have a flat Earth role, really. Just nobody ever gave me, I guess.
Well, it's not just given, you know.
Fair point.
It's kind of a process to gain it. If you haven't, you know, sort of told me about the flat Earth. But I don't have that ability. I don't think I can give you that role, so you'd be wasting your breath talking to me. But maybe somebody else is listening. If you want to go ahead and, you know, give me your best, you know, globe proofs or flat Earth proofs.
Well, it's as simple as you cannot bend water into a sphere.
Yeah, that's a good one. You can keep going, man. If you got more, man, just let it
Yeah,
rip.
the horizon is way too far, I guess. That's also one. It's flat. There's no drop. Planes. I mean, planes fly and don't dip their noses down. So, how does that work? Yeah.
Wow.
The Earth is flat, and that's like reality. The Globers don't use the scientific method for like almost nothing. So,
You know, I love my favorite is always the lack of globe evidence, verifiable globe evidence. That's the best flat Earth proof. You know, you don't use the flat Earth to disprove the globe Earth. You use the the globe
the
model.
lack of proof. Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, if anybody's out there listening and maybe wants to ask him some more questions or they're satisfied with what they heard, I don't know, maybe you can bring this guy aboard. If not, whatever. Yeah, it's been a fun day. I've been in here all day. My fiance and the baby are off visiting relatives. So, you know, I'm just hanging out, man. Hanging out, chilling with you guys. Sometimes I feel guilty because I love being here. But you know, I love my I love my family. But sometimes you know, they want, you know, of course my fiance wants me to spend time with her and do this with her. And man, a lot of times I want to be here, you know. I'll be watching some stupid movie and I'll be thinking, man, I wonder what's going on in the 24/7 flat Earth.
I think you need to take a break. That's like
No, it's just I don't need a break. If
it
anything,
doesn't give you those headaches. I know.
yeah, I mean it's not that I don't I just enjoy it. To me, it's my sort of outlet, and I don't know.
Is it your form
I like
of
the conversation.
is it your form of outer space, which is the Glober's escapism? 24/7 is your form of escapism.
Let's escape
Yeah,
the zombies.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm not going to go watch Star Trek. I'm just going to go in 24/7 flat Earth Discord.
Well, you know, I have other hobbies and things that I like to do, but I don't know. I'm getting older. I used to like to game, but I turn my any game on now, and it's like I get maybe 15 minutes in. I'm like, fuck, I can't do it anymore. I don't know why. I just can't. I can't get into it. I don't know if it's age or what.
FE ruined my hobby life. I was into cars, I was into guitars, I was into programming. Now I'm just into truth.
Yeah, I've always been into truth, but it's just this one has so much meaning, way more than any other truths that I was going into before I got here. I mean, 9/11 isn't gonna really. It's an awakening experience. It's not that life changing though, as flat Earth is. You
Yeah, I
you
get
do
what
look
you're
at the
saying.
world in a sort of different perspective, right? Yeah, but this is nah, man. This is this is like a rebirth.
Well, it's kind of like if you're born and raised in one country, live there all your life, used to the language and used to everything, and then you go to sleep, and one day you wake up and you're in a foreign country. You don't speak the language, you don't recognize anything. That's kind of like what it was for me. Just, here I believed in the ball, I believed in NASA, I believed in space. As a Star Trek fan, I actually had clients that worked for NASA. I grew up with people. When I was a little kid, his father worked at NASA. I worked in theater productions with a bunch of people from NASA and Caltech. And then once that hit me, it was kind of like smacked me in the face and said, whoa, where the hell am I?
Yeah. You know, how many times in our life did we mirror an episode of The Twilight Zone?
I start seeing shows like The Twilight Zone, Outer Limits, different science fiction movies and stuff, and I think, wow, I was looking at this as some kind of fantasy before, but there's little pieces of this that are actually part of reality. And I could take probably I could take a whole bunch of different stuff that I've been gathering information on, like, okay, this little piece is true, this little piece is true. And, just because I saw it on TV doesn't make it true, no. But, they say that life mirrors fantasy or something like that, but, fantasy is actually mirroring life, what's really going on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's even because truth is stranger than fiction, right? Or is that did I say that wrong? Is it reality strange?
That's
Anyways,
right. Truth is stranger
I've
than
s-
fiction.
I've seen movies that are based on true stories, but the true story was actually so unbelievable that for the movie they had to dumb it down and leave a lot out because people would be like, "No fucking way!" There's no way this happened. But and that happens a lot actually. A lot of times they dumb stuff down, and so yeah, I think you said it right because it does mirror because it's not. Well, no, it doesn't mirror because it's who cares?
Reflects, maybe, reflects.
There's always like you said, it's like a puzzle. There's pieces spread out all over where we live, and we got to go around putting them all together. Because this has been going on forever.
Okay, so I just Googled life mirrors fantasy. The number one topic that came up, the 3 types of magical, mystical fantasy mirrors. The second one is demonic mirror, fantasy life wiki. Third one down is angelic mirror, fantasy life wiki. Um, hmm.
Jim, I hope you heard that. There's that magical that magic again. It's funny when you're when you're on the right path too. When things like that are revealed that we don't know what we're going to find when we look into things. And we were just talking about wizardry and magic, and then you looked that up and we heard that word again. I mean, that's not an accident. That's the creator speaking to you. That's the creator telling you you're on the right path. You have something. Keep going. Keep searching.
The Pope actually talked about like misinformation today. The news always talks about like fake news, like Trump and COVID, and oh, I shouldn't say that, right?
The Pope is misinformation.
I'm a Catholic. I think,
I won't hold it against you.
yeah, I also am not really deep into it yet. I'm more, but I don't think he's one of those Bill Gates type, you know.
Well, that's
It's weird
so I
that he
guess.
grabs children, okay? But Jesus also did that, so I can.
Whoa! Hold on. Let's back up for a minute, okay? Wow. Hold on. Shit. Okay. I was raised Catholic. I went to Catholic school for the first 8 years of my schooling.
Mhm.
If it did anything to me, it made me dislike religion and the Bible. And that is talked about in the Bible. The Bible warns about these religions, these organized religions that are going to come and try to deceive man. And the Catholic Church is a part of that. The Catholic Church is what gave us the heliocentric model. And Jim, if you're out there, you're great at discussing this. You're way more articulate than I am. If you want to, man, grab the mic.
Well, if you want to go by what they tell us, Copernicus, born 1473, basically sat on what he thought when he looked into the sky and theorized what's going on. And then in May of 1543, he was on his deathbed with a bunch of cardinals and stuff like that around him, and he supposedly sent his letter to the Pope dedicating On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres in May of 1543, published it, and then died the same month. So, and then the Jesuits, basically, if you believe the dates, started around 1540 with Ignatius Loyola as their first black pope, and they had the Council of Trent, or the Treaty of Trent, from 1545 to 1563. When that was over, the Jesuits had taken over the Catholic Church, basically. And then we got the Gregorian calendar in 1582, which took Jesus out of Easter and made it into an Easter bunny pagan holiday with fertility and all that stuff, which we all know what that means. And then you got the Jesuit Bible in 1610, the Douay Rheims, which in Isaiah 40:22 talked about the sphere of the earth. And then from there, whether you believe Descartes, Galileo, Newton, Kepler lived or not, who knows? And so, I mean, Newton's third law of motion is just common sense. So anybody could have wrote that one down. So it's just interesting. It's just, the Catholic Church basically started the whole heliocentric lie, and now science has taken it over. It's kind of what's going on, man. I mean, the doctors of divinity have become the doctors of science, and basically it goes back to Hermes Trismegistus, which Hermes Trismegistus, Copernicus on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, which basically started it all out in May of 1543, said this on the revolution of the heavenly spheres, speaking of Hermes Trismegistus. In the middle of all, however, resides the sun, for in this most beautiful temple, who would place this lamp in any other or better place than this, where it can illuminate the whole universe all at once? Not unjustly, then, some call the sun the lamp of the cosmos, others its mind, and others still its governor. Trismegistus calls it an invisible god. that is Copernicus if he actually lived, but somebody wrote that down on the revolution of the heavenly spheres. And then you got Newton when he translated the Emerald Tablet, which was supposedly written by Hermes Trismegistus. I don't know if the guy lived or not. The Emerald Tablet was basically the operation of the sun. Trismegistus supposedly said, it's the sun's force is above all force, for it vanquishes every subtle thing and penetrates every solid thing. And so, Trismegistus was a pagan sun worshiper, and our boys Copernicus and Newton basically paid homage to them. So I don't know, guys. We know the heliocentrism is sun centered. We know it never existed. So hey, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I can definitely see that and why you would like discredit the Catholic Church. Yeah, I can.
And don't get me wrong, friend. I don't. I'm.
Yeah,
You do what you want to do. You do what you want
yeah,
to
I
do.
get it. I get it.
It's your. As long if you're a flat earther and you believe in creator, I mean, I'm good with that. But you got to understand, this is that's true. So you should be aware of
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, I see.
Funny thing is too, all those years I was going to that Catholic school, you know what they never taught me? They they never taught me the Bible really. Um and my parents were super protective too, so they didn't allow me to go to a lot of functions where I could possibly be alone in that environment because they uh actually before it was sort of a huge deal and all over, they experienced funny business. My father did anyway. Um, he actually went to a seminary school, studied to be a priest, and he didn't have a very good experience. Put it that way. And so they were very protective of me in that environment. But that's funny too. Like it shows you how strong my dad's conviction was in God that he went through that experience, and he still wanted me to be raised uh, with that belief of God and stuff, even though anyway, that maybe I shouldn't be telling that story. That's not really my story to tell, but it has a lot of merit. It's powerful. Yeah, but they, wasn't a lot of Bible. And when I would ask questions too, and I'd be like, I don't understand this. I don't understand it. The answers I would get were just, well, God works in mysterious ways. That's the way it is. That's how God made it. It's like, what? I mean, even as a kid, I knew that's not an answer. That is that doesn't give me anything. They could have went to the Bible and showed me the Bible and helped me understand it. That never happened in school and in church. Never.
Hmm.
And
I
that's
have
my experience.
actually, I have actually the same experience. Never, no one ever like because I went to what do you call it? Basically, lessons about the life of Jesus and whatever. And they never actually picked up a Bible and said, "Let's read this chapter." So it's oh, Jesus did this and said whatever, and. And then also there was a time like not even a year ago where I didn't believe in God because I think because of that really.
Yeah, I went through a very long stretch in my life where I lost faith and I turned my back on a creator and was lost for many years. fortunately, the flat Earth got me back to where I belong, fully grounded in reality, and back with the Creator.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings?
How's it going, y'all?
You're really having a lot of fun with that, aren't you?
Yeah, I may as well get all use of it out of it as I can. I had a free Discord Nitro thing for like a month, and it lets me use all the soundboards from every server that I want. I happen to have created a bunch of servers just like empty from like years ago. Because I was just experimenting with practicing learning how to make servers just for the fun of it. But now I have a bunch of places to put soundboard files. Just randomly. There are no
It's gonna
accidents.
it's gonna get hard to get used to because normally when I hear something like that, all of a sudden out of nowhere, I think, "Oh, CB's in here." You know?
Yeah.
Hey, how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between three buildings? I can't hear a thing you're saying. Jesus Christ. Again? But how are we gonna get the moon if we can't talk between two or three buildings? Hey! Oh, it's got a fire in the coal strip.
You know, that man, does he have a statue anywhere?
What's
Guy, that
that?
guy, you know, we talk about people in history, and people are held up on pedestals, and they build monuments to them, and they're called heroes, and how brave they were. Uh, that guy was one brave
Yeah.
son of a bitch. He paid the
Yeah.
price for it, didn't
He also comes off as being kind of a smart ass, asking some of the questions that he asks.
he? I'd rather be a smartass than a dumbass.
Yeah. I consider Gus to be the best astronaut to ever have lived. I mean, at least he asks the important questions. He still can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings.
You know, that goes to show you that not all the astronauts were in on the deception.
Yeah.
I mean, he certainly wasn't in on it, because if he, you know, unless that's not even real. You know, maybe that didn't even happen. For all I know, fuck knows.
Maybe.
I mean, I'm still at the point.
There's interviews that basically show they really were asking serious questions to find out whether or not it was even possible.
Yeah, man. But shit, the guy, he deserves to be recognized, I think. Because he smelled bullshit, and he called it out. And that's what we're supposed to do, right? Not just stick your head back in the sand and pretend you didn't see it. Nothing to see here. Keep moving.
Yeah. So I went to town today with my wife, and it just happened we saw somebody that we've known for a while, like when we knew since we were teenagers. And he asked me, like, "You've been writing that flat Earth stuff around town?" Because he saw me writing with chalk on the ground. I was writing the Discord thing. So I deadpan 3-point takedown his ass right there to his face. I asked him, like, imagine, because he thought he was gonna be a smart ass to get me. So I just turned. I'm like, "Who measured for curvature?" And he thought about it a second. He's like, "I don't know." I'm like, "Who measured for rotation, man?" And he's like, thinking, was like, "I don't know, man. You got me." And then I started smiling. I'm like, "Who measured for scientific? Like, I said, ask something to measure or ask for experiment related to the gas pressure thing." And then he started laughing, knowing that that's impossible.
That's great.
And then I did the math for him. I'm like, so if the Earth is like 70% water, and that's clearly sea level, and you got 30% left, and 1/3 of the remaining dry land Earth is plateau, you're left with 20%. Where the fuck's the curve? This is funny. We had a conversation for a minute, and I gave him a piece of paper that I had that had several things. Well, it was a couple pieces of paper I folded together. I've been making my own pamphlets.
So funny, dude. Especially when they're honest about it, because we all had that same experience when somebody asked us that question. We're like, fuck. And I think sometimes people, they fight against it because they think we're trying to trick them somehow, and they're not getting
I think he was trying to find out if I was just trolling, if I was being an asshole, like if I was just joking.
Yeah.
But then when I deadpan asked him those questions, the gears started going. He's like, "Oh shit, I can't answer these questions."
Yeah, man. And that's how we all got here. We all got here through that same process.
I said like a couple weeks ago that the way to do this is grassroots, and we got to start in our own town. And I've just been practicing what I preach. Like, this is how we've got to do it. We have to just be bold enough to go talk to people about it. And that's not for everybody. And if it ain't, then don't. It's not your cup of tea. But for those who it is, we got to have that courage to go do it. That
Absolutely.
grassroots type stuff, man.
No doubt. Man. And it doesn't have to be that difficult either, man. It's just little things.
And it's not about fighting either. It's about asking questions.
I mean, I talked about this a bunch of times about just printing up a little like postcard sized things with information on them, you know, and in the server on it. Just
Yeah.
dropping them all over the place, you know. You walk into the dentist office, you slip a couple in the magazines on the on the table, you know. You just do shit like that everywhere. You know, I used to do that all the time when with 9/11 shit. I did that all day long, everywhere I went.
Yeah.
And that's why I don't.
There's a lot of different ways to do it.
Yeah, that's just one way.
Check the laws in your local area, though.
But
here's the thing: there's nothing illegal about doing good, and anything that a child can freely do, you can freely do, and there's nothing illegal about it. So, sidewalk chalk, you can draw whatever you want to anywhere where anybody can write with sidewalk chalk freely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, not whatever you want to. Don't draw anything too, yeah. But if you're just writing the earth is flat, there's nothing against the law to say that.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if you're writing it in a place like on a sidewalk or a parking lot or something like that, where it's quite literally objectively fucking flat. It's just funny. I got a clip for this. I got a soundbite from in person.
Oh yeah. You showed this the other day, didn't you? Yeah, I watched it, dude.
Yeah.
Or is this new?
Hey, how you doing? How's it going? The reason for the stop is supposedly you were drawing on the parking lot over there?
Yeah, on the chalk. That's not illegal.
What were you writing?
I'm writing links to a Discord server that discusses the geometric form of the Earth.
Okay.
I love that he's like, what are you writing? And then the look on his face. He thought I was trolling for sure, but then when I deadpan told him that, yeah, we're just discussing the geometric form of the Earth, he like raised a brow.
Yeah,
Like,
you know what?
what?
You did the right thing because you flat smacked him just now. He's like, because I probably would have said something like, "Why don't you go fucking read it?" I mean, okay, bye. Are you investigating committing a crime? I'm that asshole.
Being in here has given me the ability to have a lot of control over my heart rate. So when we got pulled over, my heart rate remained stoic like that. Like it did not go up.
Oh yeah.
Like it's just started just a little bit, but it was more like I was excited. Like I get to talk to a cop. I get to talk to a cop. Yeah, especially considering that morning. Sorry.
No, sorry. I was just gonna tell you that my lawyer actually gave me business cards, you know, with his info on them, and on the other side, it would say, you know, this is my client, and he is not going to answer any questions or comply with any searches, seizures, or and he basically read him his rights if he's under arrest, and that's it, or say have a good day. And a lot of when I get pulled over, I just hand him that card, and I never had to say nothing, do nothing.
That's a good lawyer.
Yeah, you don't want to say anything because you don't know what
Their
you could be
job is
possibly
to
doing while they're stopping you.
investigate. Their job is to find out whether or not you've committed a crime and to investigate as such and get you to confess to anything related to that. And even if you haven't, if you start confessing some random ass shit that you may or may not have done, they're going to be like, "Oh, cool, thank you. That makes my job easier."
And you might match a description of somebody that, who knows, did something, and they're stopping you to inquire you. And the moment you open your mouth, if you say the wrong thing, anything you say can and
They
will
might
be
not
used
even be
against you.
looking for you, and then they just, then they pigeonhole you into a case. Like, "Oh, you fit the description for this."
I got swarmed once at a gas when I pulled into a gas station and just surrounded by a task force because
Oh
my
God, what'd you do?
car,
I'm kidding.
my car matched the description of somebody that pulled a shotgun on somebody. So,
Oh shit.
yeah, and it wasn't me, but and they rifled, they wrecked my car, made a mess of my car, threw me on the ground, roughed me up, and then they realized, shit, this ain't the guy. And do you think one of those cops said, "Terribly sorry, sir. we made a mistake. Clearly, this
You
isn't
should have
you."
sued them.
I was too young, dude.
Sue them. No.
I was like fucking 17. I was just lucky I didn't have any weed or something on me. But yeah, I mean, that's what the fuck. Because I fit the description. I was just
One thing
where'd my rights go?
What's funny is it's decriminalized here and has been for a while. My stance on it at this point is if it's not a criminal offense, then fuck off. If you treat me like a criminal, I'm going to sue you.
Yeah, what was
Just
back then?
deadpan like that. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care. We used that. Yeah, everybody was afraid before, but now things are different. I'm to the point like get with the times. F off. Get with the times.
Yeah, in those days, man, they take
You
you
try
in
to come
for
against
a roach.
me, we're gonna
They'd
have a
arrest you for it.
problem because I literally have nothing better to do in my life than to make somebody's life hell if they interfere with my ability to find peace. That's all I've got to say. Do not get in my way. I am in enough pain. Leave me the fuck alone. Pardon my French.
Au revoir.
After the past couple years they put us through shit, I ain't taking crap from nobody. Especially with all these globetards around thinking that they're on some kind of spinny ball space void, thinking they're a bunch of monkeys.
Yeah, we
No
got
offense, monkey.
we got shot
Sorry,
with
go ahead.
rubber. We got
Tebow.
shot with rubber bullets.
Timbo.
Yeah.
You got shot with rubber bullets?
Yeah, man. For
What
protest.
the?
Yeah.
I bet that hurt.
So you literally I don't consent to this bullshit, and they just shoot you with rubber bullets.
Yeah, we shut the city down though. So, no, it's still not inexcusable.
Legend.
But we and then they tear gassed us and shot us with rubber bullets, and started hitting us with batons and shit for protesting. They tried to shut down the construction industry, and everyone fought back. Everyone was throwing stuff at the union headquarters and saying traitors, and then we shut down the main bridge. Separates the city from the western suburbs. It's the only way in.
Oh damn!
You guys
Is it like, oh damn, we
ever
have to
notice
stop
that
this?
whenever
They've shut
there's
down
a
Gotham.
gathering, I've noticed whenever there's a gathering of people that are protesting and being cordial, they for some reason they always abuse the fuck out of them. But if it's people are just rioting, for some reason they kind of just take a step back. Anybody
Because
else
they
notice that?
know better. They know that if you try and abuse the people who are actually rioting, that they will likely come for you. But if you abuse the people who are trying to be peaceful, they are going to roll over on their back and expose their soft little bellies like a dog.
Yeah, imagine trying to fight against 20,000 construction workers. They didn't know what the fuck to do. On the first day, they let us all go. Like, we'd shut down the city and the bridges and everything. And then on the next day, we said every day. Yeah, we were going to come back every day until it was over. And the next day, they fucking had tanks and everything, man. Fucking bad.
Shit.
And they just started shooting rubber bullets, and everyone just dispersed. And then they chased everyone down.
That shows you how weak that they are, though. How weak the government is.
Yeah, well, the government...
They got to resort to that right away.
Yeah, the police force, everyone hates the police here now. So they used to be part of the community, but because Australian police were never that bad. So now everyone hates them, and they've got a public image problem at the moment. They've had a mass exodus of police officers in the last year, leaving, not wanting to be part of it.
Yeah. And think about it, that's all engineered, man. Because only the bad ones will be remaining. They engineer that shit. They'll create a divide so that society turns against its own police, and the good cops are like, well, I don't want to be a part of this because this is screwed up. So they leave, and you end up with only a small portion of really effed up ones who are willing to follow orders, and they're pretty pissed that everybody hates them. And it gets worse. Sounds like more social engineered bullshit. They trigger all that emotion.
I never really hated cops. I always looked at it like, hey, if you catch me doing wrong, okay, I'm a man. I can handle that. But don't just be fucking with me, man.
That's part of the engineered mindset too, though.
Harassing me.
Because that's true. If we do something wrong, we do deserve it. But who's to say that what you're doing is wrong, bro? Like if something that you're doing isn't actually hurting anybody, and then the town decides, hey, go stop that man. And now they've weaponized the police because one person's personal preference about their opinion about what you're doing has been weaponized.
Yeah, it is hypocritical for them to arrest me for pushing a product when they are the biggest pushers of product.
Yeah. They literally intimidate and harass and basically strong arm people into just giving over money. Like it's some of it's kind of highway robbery level stuff. I remember when they did this click it or ticket campaign where anybody who didn't have a seatbelt on, they get a ticket. They're doing mad fundraising for everyone, just going after everybody. But yeah, because if you don't wear a ticket, then it's not safe and you could die. So yeah, let's charge you a bunch of money so that you don't die. Like, what the fuck? I understand encouraging safety. That's not my problem. Just the fundraising. I don't like it.
The story of how seatbelts got in all the vehicles is an interesting story too, because nobody really wanted it. It wasn't something they asked
and that's
for.
cool.
But yeah, but they got the government to force. Imagine how much money somebody made off of that.
Huh. Well, didn't the inventor of it just kind of make it like they didn't patent it, just made it like, hey, here, everybody should have seatbelts. Like it wasn't patented or made money off of like that. It was more like this should just be standard for the industry. That's why I was like, that's kind of cool too, because it wasn't really about, at least that part of it wasn't about money. And it became about money and be like, hey, we can charge money if they don't put this thing on. Because safety, right?
I don't know how. If it, cause they don't care about my safety. I don't know. I think that's kind of
No, the fuck they don't. If they cared about your safety, cigarettes wouldn't exist. They'd be illegal.
Yeah.
They just simply wouldn't exist. If they cared about your safety, never mind.
Yeah, last thing
Let
we
me
care
quit.
about it. That's easy. Anybody
I could
want
say
to?
1,000 things that are effed up.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
If they really cared about our safety and health, our food would be fucking awesome. And there would be no such thing as a fast food restaurant because that shit would be illegal. Some of the stuff that they use that they consider bread, if you were to go over to other countries, like go over to Europe and other places, it's literally not by definition bread. Like that's why the ingredients have to be different in certain countries because of certain regulations. But the stuff we have in America, but certain places, it is quite literally not bread at all. It just looks like it. Talking about like a
Yeah, I never
McDonald's
understood
bun
that.
and shit like that.
I never understood how it wasn't pushed on all those other countries and why they didn't just adopt it, because you can't tell me that any other
There's
government.
certain standard streamlined things that they couldn't change, so they had to adjust. So the stuff they could force upon, they would, and then other things couldn't.
I think you guys are
Or
the
took
only
time.
country in the world that's allowed to advertise drugs on TV as well.
Yeah.
I'm
This
pretty sure you're
nation
the
is a
only country
marketing
in the
nation.
world.
We are a merchant nation.
Yeah.
We're the
You
merchant nation.
can't advertise that shit on TV here. No way.
Yeah.
I've never understood that.
Yeah, if you you watch Fox News, almost every ad is a
Brought to you by
drug ad.
Pfizer. Brought to you by
Yeah.
Pfizer.
What I think the most messed up thing is they'll just have like random medicines for whatever the hell. Doesn't matter. It's just to make you smile. Like they'll show a bunch of people smiling and shit and play happy music.
Yeah.
And then like a couple years later, it's the same exact medicine. It's like, if you or a loved one has blah 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 blah, you might be entitled to. Like, oh shit! Weren't they just pushing this a couple of years ago? Damn.
Reciprocal. That's just made up. I just made that up. You need reciprocal.
Are you tired of the globe model?
You need Xanax. That's funny.
Are you sick of being lied to by your government? Try new fuck it all.
Oh god.
With fuck it all, all your cares will fade away.
Are you sick of living on a ball? Try flat Earth. Red pill. It'll bring you back to
Feel
level
your
ground.
anxiety and depression. It'll bring you back to spinning cartoon baller ground. Happy music increases as everything turns into a cartoon. Side effects may include
Coriolis effect.
dizziness, spinning feeling.
Shit, cognitive dissonance. I can go on and on. That's great. Dude, this is the type of shit I wish somebody was doing, making skits like this. Like,
Dragging heavy weight as though you feel the gravitational pull drawing you down. Fear of gravity not existing and floating off into space.
man, a lot of comedians are in the truth, man. We need to pull some of these comedians in here.
Oh yeah, really?
What do you
Do we
mean?
now? Hello, hold on. So, do you feel like you're spinning, dragged down by the globe? Are all your friends turning flat earthers and you don't know where to go? You're afraid you're going to be left the last glober on your block? We have no globe no more, Prazine. It's your new medicine to cure your spinning. Globe no more, Prazine.
All the Globers are comedians. What are you talking about? There's an abundance of clowns out there.
Get closer to your mic, Goddard.
I said that there's all the Globers are clowns. A bunch of comedians. We don't need any more comedians.
Yeah, but why are you talking through your pillow?
Having trouble locating the geometric curve of the Earth? Try new Curvital.
No curve at all. That's a good one.
Oh shit!
Someone fucking trademark that shit. No curve at all.
Welcome to the 24/7
No, there's no pillow at
Flat
all
Earth
here either.
Comedy Hour.
It's your gentle globe. It's to keep you regular. Your gentle globe relief. So you're trying to swallow that whole globe down yourself? Take no curve at all.
Damn, man.
Choked to death on that globe. Choked to death. I hate the globe. I hate anything about it. I hate talking about it. I can't stand the word globe. Makes me want to just freak out and start massacring
Yeah.
globers.
Well, maybe not like that.
Yeah, it does for me.
It makes me want to make
Well,
like
you
an
were a
effigy
Glober,
of their
bro. You were
cartoon ball and set it on fire. Hey, hey, God Rockin', let's start a festival called Burning Globe, and we build an effigy of the globe and just set it on fire.
Like out in the desert, like Burning Man.
Oh
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yup.
Burning Glober Man.
Yeah,
We have a
that's
globe
a great
head.
idea.
Everybody bring their globes only for decorational purposes and bring it out somewhere. And you could just do it remotely, widespread. Everybody could just do it independently. They could stay where they're at, and I'll film it or something. Like
Have the giant
smashing and burning their fake globes, classroom globes.
Oh my.
You would never get a permit for that.
Well,
you want to do what?
I know. That's hilarious.
Hate to break up the fun, guys, but we have somebody.
Someone new?
Sugar? Yeah, no rolls.
We have Necronomicon actually is here too.
Did you say sugar?
Sugar,
I know her. I know her.
Oh, honey,
Everybody meets my better half. She's shy and probably not going to speak, but she must miss me and wants to hear my voice.
That's so
I'm
sweet.
down to like 1 bar, so my connection might not be so good right now.
Did you say Sugar's your lady?
Coming in loud and clear over here in Utah.
Pretty sure I'm probably roboting.
No, not yet.
Oh, sounds good.
Yep. Sounds good, all right.
Maybe you are a robot, but you're not roboting. But you could be a robot, I guess.
Botham.
Hey. You never realize how important plumbing is until it doesn't work right. So someone came and unclogged my bathroom sink today. That was a great thing. But let's stay on topic, shall we? Yes, we shall. While I'm sewing up a pair of trousers. They just don't make things the way they used to, Mildred. I don't know who the fuck Mildred is, but
Probably get something to eat. Well, that's why this signal's going to shit. It started raining. The rain picked up harder.
still hear you fine.
Clover.
You're still coming through if that's any consolation.
Cool. But yeah, I've been thinking doing kind of a burning globe type thing would be fun. Like you were saying, like people bringing in there not for educational purposes globes and kind of putting it around this giant effigy of a globe so they can burn their little idols. That would be a nice touch too. Yes, bring your false gods here for them to be destroyed.
And if you want to bring your Beatles albums, you can bring those too, I guess. Whatever.
Fair enough.
I don't know why you'd want to. Like, that's a good.
I just think it's funny you said that because it's funny you said that because like that's I think one of the band. Never mind.
That's one of the.
I know somebody who doesn't like the Beatles at all.
Well, that really screwed with me because like I studied all those musicians' work. Like my entire life's work has been
It's a witch.
studying.
Burn her.
And to realize that no wonder they seemed fantastic because they had a team of agents from those colleges writing their lyrics from Tavistock. And that all those art institutes mostly are all Tavistock institutes, which is what a trip that was. I'm like, what? That was a rabbit hole right there. The Mind Control Institute. What? You like freaking that? That could really exist? Okay, well, so surprising anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weaponized entertainment. They
totally did. It was part of the war, the anti-war stuff. So they got on both sides of the conversation then too, just like now. They diffused it with drugs and all kinds of weird stuff. They dropped chemicals over major cities in the U.S. Some of those were LSD, apparently.
don't threaten me with a good time.
I think they admit this themselves now, so. Right. Now I got my light rain pants already. All right. Time to go outside. Not that it's raining. But at night when it gets damp, it's good to have some light rain gear. Oh, sorry. You hear me? My old achy bones.
That was your bones cracking?
No, that was me sitting down going, ugh. Like, all right. I just roll with
I
it.
thought I heard a cracking sound.
That was probably my chair.
Oh boy. There's somebody in here with just a listening pass. This you guys know this? Know this feller? What's the name? Necronomanic or something? What's this?
Necronomicon.
Omicron.
Necro non-Miccan. Non-Miccan.
Hey, what's this? Somebody, I see somebody. Soap is a sin, and it says they're server banned.
Yeah, that person is he's commonly referred to as PD. P like P and D like drinker. Not to give away too much, but he's a
So
ban
you
on
get
site.
server banned, but you can still come in and listen.
I guess. Well, he keeps changing. He's got hundreds of pseudo accounts.
If he was already in here, yeah, you don't get kicked from the voice chat.
He keeps making different accounts. He just keeps coming in with different names. Got a bunch of accounts already set up as a troll, professional troll.
I hope he's getting paid good for that shit.
I don't know, man. He's like very consistent. He keeps coming back no matter what.
I don't know what the hell else you'd get out of it.
Yeah, they could place it in a couple different categories. So, you never know. Only the nose knows.
Yeah, why'd you send me a friend request there? Soap is a sin.
And to save everybody.
Yeah, I'm not gonna accept that.
We unmute Nomican and what say you, Necronomicon? Are you up for a chat? Type in the live stream voice text if you wish to speak. Happy listening.
Are you shy?
Okay, that's no problem. You do not have to. No, sorry is necessary. No apologies. So you're not obligated to speak. Obviously got the listening pass so that you can access the live stream voice text, listening in on the conversation. You don't feel confident enough to speak, that's fine. I'm not going to pressure you. I'm not going to unmute your mic and say speak or get out.
Mic check, test, 1, 2. Is this thing working?
Sir.
So I was just listening to the car radio, and they're talking about how NASA is going to have a brand new streaming show called NASA Plus that you can subscribe to, and they'll have rates for you. And the really nice thing is
let's give them more money.
Yeah, well, I was going to say they're not going to charge for the subscription, so that's very generous of them.
What's the point of it then?
Well, for NASA freaks to go ahead and watch all the stuff going on. You know, I don't know if it's just going to be live streaming, if they're going to have other video stuff in there, but they're just announcing that. It's going to be called NASA Plus, so it's going to be like Hulu or Netflix, or it's going to be their own
it's
streaming station, I guess.
Right. Okay. Right. I see. I got it. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, what's the point in subscribing if it's like already on an existing platform? They're creating their own. Okay.
So happy Friday, everybody. And earlier I couldn't get my mic to work, but somebody was talking about doing like a burning globe instead of a burning man. I don't remember. Is that Sunny or who's saying that?
I think Ethergrass had brought it up.
Ethergrass. All right. Are you still out there, Ethergrass? I can't see right now. I'm driving, so I can't see who's on here. Anyway,
he's off mute, but I don't know.
I've never been to Burning Man, but I've got a friend that's been there several times, and he actually works at the event, guiding people in when they're coming in the parking and stuff like that. But what I was thinking when he was talking about have a burning globe, and then that just got to me thinking about how in the Bible it talks the first time it was by flood, and the next time it's going to be by fire. So a burning globe convention or event would kind of like, to me, like be the condemnation of mankind, of the earth. So I'm very believing that we have a spirit, so it doesn't matter what happens to this earth eventually, because we all have a spirit that's going to live on past our bodies, past this world that we're living in. Anyway, so NASA is going to have its own space channel, and we're going to celebrate burning the globe.
Can't wait for that. Man, it's free too. Better get a fresh bottle of Jergens.
Good thing for our side, because if they're going to be streaming that stuff, that means probably there's just going to be that much more shit they mess up.
Yeah, we're gonna have content for days. And we already do, actually. Yeah, I wonder if they'll be more careful though with the content on there, because we were discussing this earlier about some of these globers. I think don't see the things that we see, the wires, the things dropping when they're supposed to be floating in bubbles in space. I'm not so sure they're seeing those videos because I don't think they do a lot of our research. They're not really looking into things. They've already accepted it, and they like to watch the launches and crap like that. But they're not. I don't think they're seeing that shit.
Well, something like dropping something, most people, they're used to, oh, yeah, I dropped something because they're thinking about being here on Earth. And they don't think about, oh, yeah, well, there's no gravity where they're at. So, most people aren't smart enough to catch that.
Goes right over the bed, yeah.
But like the lady with the hairspray hair, I mean, you can't miss that.
Oh, my God. Yeah, that's so ridiculous.
And, what's weird is I'm seeing all these videos on YouTube that are like really great videos, not necessarily even FE videos, but just videos the way they're produced. And I'm thinking, with all the money they've got, can't they produce a better video? Or are they purposely doing this to go ahead and just get something started for a reset?
It could be division too, It could be they know people are just gonna automatically accept whatever they say, and they know there's gonna be people like us, and so it could be just we spend a lot of time fighting with these assholes, and it takes a lot of our energy. Shit. It could be that. It could be it could be fucking with us and setting things up so that if they do want to come out and confess and have a new story,
it'll all tie in, you know. Or they're just lazy.
Well, seeing as how they've gotten away with this stuff for so long,